case, just make sure it's at a travel area.
Order, please. Order, please. We'll begin with the daily routine, presenting and reading petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I read my petition, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
I would like to draw attention of all the members to the West Gallery. Up here, I have residents from Kings West who made the trip in to visit with us today, and I'd like to introduce you all to young Sophie Jones and her mom and dad, Nick and Kaylee. Sophie was born with a rare chromosome abnormality deletion called Milan syndrome, and it causes epilepsy, ataxia, migraines, autism, and a variety of other things, maladies. And she has made many trips to the hospital and ambulances throughout her life so far. And traditional treatments, medications haven't been really doing well for her. So her neurologist suggested they try CBD oil. And Mr. Speaker, she's been having great results with CBD. And I wanted to give that context, and I'd like if everybody in the gallery, or in the house, could please give my guests a welcome, warm welcome, please.
We welcome all visitors to the gallery here today and every day, and we hope you enjoy your stay with us. The honourable member for Kings West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In that context, I would like to read my petition. Whereas treatment-resistant epilepsy leads to an increase in expensive prescribed medications and frequent trips to already overburdened emergency rooms while being transported by emergency health services, also an overburdened component of our healthcare system. Whereas Veterans Affairs Canada established a reimbursement policy for medicinal cannabis in accordance with Section 4 of the Veterans Healthcare Regulations that do not require a drug identification number, the province of Nova Scotia could do something similar for children with life-threatening illnesses such as epilepsy. Therefore, we, the undersigned residents of Nova Scotia, call upon the Nova Scotia Legislative Assembly to cover the cost of cannabidiol-based medicine for children who have life-threatening diseases, and specifically to remove the financial barrier to assessing CBD-based medicines for children with epilepsy by adding it as an exception status drug to the pharmacare program. Mr. Speaker, there are 1,379 signatures in this petition, and as per the rules of the House, I have affixed my signature.
The petition is tabled. The honourable member for Kings South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a petition with the operative clause, we the undersigned residents of Cannon Cross Road and area are petitioning our government to pave it or at very least chip seal the Cannon Cross Road. There are 29 signatures and I have affixed my signature as per the rules of the House.
Good job.
The petition is tabled. The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to make an introduction.
Please do.
Downstairs, Mr. Speaker, watching on the television because the gallery is full, there are a number of very committed and hardworking folks who work in housing support in HRM and around the province. They have been working very hard and bringing to light the very serious issue of the lack of appropriate housing and affordable housing, and especially in terms of homelessness. We know that the housing crisis is at a record high in the province, and today and these days, the housing crisis has become a humanitarian disaster. And so I'd like to introduce to the House, even though my honourable colleagues can't see them physically, they will be able to hear the applause. Ainsley Umlaw, Ashley Hinchy, Kay Spur, Masuma Khan, Aaron Austin, Sam Kroick, and Haley Burt, and they are representing a number of different organizations that made this petition happen, including Acorn Canada, Acorn Nova Scotia, the CCPA Nova Scotia, Dalhousie University Social Work Clinic, Ecology Action Centre. Ah, here they are! Hey! The Ecology Action Centre, Halifax Refugee Clinic, the North End Community Health Centre, the North Grove Community Food Centre and Family Centre, No One is Illegal Jabuktuk, PADS, which is Permanent Accessible Dignified Safe Housing for All Network, the Spring Socialist Network, and Welcome Housing and Support Services. So I would like, so we have Ainsley and Masuma in the House now, so please everyone give them a warm welcome and to thank them for their work.
As mentioned before, we certainly welcome all visitors to the chamber, and regardless of where you sit within this House, you're more than welcome to be here. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table a petition with the operative clause reading. We, the undersigned residents of the province of Nova Scotia, call upon the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to 1. Permanently legislate rent control at 3% every 12 months. 2. End fixed-term leases to ensure that landlords cannot continue to abuse them as a loophole to avoid the rent cap. And 3. Invest meaningfully in non-market social housing, committing to building 30,000 more units over the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, there are 501 signatures on this petition, and I have a fixed mind. I have a fixed mind in accordance with the rules.
The petition is tabled. This gives me an opportunity to remind people in the gallery, regardless how excited and pleased you are with anything that's being presented here on the floor, please control your emotions. Can't blame you. The Honourable Member for Lunenburg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to table a petition. The operative clause is as follows. Whereas significant coastal development has taken place and is underway at Little Crescent Beach, Georges Island, Lunenburg County, Nova Scotia. This activity includes encroachment of a coastal wetland, coastal shoreline armoring on the mean high tide mark, among other impacts within an ecologically sensitive coastal wetland and shoreland environment. Many of these activities would likely contravene the Coastal Protection Act if it was enacted, complete with regulations, and yet it languishes. Therefore, we, the undersigned residents of Nova Scotia, call upon the Government of Nova Scotia to immediately pause these specific development activities at Little Crescent Beach, Georges Island, Nova Scotia, until the Coastal Protection Act be fully and completely enacted fully and completely as soon as possible. Petition has 380 signatures, and I've affixed my signature to the petition in accordance with the rules of the House.
Another petition coming. Okay, no problem. The petition is tabled. The Honourable Member for Halifax Ucnecto.
Mr. Speaker, may I say a word of introduction?
Please do.
Yeah, thank you. In the West Gallery today, we're joined by Aidan Musavian, Musavian rather. I'm sorry, Aidan, and Megan Runge. If you would please stand, Aidan and Megan. Aidan was the recent candidate in the Prince Edward Island election for the NDP in the district of Charlottetown-Belvedere. We want to give everybody a welcome to the House this afternoon.
Again, we welcome visitors to the gallery and to the legislature today. The Honourable Minister of Justice on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I beg leave to make a quick introduction. In the gallery today, we have with us a well-known local activist and advocate, as well as a friend of mine from high school, Chris Backer. I'd like to say hi to Chris, and he's here today showing support for Kaylee, Nick, and Sophie, and I'd like all members to give him a warm welcome to the House today.
You are indeed welcome to the legislature here today as well. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports regulate. The Honourable Member for Hants East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Chair of the Committee of Private and Local Bills, I'm directed to report the committee has met and considered the following bill. Bill number 292, an act to incorporate Mount St. Vincent University Student Union. The committee recommends this bill to a favorable consideration to the House without any amendments.
Ordered that the bill be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Affairs.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je désire déposer les rapports d'étape en français et en anglais. Rapport d'étape 2021-2022, service en français offert par le gouvernement de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to table progress reports in French and in English. Progress report on French language services provided by the Government of Nova Scotia 2021-2022.
The report is tabled. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce reports for a notice of motion that I will introduce.
Please do.
These include Nova Scotia has the highest gender diversity among people aged 15 to 34 amongst the provinces from Statistics Canada 2021, health and well-being amongst trans and non-binary Canadians from Trans Pulse Canada 2020, and finding a primary caregiver in Nova Scotia February 2023.
The reports are tabled. Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas lupus is a serious and incurable autoimmune disease that can cause life-threatening damage to any organ in the body and affects more than 1 in every 1,000 Canadians. And whereas people with lupus face a lifetime of living with the unpredictable health effects of this disease, and there is a deep need to educate and support individuals and families affected by lupus. And whereas World Lupus Day is a day to increase awareness of this disease and its effects, highlight medical research on lupus, and educate health professionals, patients, and the public on this disease, therefore be it resolved that all members of this House recognize World Lupus Day and commit to help increase awareness of this disease. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
I would direct the members' attention to the West Gallery, where we are joined today by some members of the Ehlers-Danlos syndrome community and the hypermobility spectrum disorder community. First off, and I'd like them to stand as I mention their names. First of all, my daughter, Nicole Regan, who joined us today. Her girlfriend, Victoria Brushett. And her roommate, Kimberly Stalker. As well as some of Kim's family, Janet Stalker, Susan Connor, and I think Dennis just stepped out, Dennis Connor. And I would ask the members to give them the warm welcome of the House.
Once again, we extend a warm welcome to all our guests. The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish Ehlers-Danlos Syndrome and Hypermobility Spectrum Disorder Awareness Month.
The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish Ehlers-Danlos Syndrome and Hypermobility Spectrum Disorder Awareness Month.
Bill 311, an act to establish Ehlers-Danlos Syndrome and Hypermobility Spectrum Disorder Awareness Month.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Encourage Net Zero Buildings.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Encourage Net Zero Buildings.
Bill 312, an act to encourage net zero buildings.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to present a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 1996, the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act, the Aquaculture Transparency Act.
The Honourable Member for Halifax-Shabukto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 1996, the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act.
Bill 313, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 1996, the Fisheries and Coastal Resources Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Support the Atlantic Open Educational Resources Program.
The Honourable Member for Halifax-Shabukto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Support the Atlantic Open Educational Resources Act.
Bill 314, an act to support the Atlantic Open Educational Resources Program.
And that was my mistake. It was the member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, that put that bill forward. I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 34 of the Acts of 2010, the Clothesline Act.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 34 of the Acts of 2010, the Clothesline Act.
Bill 315, an act to amend Chapter 34 of the Acts of 2010, the Clothesline Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Before we move into statements by members, I want to recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South on an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction. And sitting in your gallery today, I'd like to recognize three individuals. First, Curtis Langell, what I'd say is an outstanding official within the Cumberland County Minor Hockey Association. And some the players might disagree, but he's off into good steps. I tried to train him as everything I know, but I don't actually think I trained Curtis. But Curtis, the referee here, whose life was saved over March break, Mr. Speaker, by these two young individuals, Keith Casey and Ryan Wilson. And Mr. Speaker, just before I turn it over to the Premier for the member statement, I'd just like to recognize that Keith and Ryan's parents are also joining here today. And while we were discussing things at lunch, we also all wanted to recognize the fact that Cumberland minor hockey and baseball and sports in general, Cumberland has a big hole in their heart this past weekend with the loss of Chuck Lenny, and we just want to make our thoughts be known here today. So thank you.
Thank you, and to the member and to our guests, I had the pleasure of taking them around the legislature today and taking them in the chamber here and everything else, and I just want to recognize you. And I'm going to recognize the Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring special recognition to two young hockey players who are heroes both on and off the ice. Last month, Keith Casey and Ryan Wilson were traveling to a game with their referee, Curtis Langell, when Curtis had a medical emergency while driving. Rather than panic, Keith and Ryan reacted calmly and swiftly. They were able to take control of the vehicle and call 911 for emergency assistance. Thanks to the decisive actions by Ryan and Keith, Curtis is alive and a potential major accident was avoided. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the legislature to join me in congratulating these two outstanding young men on this amazing act of bravery and skill and wish them the very best in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we continue with the statements by members, with the unanimous consent of the House, we'll go back to notices of motion. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day that I will move the following resolution. Whereas Nova Scotia has the highest proportion of trans and non-binary individuals between the age of 15 and 34 in Canada, whereas 45% of trans folks across Canada report an unmet health need compared to 4% in the general population, and the Nova Scotia Need a Family Practice Registry does not publicly report data disaggregated by gender identity or expression. Whereas rising transphobic hate and intolerance is happening across Canada, impacting the mental and physical health of trans, non-binary, gender diverse, and two-spirit Nova Scotians. Be it resolved that the issue of the access to health care of trans, non-binary, gender diverse, and two-spirit individuals be referred to the Standing Committee on Health. I request waiver and passage without delay.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? I hear several noes. The motion is tabled. The honourable member for Kings West on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a bit of an odd introduction, but I'd like to draw attention to my daughter, who's in the Valley Regional Hospital right now, and I'd like to introduce my newest grandson. Mr. Speaker, I was at the hospital till 11 o'clock, but I had to come to work. I couldn't wait any longer. Asher Philip Wade was born at 11:10 a.m., 8 pounds, 10 ounces, and mom and dad and baby are all doing well. So I introduced my grandson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Congratulations to mom and dad and the grandparents. The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to stand on a point of privilege and ask that you would consider this. It is regarding an incident that some time has passed. Just want to wait and see what he says.
Order, please. I'm going to ask the member if she would mind bringing her point of privilege forward after the member statements and question period. And bring it up there. The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to beg leave to make an introduction first before my member statement, please.
I think we're covering everybody in the gallery today.
Not everyone yet.
By all means.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like the House to join me toward the Western Gallery to welcome Mrs. Raj Verma, who is chairperson of the Vendetta Ashram Society, who's joined here by many board members as well. Please rise and accept the warm welcome of the House.
Indeed, a warm welcome to all of you as well. The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw the attention of the House to recognize the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Vendetta Ashram Society, the registered charity that has been managing the Halifax Hindu Temple. As you all may know, the history of the Hindu community in this province goes back several decades. Their contribution to the overall economic and cultural and medical enrichment of Nova Scotia is admirable, Mr. Speaker. Since its establishment, the Vendetta Ashram Society has been supporting the spiritual and cultural needs of the Hindu community here in the city, as well as in the rest of the province. I'm happy that we are joined by some of their board members today, including Mrs. Raj Verma, the chairperson. They work together to hold regular Sunday services, organize important Hindu festivals, provide Hindi and Sanskrit classes, support international students, organize Hindu cultural events, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker, and I'll add that all these folks do that on a voluntary basis. And they're busy people anyway who are doctors in our communities, academics, business people, and they still put the time in to make sure their community is well supported. I invite the House to join me in celebrating the chairperson, Raj Verma, along with the other board members with us today, and celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Vendetta Ashram Society. They have made our province more rich, better place to live, and we want to thank them for their contributions to the city and for communities across the province. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
By all means.
I'd like to draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where Mike and Faye Paris have traveled to be here today from Windsor. They are the siblings of John Paris Jr. and the Honourable Percy Paris, former member for Waverley Fall River Beaverbank, former Minister of Economic and Rural Development, Tourism, Culture, Heritage, and African Nova Scotian Affairs. I'll read a statement about them shortly, but in the meantime, I ask all members to extend to the Paris siblings the warmest and sincerest of greetings.
And welcome to you as well. The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize brothers Percy Paris and John Paris Jr., two legendary Nova Scotian hockey players. Percy Paris played for the St. Mary's Huskies and was part of the first all-black line in Canadian university and collegiate hockey, while John Paris Jr. was the first African-Canadian coach and general manager in professional hockey and the first Black Scout in the NHL. This past February, during Black Heritage Month, the brothers were honorary coaches in a game commemorating the 128th anniversary of the Coloured Hockey League of the Maritimes, the first all-black league founded in Nova Scotia. The Halifax Eureka's and the Dartmouth Jubilees, named for the first teams formed in the CHL, faced off in an exciting commemorative game of hockey in Dartmouth. Hockey is and always has been for everyone. Please join me in recognizing these two trailblazers.
The honourable member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Permission to make an introduction.
Please do.
Mr. Speaker, in the West Gallery, we have a highly regarded and respected member of the Halifax Fire Service. We have with us Captain Mike Sears. Mike, I'd ask you to stand and please receive the warm welcome of the House of Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to recognize an incredible individual, and I want to thank the member for Halifax-Armdale for extending a warm invitation to Captain Mike Sears. I've had the honor of knowing Captain Sears for nearly 20 years. He and I would have gotten to know each other at Woodlawn High School many, many years ago when we were both coaching football. Mike was such an incredible role model to young people. Not long after that, Mike became a firefighter, and he served Halifax for many years, earning the respect of his peers, earning the respect of his colleagues. Mr. Speaker, when I think of integrity, when I think of strength of character, when I think of leadership, Mike Sears always comes to mind. And I want to sincerely thank Mike for the strength of character he has shown over the past year. Mike, please know we stand with you in the advocacy that you are doing for mental health supports for our first responders. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Mike for his friendship over the years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize Dr. Jamal Badawi. Dr. Badawi is a remarkable Islamic scholar, author, and a speaker who has devoted his life to spread knowledge and awareness about Islam and its teaching. His contribution to promote peace, understanding, and social justice have had a profound impact on the Muslim community in Halifax and around the world. Mr. Speaker, I would like the members of this House to join me and to welcome Dr. Jamal Badawi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Might I say a word of introduction first, Mr. Speaker?
As well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there anybody we didn't get to?
No.
The honourable member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are fortunate to be joined this afternoon by 3 members of the organization Advocates for Care of the Elderly, often called the ACE team, who are visiting the House this afternoon. We welcome ACE team chairperson Gary McLeod and members Ian Johnson and Olga Milosevic. And we welcome them and appreciate their work keeping seniors issues front and center in Nova Scotia.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Mr. Speaker, on this day when it appears that we will conclude budget estimates in the subcommittee with the estimates for the Department of Seniors and Long-Term Care, I want to say a word of appreciative recognition for the organization Advocates for Care of the Elderly. For 15 years, the ACE team has been drawing public attention to the care circumstances and living circumstances of the thousands of people in Nova Scotia who live in long-term care. The organization has been a consistent voice for adequate staffing with adequate pay in the nursing homes of our province, for adequate government funding and against cutbacks, and for the adoption of progressive models of care throughout the sector. The work of long-term care advocacy has never been more important than it has become over the last 3 years of the COVID-19 era, as the world of nursing homes has come to a new place of prominence and priority in the public discourse. Advocates for Care of the Elderly continue powerfully to contribute to this work, and they're deserving of the regard of every member of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants West.
East.
East.
Oh. Mr. Speaker, before I read my member statement, I beg leave for an introduction. You missed some.
It must be one of the commissionaires.
No.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Mr. Speaker, visiting us today in your gallery, the Speaker's Gallery, are members of Team Canada and their coaches who recently competed at the Able Olympics in France. Liam Crane, Andrew Thorne, Haida Bidou, Alicia McIntyre, Jennifer Richardson. The team was coached by Caitlin Ketley, Amanda Payne, Sheila Day, Steve Stewart, Matt Maiden. I ask them to rise and accept the warm welcome from the House.
Once again, we welcome all visitors to the gallery here today. The honourable member for Hants East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the incredible performance of the Nova Scotia team of Team Canada at the International Able Olympics in Metz, France. The International Able Olympics is a series of vocational skill competitions specifically designed to allow people with disabilities to demonstrate their unique talents. This year, 1,000 participants from 24 countries took part in the Able Olympics from March 23rd to 26th. Our Nova Scotia team consisted of 5 participants: Jennifer Richardson of Team Photography, Liam Crane and Andrew Thorne, who won bronze medal in Team Cooking, Haida Badu, who took home a bronze in electrical installation, and Alicia McRae, who earned a bronze in welding. Their achievements in this competition are a testament to their unwavering commitment to excellence and their ability to overcome challenges and obstacles with grace and determination. Their talents and skills have not only brought pride to Canada and Nova Scotia, but have inspired and motivated people around the world. Prior to their competition, each team member was paired with a professional who shared their expertise during months of coaching. Congratulations, coaches Caitlin Kelly and Amanda Payne of Team Cooking, Sheila Day of Team Electrical Installation, Steve Stewart of Team Welding, and Matt Madden of Team Photography. Mr. Speaker, I would ask all members to congratulate these Able Olympic participants on their amazing performance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make 2 introductions, please.
Please do.
We're joined here by Councillor Claude Poirier, of District 1 of Inverness County, a friend of mine who's represented that area and worked in that area for over 30 years. Claude, please rise and be recognized by the House.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make another introduction.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I would like the House to join me in welcoming Ranjiv Chopra, who is here today, who I'll be giving this member statement on behalf of. Please accept the warm welcome of the House, Ranjiv.
The honourable member for Yarmouth.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding community member for his own community, Hindu community, and also the broader community in our province. Today joining us is Ranjiv Chopra. Ranjiv immigrated to Canada from Kanpur, India in April of 1988. Since arriving, Ranjiv has made a positive impact on the volunteer, social, and cultural communities here in Nova Scotia. He also played a central role in the growth of his favorite sport, cricket, here in the province, and into the broader maritime provinces as well. Ranjiv routinely helps international students settle down comfortably here in Halifax. He goes so far as to pick newcomers up from the airport and provide an orientation tour of the city. He demonstrates the compassion and East Coast hospitality many of us aim to emulate. I invite this House to join me in thanking Ranjiv for his remarkable contributions to the Hindu community and our broader province, and thank him for being a role model as he continues to make Nova Scotia a better place.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
I would like to welcome Alison Davis, the Executive Director of Spencer House. I ask her to rise and ask my colleagues to give her a warm welcome.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I couldn't speak enough times about all that Spencer House does for my constituents and other seniors living in the Halifax area. And I'd like to take a moment to recognize Alison Davison, or as everyone at Davis, or as everyone at Spencer House knows her, Allie. Allie is their hardworking and compassionate executive director. Ali coordinates everything that goes on in the center and everyone who volunteers with leadership that many could only dream of. She meets people where they are at and is constantly developing innovative programs to respond to evolving needs. Recently, there was a flood at Spencer House severe enough to halt operations for about a month while damage was assessed and repairs undertaken. Ali assured that despite this, members remain connected during this tough time. Spencer House is slowly reopening and showing us resilience in being one of the safest and most welcoming places for seniors in all of Halifax. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues in the House to join me in recognizing Ali's leadership in getting Spencer House reopened and her critical role serving seniors in Halifax.
The honourable member for Digby-Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I read my member statement, I beg leave to make an introduction as well.
Please do.
Mr. Speaker, he's already been recognized by the member from Halifax-Armdale, but I also just want to make sure that the House gives a nice, warm welcome to Dr. Jamal Badawi, who is sitting in your gallery, the Speaker's gallery here today. So we rise and get the warm recognition in the House.
The honourable member for Digby-Annapolis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Dr. Jamal Badawi for receiving the Amma Society Distinguished Service Award last month. The award is presented to a person who has distinguished themselves through their community and public service. Recipients are leaders in encouraging intercultural understanding and community well-being, as well as in developing a more inclusive society. Dr. Badawi is a professor emeritus at St. Mary's University, where he taught management and Islamic studies from 1970 until 2005. In 2008, he received the honorary doctorate in civil law from St. Mary's, which was awarded for his work in advancing knowledge about Islam in Nova Scotia, including the Human Rights Commission. Dr. Badawi is one of the original founders of the Amma Masjid and has been an Amman for more than 50 years. He has also written several books and has a successful TV series that has been aired around the world. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all members of the legislature join me in congratulating Dr. Badawi and receiving a much-deserved Amma Society Distinguished Service Award. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you. We're joined today in the West Gallery by Emily Hancock, and Emily is the partner of my son, Simon. And I have shared with you some of the exploits of my son's big hikes that he has done. And he has found a partner who exceeds his accomplishments. Emily has done the AT, the Appalachian Trail, 3,598 kilometers, the PCT at 4,270 kilometers, and with my son completed the TA, which is tip to tip in New Zealand, another 3,000 kilometers. So she's got about 10,808 kilometers under her belt, and she was able to get from the other end of Hollis Street here without a backpack. So I'd like Emily to rise in the House and receive the warm welcome of the House.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to not make an introduction before my...
I would appreciate.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, the Hollingsworth Family Award is a $1,000 scholarship to be given to a first-year student at St. Mary's University who is grieving the loss of a parent or sibling. The scholarship was established by Dartmouth North resident and CTV Atlantic personality Paul Hollingsworth, who lost his brother Bryce to mental illness while Paul was studying at St. Mary's in the early 1990s. Paul has said in an interview with CTV that his brother's death blew him into a million pieces. 3 years his senior, Bryce and Paul shared the same bedroom for 13 years and hung out in the same circles. Paul now honors Bryce by living his own life to the fullest. Unfortunately, this past summer, Paul and his family also lost his older sister, Lauren, and that loss propelled him to create the Hollingsworth Family Award. Paul will donate $12,500 to kickstart the award, and St. Mary's is accepting donations on its website to bolster the fund. I ask the House to join me in thanking Paul for channeling his grief into such a beautiful gift for many St. Mary's students to come.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to thank those who work tirelessly every day in schools in Cumberland North and across the province. This past Sunday ago, I held a town hall meeting in my riding on the topic of education. Those in attendance, including teachers and others, talked about the many issues schools must address on a daily basis, from class sizes, student behavior, lack of participation from parents, to the need to raise wages for educational assistants. Those working in schools face monumental challenges. These dedicated individuals truly have the future of our province in their hands as our young people continue to rebound from the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, and as schools deal with ongoing policy changes, including student assessments and inclusion. School staff are charged with guiding students through the peaks and valleys of learning. Mr. Speaker, I would ask my colleagues to join me in thanking each and every person working in Nova Scotia's education system for their commitment to their students: teachers, administrators, educational assistants, clerical staff, playground supervisors, cafeteria staff, and so many more. We appreciate you and everything you do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lunenburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge the 50 exemplary years of service and continued dedication of the Chief of the New Germany Volunteer Fire Department. Blair Lance joined the department in February 1973 and quickly moved up the ranks as engineer, lieutenant, captain, and in 1981, the office of deputy chief. A decade later, he became fire chief, a role he still holds 32 years later. Chief Lance has witnessed many changes in the fire service, from the building of a new hall to 10 new fire trucks, implementation of the medical first responder program, new equipment and firefighting strategies. Over the years, he's responded to more than 3,000 calls. But it is his many hours of quiet work in planning and paperwork, checks on equipment, and his people that makes Blair Lance such a treasure to his community. Mr. Speaker, please join me in thanking Chief Lance for his service. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to recognize EPAs, the team that make up the complement of school support workers from the Millwood, CP Allen, and Bayview family of schools, which that covers all the schools in my community. They do tremendous work that often goes undervalued, and I just want to send a message to them to let them know that we appreciate them. I know that collective bargaining can be challenging, without a doubt, but I think that this time we really need to pay close attention to how we say thank you in the form of compensation that reflects exactly the value that they put in time in and time out in our schools for students that truly need the most help. And if they weren't there, Mr. Speaker, they would fall behind. And with them there, the sky's the limit. So I encourage the government to work hard to get an agreement that says thank you.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize our school support services and education workers. They are the backbone of public education. These workers drive kids to school, work with them one-on-one, and keep our classrooms clean and healthy. School support staff are leaving their jobs in the sector in droves because they cannot afford to stay. Our kids deserve their school supports, and this government has an obligation to make sure that our kids' education and experience is paramount. Education workers are valued by the kids that they work with, valued by the teaching and administration staff at their school, and valued by the families that they support. Mr. Speaker, school supports need fair compensation for their critical work, and they need wages to lift them out of poverty, because their working conditions are our children's learning conditions.
The Honourable Member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to remember the life of Sam Delory of Canso, who passed away in October at the age of 75. Sam worked as a lineman with the former town of Canso Electric Utility for 37 years, and he was an active member of the Canso Hazel Hill Volunteer Fire Department. He also volunteered with the Canso Regatta and various other organizations over the years. Playing baseball and hockey were passions for Sam, and in his later years he continued his love of sport as a member of the Canso Curling Club, where he enjoyed the game and socializing with friends. Mr. Speaker, Sam and his loving wife Janet raised a family of volunteers. His legacy of giving back to his community and supporting the community lives on in his children and will, I am certain, continue to grow with his grandchildren. Mr. Speaker, I ask members of the House join me in commemorating the life of Sam Delory and expressing our sincere condolences to his family, friends, and community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise for the third time this session in solidarity with school support staff. Education support staff need to be valued more and be compensated fairly. Instead, many are working poverty wages at $17,000 a year. They deserve a living wage and meaningful increases. Without a living wage, education staff will continue to leave the sector. The services and supports students rely on are already depleted and will continue if support staff do not receive a wage that will bring them out of poverty. Without these hardworking and caring individuals, schools would not run. Mr. Speaker, I stand in solidarity with the 5,400 members of CUPE's educational support staff, their families, and their students. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Thank Timmy Hay of Lower Sackville. Timmy, a Dalhousie University student, spends his evenings and weekends working at the Beacon House Food Bank. If you have ever visited Beacon House, you most likely had the pleasure of meeting Timmy. At any point during Timmy's shift, you will hear him singing, laughing with customers, and moving around the retail store and food bank to help out in whatever way he can, with always a smile on his face. Timmy is reliable, hardworking, dedicated, and goes the extra mile to assist customers, volunteers, and staff. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in thanking Timmy for his compassion and positive energy that he so willingly shares with those in his presence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to stand and recognize Brilliant Jewelry and Repair, a locally owned business located at 650 Portland Street in Dartmouth. Owner Martha Wilkinson opened her store in 2018 after attending George Brown College in Toronto, where she studied goldsmithing. They are the only school in Canada that lends you gold and silver with which to practice your craft. She apprenticed with her grandfather, Ernest Pridham, who was a gem cutter in Lunenburg. After finishing school and working at a local jewelry, she was inspired to go out on her own. Brilliant Jewelry sells vintage estate jewelry, but on-site jewelry repairs are an important part of their business. Soon to move to a larger space in the same property, Martha plans to install 15 goldsmithing benches in the workshop where she will hold classes that will help to pass on this rare trade. As Martha knows all too well, it's a dying trade. I ask the members of the House of Assembly to join me in recognizing Brilliant Jewelry and Repair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the contributions of the Chebucto Links Senior Support Association to the lives of Halifax seniors. Chebucto Links exists to foster healthy, active living and connection for seniors through a wide range of recreational and educational programs through Zoom and in the public spaces of the west end of the city. Programs include fitness and bridge at Bayers Road Baptist Church, pickleball, exercise, and cards at St. Agnes Church on Mumford Road, a book club at the Anglican Church of the Apostles at Connaught and Bayers Road. Just recently, Chebucto Links has convened gatherings where seniors can receive help applying for financial supports, especially those that can only be accessed online. And over the course of the last year, the organization has delivered 250 subsidized fruit and vegetable bundles in the community it serves. Through COVID, the importance of connection has come to be understood in a new and heightened way, and Executive Director Rachel Shepard, Program Coordinator Samantha Morrison, Board Chair Ann Corbin, and all the directors of Chebucto Links are to be commended for the network of friendship and activity they provide amongst the seniors of the city. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the students and faculty of Eastern Passage Education Centre, including fine arts specialist Melanie Kennedy, for their hard work and dedication towards the Moon Project. As a reflection of the book, Mi'kmaq Moons, The Seasons of Mi'kmaqi, written by Kathy LeBlanc and David Chapman, the students worked hard creating clay tiles representing the moon cycle. The project will be exhibited as the Mi'kmaq calendar in the foyer of the school. The unveiling of the Moon Project will take place tomorrow, April 12th, 2023, with students, faculty, and invited guests in presence. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to congratulate this group on this important project. Thank you,
Order,
Mr.
please.
Speaker.
Order, please. The time for statements by members has expired. We now move into oral questions put by members to ministers. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, the Premier has said that due to the passage of time, he is reconsidering participating in the Atlantic Loop. And I'll table that, Mr. Speaker. Nova Scotia has the most to gain and the most to lose from the construction of the Atlantic Loop. And this Premier shouldn't simply be allowing time to pass without active involvement in saving this project. Other Atlantic provinces are still optimistic about the loop, as the federal government is as well, Mr. Speaker, and I'll table that. Mr. Speaker, why is the leader of the most crucial provincial partner, is the Premier, waiting for everyone else to do his job instead of actually getting to work and negotiating a better deal on the Atlantic Loop for Nova Scotians?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member opposite for the question. I just want to reiterate the points that we've spoken about. We're still at regular meetings with our federal counterparts, with other Atlantic jurisdictions, and also the utilities on regular meetings, Mr. Speaker. It's been very clear ever since last fall that out of these conversations that we cannot do this alone. We do have an expectation of the federal government not just to talk about the support. We need to see the number on the table that the federal government's willing to stand up. And yes, as of right now, we do have other options on the table. But when it pertains specifically to the Atlantic Loop, Mr. Speaker, the federal government needs to put money where their mouth is.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, and the provincial government needs to step up and actually negotiate on behalf of Nova Scotians.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his first supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Premier and this government actually need to step up, stop blaming others, and get to work to make sure the Atlantic Loop is not lost and that Nova Scotians have a better deal that they can negotiate. But we've seen this trend happen. We've seen this government back down when it comes to power rates, and now power rates are going to be going up 14%. We've seen this government back down on Nova Scotia's made in Nova Scotia carbon pricing plan that was an alternative to the carbon tax. Now we're going to have a carbon tax coming to Nova Scotia. And now we're seeing this government back down on the Atlantic Loop project, Mr. Speaker, which means ratepayers in Nova Scotia are going to pay more for their power long term, and we're going to be burning more coal than provinces 10 times our size. When will the Premier stop the blame game and actually get back to work and bring the solutions to Nova Scotians that he promised he would?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And look, the ones that are backing down in this chamber are the opposition members when it comes to the Liberal carbon tax. They had an opportunity to speak up on behalf of Nova Scotians. They didn't bother, Mr. Speaker. That Liberal carbon tax would be devastating to Nova Scotians, and they've said nothing about it, Mr. Speaker. And in terms of the Atlantic Loop, Mr. Speaker, I will tell you what I will not back down on. I will never back down on standing up for the ratepayers of this province. I will not stick them with a bill. The federal government has an opportunity to support Nova Scotians, and I suggest that the opposition get on board with supporting Nova Scotians on that bill, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Let's compare the provincial parties. What this side of the House actually did was negotiate an alternative pricing plan, Mr. Speaker, which capped that price off the pumps. What this government does is simply play the blame game, Mr. Speaker, and engage in bluster. And we've seen this with every single issue. There is a deeply disturbing trend with this Premier. In 2021, he said that healthcare was his priority. Now the doctor wait list has doubled, and so have ER closures. He said that power rates were going to be his priority. Now they're going up even more than the original Nova Scotia Power proposal. He said housing was going to be his priority. Now we have more homelessness in Nova Scotia than at any other time in our history. And he said the Atlantic Loop was going to be our priority, Mr. Speaker, and now that project's on the rocks. Mr. Speaker, can the Premier please tell this House what his next priority is going to be so we can prepare to see that thing go off the rails too?
Mr. Speaker, what I would say to the member, and certainly what I would say to all Nova Scotians, that every time that member opens his mouth, wrong, 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 Mr. Speaker. We will stand up for Nova Scotians. Nova Scotians have had their say on the record of 8 years of that government, and they weren't too pleased, Mr. Speaker. Neither are we.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Dan Freeman lives in Dartmouth and relies on government disability payments. He says, my grocery budget for 1 month is $100. If I spend more, the rent bounces or the power bill doesn't get paid. I rely heavily on food banks to survive, and by survive, I mean exist on a Nova Scotia standard which accepts that the poor should be malnourished anyway. I'm unable to move to cheaper or more affordable housing as there isn't any. Milk in my coffee, butter on the bread, those luxuries are now taken from me, and I'll table that letter. Mr. Speaker, can the Premier explain how he decided that his budget, including $1.5 billion in unexpected revenues, would not offer any real help to people like Dan?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I don't accept that our budget nor the spending that has happened doesn't benefit Nova Scotians. I just don't accept that, Mr. Speaker. We tabled a budget before this House, $14 billion of spending. I will assure you, Mr. Speaker, every single one of those $14 billion goes to the benefit of Nova Scotians. There is more to do in this province, for sure. But to say that we're not supporting Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker, I just don't accept that.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her first supplementary.
Well, this is what we're trying to say, Mr. Speaker. They're supporting some Nova Scotians, but not all Nova Scotians. And Dan is not alone. Food bank use across this province has skyrocketed. Groceries are up 11% year over year. HRM Council is looking for more land for tents. And there is zero affordable housing to be found. We know that service clubs and nonprofits and community groups and neighbors are stepping up to help each other as they are struggling, but in so many ways, this government is failing. Mr. Speaker, why does the government think that this is an appropriate time to cut income assistance rates in real dollars?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I would say, Mr. Speaker, is we know there's more work to be done. We also applaud those community groups that stand up, Mr. Speaker. But just in this budget alone, the targeted spending, we do believe that targeted spending is important, Mr. Speaker. $45 million in housing initiatives, including rent supplements, Mr. Speaker, homeowner repair programs, and investments in public housing. Mr. Speaker, support for homeless and supportive housing, the member mentioned that. $8 million, redesigning the foster care program, Mr. Speaker, early intervention. Mr. Speaker, these are important investments in Nova Scotians. They're investments in this budget, and the member will have a chance to support those investments in those Nova Scotians coming up.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Speaker, income assistance is the key program we have in this government that is targeted towards the poor, and this government cut it in real dollars. Leo Rafuse is a senior from Berwick. He says, my wife retired during the pandemic, and I have been retired since 2018. We both have health issues, and along with groceries, we have not had money to get basic dental work we both really need. Alan Smith is a senior from Amherst who wrote to us recently when he had to cut back on essentials and on medication. While seniors across this province continue to struggle to afford medication, the government will collect over $64 million in pharmacare fees from seniors this year. Will the Premier agree to waive those pharmacare fees now, while people are so seriously squeezed by the cost of basics like food and medicine?
The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, there's been no increase in pharmacare fees. There's a number of programs where the government subsidizes pharmacare fees for seniors in particular, but for others as well, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you know, just to remind members of this House, we stepped up for seniors with the Seniors Caregiver Grant, $1,000. That's the first time ever this happened in this province, Mr. Speaker. We will invest in Nova Scotians as we can, Mr. Speaker. But I know, you know, it's easy to paint the doom and gloom picture of this province, Mr. Speaker. But good things are happening in this province. There is more work to be done, Mr. Speaker. But to say the government's not supporting Nova Scotians is just not true. I don't accept that, Mr. Speaker, not for 1 second.
The Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this government came into power, we have seen a slowdown in the planned clean transition, with one of the Lingan coal plants scheduled to close in January of 2022, and Trenton is also facing delays. At estimates, the minister gave the figure of the cost of coal in this province at now about 15 cents a kilowatt hour. And also wind is down to 5 cents a kilowatt hour, and so are other renewables. I'd like to ask the minister, what is the latest update on power needed coming from Muskrat Falls, and does he have a new expected date when a coal plant will finally close so that ratepayers don't see another 14% increase under their watch?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member opposite for the question. And Mr. Speaker, we put some very ambitious targets in our management plan for our government. We are going to get off coal, Mr. Speaker. We're going to get off coal with different various measures. It will be wind. It'll be solar. It'll be tidal. Mr. Speaker, Muskrat Falls is a part of that equation as well, Mr. Speaker. And over the last several months under this government, it started to produce a lot more, Mr. Speaker, and we look forward to even more coming on the grid in the coming months.
The honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we sit here today, more and more capital is going into maintaining these coal plants. Tens of millions of dollars, if not over $100 million. We couldn't get the figure during estimates. And yet the Premier has said he's not optimistic that any of the Atlantic Loop project will come to fruition. That is a sweeping statement, given that there is 4 separate key projects to that loop, Mr. Speaker. And no matter the scenario, to get off coal, we need to upgrade the line that connects Onslow, Nova Scotia to Salisbury, New Brunswick, also known as the Intertie. I want to ask the minister, has any application or any letter been sent to the federal government to reduce the impact of this specific upgrade and what it will have on rates? And what is taking so long for this crucial project to begin so we can unlock
the
more
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for that question. There's consultation going on with that link between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, Mr. Speaker. And I will say this, in 2011, 12, and 13, when I was practicing an electrician, we waited for that link as an electrician to bring quality power into Nova Scotia. It wasn't this government that worked on it, but those consultations are taking place right now, Mr. Speaker, under this government, because we want clean, reliable power for all ratepayers in Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Timberlea Prospect on a new question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So after roughly 18 months of government, they just start consultation in such a critical project and no application or letter of interest to get support from the federal government. On top of the 14% power rate increase to cover increasingly expensive fossil fuels, we're seeing nothing but delays and federal dollars left on the table. With power coming from Muskrat Falls being delayed, the government gave hundreds of millions of dollars to Nova Scotia Power. The Minister of Environment and Climate Change admitted in estimates that his new oat-based performance standards will also add to power bills in 2024. How much more will output-based performance standards cost with the failure to meet renewable energy targets in the last 2 years? And how much more will it be than our cap-and-trade system?
The Honourable Minister of Energy, Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question. The work is ongoing, as the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables indicated, as we work together to achieve our 2030 targets for clean, renewable energy. The Premier has been very clear that this province will be positioned by 2030 to be a clean, renewable, global and national superpower, focusing on onshore wind, offshore wind, tidal, green hydrogen. Despite the doom and gloom from the other side, Mr. Speaker, we're optimistic over here. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We get a lot more optimistic if we hear more than just ongoing conversations and consultations started. Not only did this government throw away all the work the previous government did, even of their own stripe, in this area, we're hearing that $60 million is still being left on the table from the Low Carbon Economy Fund, and all that the federal government is getting incomplete applications. And I'll table the Newfoundland has actually made an announcement a month ago with their program that will come out from the program that was announced last September. When will the minister get this proposal completed and realize that the delay of making the transition and missing renewable energy targets will cost ratepayers even more in the long run?
The Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we say the work is ongoing, we are making tangible results. We met all our 2022 climate goals under EGCRA. We have 28 goals, 68 goals to guide us over the next 5 years in our climate plan. Since forming government 19 months ago, we've invested $300 million in climate adaptation and mitigation, along with defending ratepayers in this province, Mr. Speaker, because if that federal OBPS system had been imposed, it would have been a 7% increase. That might be acceptable to them on that side of the House, not to us on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Mr. Speaker, there is broad consensus that although there are economic benefits, that green hydrogen will not get us to our climate goals, and I'll table that, especially not when we are generating it by burning coal like this government. The proponent of our largest tidal energy project has pulled out, Mr. Speaker, and I'll table that as well. Wind power is a great alternative, but it's going to be another 18 months before the federal impact assessment is even done, Mr. Speaker. To the minister, I ask, this government's climate plan from December 2022 shows our emission reductions happening slowly in power generation. Can this government table the exact gap we have in our 2030 emission targets should the Atlantic Loop not progress?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. There's a lot of moving parts in us achieving our climate goals for 2030. But as the Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables has indicated, we're on path. And certainly I can get my department to table our greenhouse gas reduction targets from 2018 to 2021 and how we are on the path. If you even have a look at the climate plan, we have some charts indicating we're well on the way to achieve those reductions, along with, Mr. Speaker, the development of our onshore wind, the offshore wind as well, green hydrogen. All of these things are going to help us achieve our targets. That's why I say I'm optimistic. We have a lot of different things happening
member for
in this
Cole
province.
Harbour, Dartmouth.
Well, has a climate goal and has a path that the minister actually knows and speaks well of it, we're also concerned about the fact that, and I also hear from constituents all the time, that they want to see the clear path and they want to see, and they want to do their part, myself included, and make the transition to an electric vehicle. But not only do we have an insufficient EV charging network in this province, we also have a huge supply issue. Manufacturers are prioritizing other jurisdictions in Canada to deliver EVs to them, and Nova Scotians are at the back of the line for access. Mr. Speaker, how does this government plan on intervening to ensure that Nova Scotians are getting their fair share of EV supply?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, member, for the question. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, we're at the federal levels talking with all jurisdictions, that we aren't at the back of the line, Mr. Speaker. We're all in equal line straight across the board, across this federal negotiations. We may not agree with the federal government on everything, but electric vehicles is one of the conversations we speak about regularly. Mr. Speaker, this past year, I believe it was $1.5 million that we invested to ensure that the charging systems reach a span out across all of Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, there's more incentives for those electric vehicle chargers to be spread out even further into the rural areas of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, because we want the tourists to go around all of Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker, everywhere through Nova Scotia with the electric vehicles, and that's how we're getting on a clean path on the highway, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Advanced Education. We know how desperately students need access to affordable housing. This department released massive amounts of unbudgeted funding last year for student housing projects across the province. But we were concerned to discover that the units being built at NSTC campuses will be rented at something the government calls fair market averages, and I'll table that. Students are already facing extraordinary financial pressures, from cost of living increases to the highest tuition in the country. Can the minister explain how fair market average will be affordable for students?
The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Member Opposite, for that question. Students are absolutely at the center of everything we do, and it's affordability for students and overall for students. That's important. And we can't just look at housing as in student affordability. We look at it as an umbrella where we're looking at tuition, we're looking at transportation, we're looking at housing. We did announce 3 NSCC student housing projects before we even started our first ever student housing strategy. And Mr. Speaker, I truly wish that I had inherited a student housing strategy because it takes time to build housing.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
I want to clarify that market average is not affordable for students, at least not by the widely accepted definition from the CMHC, which states that housing is considered affordable if it costs less than 30% of a household's before tax income. And I'll table that. The minister has indicated that the student housing strategy will be released later this year, but will not include a definition of affordable housing. Instead, the department will continue to allow individual organizations and housing providers to set their own rents. Will the minister commit that the student housing strategy will present a path to truly affordable housing for students and young people in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, member opposite, for that important question. And to speak about the student housing strategy, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at solutions that are short-term, mid-term, and long-term solutions. Those short-term solutions are needed now. We know that we can make decisions based on things that's not going to take 3 years to build or 5 years to build. We know that we can have an immediate impact, and that's what's important. We're looking at our private sector, we're looking at our public sector, we're looking at our university system, we're looking at our colleges, everybody, and working with students in order to find the solutions for them. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that the demographic has changed. The demographic has changed where it's not just 18-year-olds that are coming into the market for housing, but we're looking at families coming from international markets coming in. We're doing everything we can, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, last fall, the CEO of the Nova Scotia Health Authority told an audience at a health forum that she felt 24-hour urgent care was a great idea for the new outpatient clinic in Bayers Lake. When she was asked how could that happen, she told many residents that she needed to hear from them, that they needed to advocate for this 24-hour care. Mr. Speaker, our office began an online petition which has reached 2,000 signatures. Can the Minister of Health let those residents know today when they might see 24-hour urgent care open at the Bayers Lake Outpatient Centre?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So certainly we have had some communication, of course, with folks in the Bayers Lake area. So right now that project is moving forward as it was intended. So we're going to open that facility to the scope in which it was intended initially, and then we will have future conversations to see if there is any opportunity in order to look at the services provided there. What's important is that we open it, we make sure that it's fully staffed and it's up to capacity, providing the services that it was intended to. And after we reach that goal, then we'll reconsider and see if there are other options for that space. Thank you.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for the answer. I know that the petition cannot be tabled under the rules because it is electronic. However, we will be mailing a copy of the petition with 2,000 signatures to the Minister's office. Can the Minister clarify for us exactly how many more residents need to sign so they can have a reason to staff it? They have 6 months, Mr. Speaker, to work on this, and that people have spoken. So I hope they have the time to work on this. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said to the member opposite before, the priority right now, given the staffing requirements, we want to make sure that we staff that facility to the scope in which it was intended. We certainly are open to future discussions, but the priority right now will be to open and staff to the scope, and then we will consider what other options are available. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I asked this question the last 3 sessions. I'm going to ask it again for folks in Cape Breton. The minister knows it's coming. We've talked about it already, but it's about the cancer centre at home, the new cancer centre that's being built. I was happy to see the government celebrate it when they came to town. but one of the final pieces is the PET CT scan for the new cancer center. As we know, hundreds of Cape Bretoners are traveling to Halifax to get the test, or from eastern Nova Scotia. This technology, to me, really is one of the final pieces for the hospital redevelopment in the CBRM and for Cape Breton. So my question to the minister, has any decisions been made to date to honour the commitment that the previous government made to a PET scanner for the Cape Breton Cancer Centre?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. I thank the member for the question. So certainly we did commit to doing a feasibility study of the PET scanner in Cape Breton under the redevelopment. And so that has been completed. There is some complexity around the PET scanner that requires further understanding. So things like the construction, the maintenance, staffing, and then reagent production as well. So there is ongoing discussions about the PET scanner in terms of where and how and if it can fit within the redevelopment project. So again, there'll be more to say moving forward.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate the answer from the minister, and I appreciate the conversations that we've had. And I know that the department's looking at it. And as I said, I know that the government they came to Sydney and they talked about the cancer centre and some of the amazing work that the folks on the ground are really doing down there with the healthcare redevelopment team. And as I said, not only we know that it's going to support hundreds of Cape Bretoners and Nova Scotians, that will give them a second option to get that important test. But we also know, too, as well, that there is a significant amount of money that is ready to go into that project from donors around the community. So an answer on a timeline sooner than better would be great, so that those donors can come forward with the money. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask the minister, can she commit to a timeline for the healthcare redevelopment team and for the folks on the ground who are fighting so hard for this PET scanner?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So as I said, certainly we are committed to investing in Cape Breton. You know, we've shown that through the medical school, through the addition of the cath lab, which is also a very exciting development for the redevelopment project. So really these are complexities, particularly around the reagent production as well as the staffing. So there will be more to say. I don't have a timeline, but certainly those discussions are ongoing.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our fishermen and women work rain or shine in dangerous conditions. Last year, DFO imposed a moratorium on mackerel fishing, even though American fishermen continue to fish mackerel. It seems a little unfair. To me, anyways. This takes money directly out of the pockets of our fishermen and women. Will the moratorium continue in 2023? Has the minister stood up for our fishers? And can he promise the moratorium will be lifted in 2023 to at least even the playing field with the fishermen and women in the United States?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member across. Herring fishery, or mackerel fishery, is very important to Nova Scotians and those in Northumberland Strait. And yes, I have had conversations with the Minister of DFO, and there was a time when there would be zero mackerel being caught for the tuna fishing industry. And we were able to get that done. So through our intervention, we did have the moratorium lifted, if you will, on that particular case, so that tuna fishermen can now go out and they can use the live bait to catch tuna. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the minister is that all fishermen and women in the United States are exempt from this. How is it that we still have a moratorium, or we have criteria on the local fishers here in Nova Scotia? The cost of fuel is choking our fishermen. The cost is driving up their expenses. And in some cases, they are making the difficult choice to dock their boats because they are losing money. We on this side of the House are against the federal carbon tax, and we are on the record saying that. But we are also against the inactions of this government. When will the Minister of Fisheries, what will the Minister of Fisheries say to those hardworking fishermen and women who, while we sat at home during COVID, they got up and fed Nova Scotians? What will he say to them as they watch their profits dwindle away due to inflation and the cost of fuel?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member across the aisle here. You know, certainly fishermen in Nova Scotia and Atlantic Canada are hardworking people, and we would never suggest otherwise. What we do have, though, is a different jurisdictions. In Canada, we have the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, who are responsible for both conservation, and commercialization, and the member would know that. We are doing everything we can, whether it's redfish, whether it's herring, whether it's mackerel, to assist our fishermen and women here in Nova Scotia when it comes to advocating for them with the Minister of Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Finance. Education support workers are getting a frigid response from government in their fight for fair wages that bring their members out of poverty. Their union president, Chris Melanson, says it is difficult for educational support staff to continue to do what they do with the bare minimum and then go home and make decisions about which bills or utilities to pay this month because they don't make enough to cover the necessities of living in today's age. Mr. Speaker, is the minister's position that educational support workers should live in poverty?
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So our educational support staff are incredibly valuable and important members of our school teams. We value and respect the work that they do. CUPE, like NSGEU, represents a variety of roles across the province. They include bus drivers, ECEs, custodians, EAs, tradespeople, food services staff, and more. Also, as with the NSGEU, these groups have never seen parity. They have never seen equivalent wages across the province before. We are committed to making that happen. We as a government are committed to making that happen. We saw that work with our NSGEU teams. We want to see EAs who work in Digby, who work in Shelburne, who work in Truro, Antigonish, and Glace Bay receive equal compensation for the work that they do. And so we are committed to the bargaining process and are hopeful that the parties can reach an agreement. Thank you, Mr.
Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I remember correctly, NSGEU had to go out on strike. My question is for the Minister of Labour Relations. Mr. Speaker, Chris Melanson explains how the government's position is impacting workers and students alike. Without a living wage, without progressive and meaningful increases, educational support staff will continue to leave the sector in droves to find work in other sectors or even other provinces, and I'll table that. Educational support staff are underpaid, undervalued, and understaffed. And now it appears the HRCE is preparing for scab hiring. Is this the minister's idea of good labour relations?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So as was our government's position with NSGEU, we support collective bargaining. Collective bargaining is an important process and it leads to a negotiated agreement. We saw that happen with NSGEU.
Order, please. Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Education has the floor. The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also believe that it is vitally important that employees see and understand the latest offer that's on the table before a strike vote is taken. And we are very hopeful that they'll have the opportunity to do that, to understand the compensation package that's being offered, and then we'll be able to have the opportunity to come to a negotiated agreement, Mr. Speaker. We are optimistic that that can happen if the parties are at the table and if all information is shared. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Tantalon Family Practice is requesting the support of government to fund a nurse practitioner at one of our local clinics. They've expressed a desperate need for this nurse practitioner so they can help take the pressure off of our emergency rooms by providing services for locals in our local community. So I wanted to ask through you, Mr. Speaker, is the minister familiar with the request from Tantalon Family Practice, and what is she prepared to do to accommodate their request?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So certainly there are a variety of practices, both in HRM as well as across the province, who have expressed interest in expanding their practice, which is very much aligned with the team-based care that we would like to provide across this province. So there has been a hotline that's set up for physicians to call if they want additional supports. There's also the practice optimization team that can come in and support the clinics that are looking for additional resources as well. So there are a number of avenues, and certainly I would encourage the physicians in the clinic that the member talked about to give that hotline a call and speak with medical affairs as well as the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment to understand how best we can support them.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
So, Mr. Speaker, I've been working with this clinic and other clinics in the community who have shared similar requests, and nurse practitioners that are looking to set up at local clinics are being told to, in some cases, look at existing opportunities that are already being offered in other communities. And Mr. Speaker, this doesn't strike me as, a more faster approach to helping our local clinics. We've seen a great deal of funding go out the door since February. So I'd like the minister to say, what is she going to do to ensure that these requests are being accommodated so that local clinics are able to be a part of the solution to fix
Minister of
healthcare?
Health and Wellness.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So there is an investment of $32 million in primary care across this province in order to support access and attachment, and that will require that we work with family practices. And when we add additional resources, if they are not replacement resources, there is an expectation that practices will increase access and attachment as a result of those additional resources. So certainly the clinic in which the member speaks is welcome to phone that hotline, better understand how the practice is currently being run, where the opportunities are, if the optimization team can help them, and also what additional resources would support access for their current patient care assignment, as well as potentially more attachment in the area. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, coal miners have long been the backbone of Nova Scotia, and in particular in Cape Breton. And Mr. Speaker, I would just like to read an excerpt from a letter written by the candidate for leadership of Progressive Conservative Party and now Premier of our province. It talks about the issue around benefit payments for those who work in the Cape Breton Development Corporation has recently brought to my attention. The decision to stop the health benefits for this small impacted group at the age of 65 strikes me as inherently unfair, Mr. Speaker. And now, since becoming Premier, the Premier will not meet with this organization. They've been ghosted. My question is, will the Premier commit to a meeting with the members of the Cape Breton Development Corporation miners?
To table that statement, please. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have a look at that myself. Mr. Speaker, this group of workers were employed by the federal government through a federal crown corporation. So, Mr. Speaker, we know there's been issues with concerns they've had about their pensions. The fact is that their employer was the federal government. The federal government is responsible for that, Mr. Speaker. So I'd be happy to entertain another question, but I think the member would be better off posing the question to the federal Liberals in Ottawa.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I figured that was going to be the answer. But my question was around the idea of, will the Premier meet with the group? But I'm going to quote another letter here from Duncan Retson, Regional Director General. As discussed, the Government of Canada pays benefits based on provincially determined entitlements. If Nova Scotia's Workers' Compensation Act was amended to extend wage loss to these members beyond the age of 65, the federal government would pay, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to table this document. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go back and ask the question. Will the Premier meet with these members just to discuss their situation?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I will say the federal government has never indicated that to the provincial government. I would also say that member was, he was not part of, but his party was in office for about 8 years. They had 8 years, Mr. Speaker.
Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
If they were sincere, Mr. Speaker, they would have fixed it when they had the power to do so. And I will also say that the other opposition party in here today, Mr. Speaker, had a term of office themselves not so long ago.
Order, please. Order, please. I would ask the member for Northside Westmount to come back to order. For the third time, the Minister for Northside Westmount, member for Northside Westmount, the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the fact is the federal government is the employer. They are responsible for all benefits, period, Mr. Speaker. And it's disappointing that people play politics.
Order, please. I'm going to ask that the member for Northside Westmount remove himself from the chamber until the end of question period. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
So, Mr. Speaker, this accomplishes nothing. It's just playing politics with people who are affected. They need to go to the federal government, who is their employer, period.
The Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Let's bring it in, settle it down a little bit. My question is for the Minister of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services. Mr. Speaker, we know that Nova Scotians are facing a financial crunch, especially over the past year, and no group more so than our seniors. I've heard from a number of seniors within my constituency who have applied for the HARP program and are waiting for their money to come in. And as of April 4th, the department had said that they were still processing applications received from February 13th, the week of February 13th. So my question for the minister is if he has an update on how the backlog is going with these processing of applications.
The Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate this important question and understanding that Nova Scotians are facing tough financial times. That's why our government announced back in December a significant announcement to top up the heating assistance rebate program, Mr. Speaker, $100 million to support Nova Scotians. More than 125,000 households have been approved so far, Mr. Speaker, and I want to reassure all Nova Scotians and all members of this House that we are working within the 2 to 8 week time frame, the turnaround time for processing. So those Nova Scotians that haven't heard it yet, Mr. Speaker, between the 2 and 8 week time frame, they'll certainly hear back. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the minister for that answer. I guess what the concern is for constituents who are calling into my office is that if the backlog was this great as of February, March was probably the time when most of those applications were going to come in. So I'm curious if the department had any fail-safes or any processing plans for either more staff or more bodies to process those applications where the bulk of them would have come in March.
The Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really want to extend my appreciation to the staff for working diligently to in fact, process all those applications. I mean, since we put the new program live, or the expanded program live, at the end of January, just itself, there was 111,000 applications received since then, so a significant bulk of applications then. We have also seen a significant increase in the calls through the call center, not just a double in call volumes pertaining to HARP. Actually, in fact, I think it was in February, a tripling in calls, up to 18,000 calls per month, Mr. Speaker, regarding this program, knowing that there's lots of interest in the program, but we want to reassure Nova Scotians that their applications are being processed.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Education and Early Childhood Development. For the past few weeks, we have been relaying stories of parents, mostly mothers, who can't find childcare spaces and have been assured by this government that things are improving. 14 spaces. That's how many new infant daycare spaces have been created under this government. When presented with this number, the Premier stated that this government was doing what they could. Mr. Speaker, should Nova Scotians accept that 14 new spaces is the best that this government can do?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So I can assure the member opposite, 14 new infant spaces is by no means what Nova Scotia should expect, and that's not what we are delivering. Mr. Speaker, we have been working diligently to expand access to childcare in Nova Scotia. We have opened not 14, but 1,100 new spaces. That includes spaces for infants. That includes spaces for toddlers. That includes before and after spaces, because childcare is not just needed before school starts. Parents need childcare when they work, where they live. And Mr. Speaker, our department and our government is doing the work to deliver on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham. The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated that, because the applause for 700 spaces, but 14 infant spaces was probably not something you wanted to clap on. So, Mr. Speaker, these parents who can't find daycare and can't return to work are the healthcare and skilled workers that this government is scratching their heads to try to find. Right. One mother, a nurse, told a reporter last week, "I work 2 days a week in cancer care." Why, you ask? "I have small children, and one of them is not yet school age and needs daycare." However, daycare availability is limited in my area. My daughter gets part days of care, and we are on a wait list for full days. My other 2 children finish school at 2:30. Mr. Speaker, can the minister see that healthcare workers, 84% of women, whom are women, can't work because they don't have childcare?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So I vividly recall 12 years ago having my name on multiple wait lists. My friends and family did. Colleagues across the way did. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, childcare has needed transformation for decades. The work that we are doing right now, Mr. Speaker, is not causing problems. It's the solution to the problems in childcare, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are building spaces for healthcare workers, for shift workers, for people in rural areas who've been underserviced. But in addition to doing that, because you can't just do that, to transform childcare, we not only need to build spaces, we need to reduce the costs. We've done that as well. You need to support our ECEs. We've done that as well. Mr. Speaker, we are...
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're hearing from pharmacists throughout the province. They're having difficulty hiring enough pharmacy technicians or assistants. They believe that some of the issue has been caused by the implementation of free CCA training. People who might otherwise have trained in the pharmacy sector have gone the CCA route. Will the Minister of Labour consider offering free tuition for pharmacy techs and assistants?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. I thank the member for the question. I very much appreciate it. So certainly through the Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia, as well as the College of Pharmacists, we have had some discussions about workforce. So there was recently regulations that were passed that had languished for a while, and that will allow pharmacy assistants to use prior learning in order to transition to pharmacy technicians, but also leaves a gap as well for pharmacy assistants. So we are working with Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia as well as the college to look at the workforce and better understand how we can support and expand the opportunities in that program.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was an issue that was actually raised with me at a number of different pharmacies. This often happens when you try to solve a problem in the healthcare sector. Surprise, surprise, it has an impact somewhere else in the sector. We're asking a lot of our pharmacies these days. They've stepped us up during COVID-19, did all of those vaccinations. They expanded their scope of practice. They've opened community health clinics. Surely we can ensure that they have the people they need to carry out their duties. I urge the minister to please look at the effects on other professions of the free CCA program impacts other programs as well.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I agree. We have to really look at our workforce. We know that the labour market right now, there are so many vacancies, and certainly healthcare is one of those. So in our community conversations across this province, we had the opportunity to talk in community and tell them that particularly young people or people who are midlife looking for a change in their career, there's so much opportunity in healthcare across all different sectors. So we are continuing to look at what opportunities are available, not only through growing our own workforce, but also through immigration. So the conversations are ongoing. going, and we will continue to look at options both in classroom and also other alternative learning opportunities for people to support the pharmacy sector. Thank you.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, I first met Crystal and Jackie when they contacted my office late last summer. It was then that I learned that government was not allowing 2 female parents who were trying to have parental recognition on their child's birth certificate. They were not allowed to have their two names on the birth certificate. To my shock, I found out that the government actually spends time and resources calling the parents to find out how they conceived their child. Will the Minister of Vital Statistics tell this House when government will stop calling citizens to ask them how they conceived their child when they are 2 female parents?
The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the important question from the member opposite. What I can share with the House is that there's a package of proposed amendments regarding modernizing the birth registration process in Nova Scotia, a comprehensive review and actually engagement with a number of different community organizations, including actually members of the opposition, to share their feedback, Mr. Speaker. So we're certainly taking in all that information into consideration and experiences that Nova Scotians are living firsthand into consideration of how we modernize this act and modernize the needs of Nova Scotians and our growing diverse population. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, if you know the donor, the parent's name is removed from the birth certificate, leaving one parent's space blank on the birth certificate. Then they are asked to actually adopt their own child. Can you imagine that? You're the mother who delivered the baby and you are asked to adopt your own child. Will the minister tell the House and all those affected, when will they see a change?
Order, please. The time for all questions put by members to ministers has expired. That's for them. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North on a point of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I give the point of privilege, I do want to ask if the Speaker would give consideration to hearing this point of privilege, considering the time that has lapsed. I did just find out on Thursday at the end of the session that this would qualify as a point of privilege, and I was not aware of that before end of session on Thursday, at which time I had a meeting with the clerks. And Mr. Speaker, my point of privilege is referring to an email that I received on January the 6th, and where I received a threat of litigation from an employee from the Department of Justice regarding helping an employee and a constituent with their wife that had died tragically at our hospital. The email was sent Friday, January the 6th at 11:40 p.m. Mr. Speaker, I did seek legal counsel.
Order, please. I've just been informed that a matter of privilege, I just want to read this for everybody's information. The matter of privilege to be raised in the House must have recently occurred and must call for the immediate action of the House. Therefore, the member must satisfy the Speaker that he or she is bringing the matter to the attention of the House as soon as practicable after becoming aware of the situation. When a member has not fulfilled this important requirement, the Speaker has ruled that the matter is not a prima facie question of privilege. I now recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll rise on a point of order. We would like to know what recourse this member has. Each time she has tried to either represent her constituents or an individual that she knows or the parents of a victim, she is threatened with legal action or censorship from this government. So, you know, for all of us to feel comfortable here that we can say what we want to say, represent our constituents and do our job in here, we need to know that we can do that without legal threat or threat of censor in this House. So I would ask you to consider that and please offer us what measures can be brought in place to ensure that members' rights are protected in this House if you're not able to listen to her point of privilege today.
I am going to rule the point of order out of order because, as mentioned in the rules, the notice of motion for a point of privilege has to be given as soon as possible to the date that took place. But as far as what recourse could the member from Cumberland North or any member in this chamber want to do, the recommendation from me is that they try to follow that timeline, but at the same time to approach the clerks for advice or legislative counsel. That's why we have legislative counsel. So I would recommend that the member do that, and again, that other members, the other members in the House here, consider that if the time ever comes that they may be faced with the same situation. So with that, we'll move on. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on supply.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Taking into consideration your recent comments and advice, I am standing today speaking into supply about the pattern of intimidation, the culture of silencing, and culture of bullying that not only I have experienced, Mr. Speaker, but others in this chamber, present and past. Upon the advice of legal counsel, I have been advised, Mr. Speaker, to stand today and to lay out the pattern of intimidation so that it is documented. And as I mentioned when I stood on the point of privilege, I was unaware that an email from a department, from the Department of Justice, could be used as a point of privilege because, Mr. Speaker, I had thought only acts or events that happened in the chamber could be used as a point of privilege. So I've learned and will take that into consideration in the future and future sessions. It was news to me when I met with the clerks. We met to discuss what are the tools in the tool chest for us as MLAs when we feel threatened that we are not permitted to do the job that we were elected to do, and that is to represent the people of our area. And I was told about the workplace harassment policy, but there are limitations with that, Mr. Speaker, in that you have to bring those forward within 6 months So if an event had happened before that, the workplace harassment policy is not usable. And that a point of privilege, you have to bring it forth as soon as your first opportunity. And this email that I received was January the 6th, so I completely understand and respect the ruling of you, Mr. Speaker. However, at the advice of legal counsel, I would like to lay out today, Mr. Speaker, a pattern that I've experienced, and I know of others that have had similar experiences as well. And of course, we all know the most recent example was just a week ago, last Monday, when a notice of motion was tabled here in the chamber to have me removed from the legislature. And there was quite a shock. It was quite a shock to experience that type of reprimand from the government. Not only I was shocked, but I've received communications from all over the entire country because it's such a rare thing to see happen in democracy that we are supposed to be ruled under here in Canada. I consider the notice of motion that was tabled last week, Mr. Speaker, to be another form of intimidation for me to do my job here in this workplace. It's unfair to the people I represent from Cumberland North. I have had my eyes open wide since I was elected in 2017. Mr. Speaker, I had no idea the culture of politics. I had no idea that I would be expected to toe the line and be basically a puppet to a leader, whoever that leader may be. And I don't believe, Mr. Speaker, that that is fair to the people that I represent, nor is it fair to anyone in a democracy. People elect all of us to represent them, to be their voice here in this legislature, to bring forth the best legislation that is possible. It's ironic when I go to our Nova Scotia government website about bullying. One of the comments on this says, if you are being bullied, remember that you don't have to put up with it. You can seek help. So, Mr. Speaker, today I am seeking help from you and from everyone in this chamber because I would like the bullying to stop so that I can focus on doing the job that I was elected to do, and that is represent the people of Cumberland North. Not only does it affect my well-being and my health and my ability to do my job in this workplace, this is actually undemocratic. It's unconstitutional what was brought forth to me. There was a lot of research done by people that were helping me, and it's very rare when you look at the history, Mr. Speaker, to take such an unconstitutional step. Here in Nova Scotia, there's very rare cases. People were removed for things such as criminal misconduct. BC, no one's ever been removed from the legislature. Alberta, no one's ever been removed. In Saskatchewan, someone was removed for a criminal for murder, Colin Thatcher, in 1984. In 1980, Robert Wilson was removed from Manitoba for trafficking. In 1940, someone was removed from Manitoba because they were a communist. His last name was Litterick. In New Brunswick, Fred Harvey, however, was removed from a seat by a judge. No one has ever been removed from PEI or Newfoundland. And Northwest Territories, someone was removed for breaking COVID-19 rules. So it is very rare. We go all the way back to 1874 when Louis Riel was removed for murder. So it's been an interesting history lesson, Mr. Speaker, going through all of the people that I potentially will be lined up with if this notice of motion passes. And the fact that the notice of motion was not removed when the leader of the official opposition requested the government to do so shows that it's being left on the order paper as another form of intimidation, so that every day when I come in this chamber, I am going to wonder, is today the day that I'm going to be removed undemocratically from my seat in this legislature? On January the 6th, I was intimidated as well after trying to assist a constituent we all know the story of Allison Holthoff. It was a very tragic situation in our community, Mr. Speaker. And a few days after Gunta had come to me, I received this email on a Friday night at 11:40 p.m. from someone that works in the Department of Justice. I did not sleep. And about 24 hours later, Mr. Speaker, I sought legal counsel from 3 separate lawyers. Each of the 3 lawyers told me that it was an act of intimidation, a clear threat to me and my ability to do my job. I did not know I could bring it forth as a point of privilege, and that is why I did not do that until today. At the end of my speech, Mr. Speaker, I'll table all of the documents that I have. I would also like to reference, Mr. Speaker, a point of privilege that was tabled here, and I won't read through all the documents, but I did want to mention it in this speech because it is another example of intimidation here in this chamber on Friday, or on Thursday, April the 21st. And Mr. Speaker, you gave your ruling on that point of privilege that the member from Bedford South and myself had stood on. And I would like to reference, because it's interesting in the ruling, it says, I want to read 2 things, if there's a ruling on whether something is intimidation. First, was there an intimidating action? And second, does the intimidating action directly impair a specific parliamentary duty or legislative function? And Mr. Speaker, you found that in fact there was an intimidating action. But because I came back in the chamber and did my job and did not show any physical or emotional or mental signs of distress, the ruling was that there was no intimidation. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, I chose not to make a comment after that ruling. But in my opinion, if someone is trying to intimidate and has intimidating behaviors for someone, just because I'm a strong woman and will stand in the face of that and not show emotion and not leave my job, should not mean that it was not intimidating. And now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to bring up another topic that does open old wounds, but I want to bring it up because it also shows the pattern of being silenced and being shamed. From March 22nd, 2020 until June 24th, 2021, I shared the concerns of the people I represent in our border community every single week with my caucus. The unbelievable stress that the pandemic placed on our people who live in harmony every day with the people of Westmoreland County, New Brunswick, for medical care, business, and family, and more, was unbearable. It went on for 64 weeks. On June 22nd, when the former Premier, our member from Timberlea and Prospect, and I will say we have made amends, he's been a real gentleman, when he backtracked on the opening of our border, everything fell apart in our community. People lost it. People were messaging me and calling me, and they were going to block the highway, and I begged them not to. They asked me to join them in the protest, and I told them I would not go to the New Brunswick-Nova Scotia border, and I did not. Many people, thousands probably, went to exit 7, which was 45 minutes from the border. I made that famous video because I was angry on behalf of my people, and I went and I joined a protest that was there. And Mr. Speaker, many members in this House joined protests in support of their constituents. And in fact, the member from Cumberland South tried to join the protest but was stuck in traffic. Yet he still sits in his seat. That night at 8:30, with the assistance of former...
Order, please. I just want to ask the member to tread carefully here because you're starting to point out individuals and that the repercussions could be.
Thank you.
Honourable member for Cumberland North.
At 8:30, as things were getting dark, with the assistance of former MP Scott Armstrong, I gave a speech and asked people to go home. And I told people I would come here to the city on their behalf. And I did that, Mr. Speaker. I was asked by the Premier not to speak to media, and I complied. Everyone at home knew I was here in the city while people blocked the New Brunswick-Nova Scotia border, and I was never there. The Minister of Housing called me that afternoon to congratulate me for standing up for my people. The Minister of Community Cultures and Tourism and Heritage called me, congratulated me for standing up for my people. And at 5 o'clock, I held a caucus meeting where they asked me to publicly state that I was not an anti-vaxxer and that I did not support the border blockade, and I agreed. Then I went to the caucus office and was given a document, which I will table, which I was told to sign, Mr. Speaker, or do a video. And if I had have done that, Mr. Speaker, it was legally implicating me in the Nova Scotia border blockade, which I was never at. So after hours of trying to negotiate with the current Premier, I was not willing to sign something that was not truthful, Mr. Speaker. I will not do that. That is the foundation of who we are. If we lose the ability to stand in our truth, we have lost everything. And I am not willing to do that. I was not willing to do that then, and I'm not willing to do that now. And I hope to God I will never be in that situation where I will give that up. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm outlining these four very direct, very specific acts where I have been attempted to be silenced. I believe it has been forms of intimidation and bullying, and I've had enough. I've been elected by the people of Cumberland North to come to this legislature and represent them, and I believe I should be free to do so. I believe what we're seeing in this legislature last week, and the fact that this notice of motion to remove me sits on the order table to intimidate me each and every day that I come in this House, likely until the next election, weakens democracy here in Nova Scotia, and people are watching across this entire country. I will stand firm on my foundation of truth. The acts of intimidation actually strengthen my resolve to help stand in and stand for democracy. They strengthen my resolve, Mr. Speaker. Former MLA Alana Pond, former constituency assistant Martha McQuarrie, both strong women who tried to stand, and both expelled and treated like pariahs as well. It's not just me, Mr. Speaker. There has been a pattern of intimidation and a culture of silence, and I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, for the government to stop. Allow me to do my job in representing the people of Cumberland North, and I believe we'll all be better off for it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is carried. We'll now take a brief recess to allow for the committee to set up for estimates. Too late now.
Order, please. The Committee on the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Community Services and Lanou Affairs, Resolution E4, E30.
Thank you. I will say that we are in 50 minutes remaining of NDP questioning. I will recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to finish briefly with the line of questions from last day. Last week, I asked the minister about the Doubletree Hotel in Dartmouth. This is a 200-plus room hotel, no kitchen facilities in any of the units. And there's huge questions from the community, and I would say from the greater community of folks working with the unhoused around what the plans for this building are. Our understanding, the rumor is that it will be a continuation of emergency shelter services. But of course, we have huge questions around that. That's a lot of people. That's a lack of kitchen facilities. If it's supported, what kind of support will it be? How will the neighborhood be involved in these conversations? What's the budget? We've talked a lot about the I'm aware of the division of the homelessness portfolio into DCS and the housing portfolio into municipal affairs and housing, which I'll just take the opportunity to say I think is really weird. We all understand that housing exists on a continuum, and I think it's unfortunate that that's not reflected in our government structures. But nonetheless, my question is, I think last week the minister said, we'll have more to share as soon as next week, and now it's next week. And so I'm going to ask again, can the minister share anything about this project? Because there are lots of rumors. There's a huge amount of curiosity. And, you know, those rumors are because there is no information. And so what we hear on the news is there's the province is going to strengthen its relationship with the hotel owner. Quite frankly, I have no idea what that means. I think it means the province is going to lease the hotel. So if that's what it means, maybe the minister could clarify. But genuinely, like, we just want to understand what's going on. So particularly for my office, so that we can help the community to understand, and you know, we can make sure that we can support it in whatever way is possible. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for the question. I know this is very important to the member as it is directly affects her constituency and her constituents as well as neighboring constituencies. And what I want to reassure to the member is that this is a colossal initiative that we're taking on. For rumors to be out there because there's no clarity of what's going on. I accept that somewhat, but our messaging and narrative has always been when we fully have everything put together, we will allow everyone to know at the same time. We haven't been sharing little bits here or there, or right? So we remain very, very committed to the individuals that are there now and staying there, as well as committed to those partners that we're working with to ensure that we strike a balance between understanding and having all the proper details in place and logistics. We hope we get it right. You know, that's always our goal, is to make sure that the individuals that we're serving will have everything in place. And again, as the member has mentioned about kitchen facilities, of course, that would be one thing that we're trying to work out. It's not like the first time we haven't been able to work something like that out, but we will, you know, there's a lot of different partners to have discussions with, as we're always very conscientious about spending taxpayers' money. We want to make sure that we're hitting the right balance with all the partners and organizations that we are in discussions with. And again, it's really important to ensure that no one that is currently living there at the moment will not be displaced. We will, again, we are into this week, and I assure the member that there will be more information to share this week. I'm sorry that it's not at this point in time, but I am committed to making sure that everyone that is keenly interested in this initiative will be fully aware by the end of the week. So thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just have two questions to ask the minister today, unlike usual. But the first one is a follow-up to this question, because the Doubletree Hotel in Dartmouth actually is, who knows whose writing it's in. It's kind of in this like netherland of Dartmouth North, Dartmouth South. But regardless, for sure there are people from Dartmouth North who live there now. But one of the things that we've heard about this situation is that there are a number of workers at the hotel who have been given their leave, and one of the issues is that the union, their collective agreement basically says they have seniority for 10 I believe it's 10 months, but the contract is 11 months. So the contract that's being worked out with the province has some kind of, basically the end result is that anyone who loses their job won't have an ability to get their job back if they rehire workers. So this is a serious issue. It's my understanding is that there's somewhere between 80 and 100 people who are going to lose work if this deal goes through. I'm seeing the minister frown, and so I'm basically like, if this deal has not been worked out properly yet or fully yet, then I want to bring this to the minister's attention, because if there is negotiation to do, perhaps it would be important to negotiate some severance for those people that are going to lose their jobs as of whenever the province takes over the building. So I'm wondering, I guess my question is to the minister, has she heard about this issue of the workers who work at the hotel losing work, and is she willing to negotiate some kind of severance for them in case, in the event that the DCS is going to be leasing this building? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for that follow-up question. Again, without disclosing too much personal information about the employees, there will be more information on that question later this week when everything will be announced to the public. We do have a few other things, as I mentioned earlier, that we have to discuss. But as the member would probably know, like the employees at the hotel are employed by the hotel. And we have been very much so involved in discussions that they, to ensure that there will be direction for them for employment elsewhere. And we know that the vast majority of them will be employed, but if there are those that may not be, again, I can't reveal any stats on that, but what I can assure the members that discussions are happening because we would not want that to happen. So we've also brought in our Minister of Immigration, Labour and Skills as well, just in case there was anything that her department would be able to assist with if need be. But again, just to the member, we certainly have explored and looked at those issues, but they really are employed and the responsibility of the employer of the hotel. I hope that helps. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that does help. I look forward to hearing sort of the fallout from those discussions. So totally different topic. The minister repeatedly has said in this House that she will do whatever she can to get people attached to income assistance when they need it. In question period, we've talked about income assistance, and her answer has often been, whoever needs income assistance will get income assistance. That's notwithstanding the need for raising the rates and all of that stuff. But I have a constituent, and this is not the first time this has happened, but this man he's found himself on workers' comp. And because of a variety of circumstances, the package that he bought when he's subcontractor, he's like in business for himself, construction worker. When he began working in Nova Scotia, he didn't have enough money to buy a better workers' comp package, which means when he actually got injured on the job, he had the lowest amount of insurance that was legal. And so he finds himself now with a monthly income of, I'm going to say, in the $500 to $600 range. So it's extremely low. I can't remember exactly how much it is a week. No one can survive on $500 to $600. So this person has found himself cohabitating, maybe that's the wrong, the whole point of this question is about about cohabitation. He's found himself needing to move in with his ex-partner. They are in a 2-bedroom apartment. They do not have a conjugal relationship, for lack of a better description. They are not partners anymore. They have a child together, a grown-up child. They were together a long time ago, but because they have a relationship around the child, the ex-partner has said, yes, come and live with me. And because there's literally he would be on the street because there is nowhere to live for $500 to $600. He cannot get income assistance because and the definition, my understanding is the definition of the policy is that even if you swear an affidavit that you are not in a relationship with somebody, if you have a child with them, then you are considered as part of a couple. And I cannot believe that in this day and age, and with all of the things that have happened, and with the cost of living, and with COVID, and people's living arrangements have been and the fact that there's nowhere to live in Nova Scotia right now. In Dartmouth North, the vacancy rate is less than 1%. It's about 0.6%. How is it possible that we cannot figure out for this guy to get before someone and swear that he is not in a relationship with this person and get him on income assistance. So he's on $500, $600. It also means he's got drug coverage for any injury, like for what he's on workers' comp for, but otherwise he doesn't have any access to pharmacare. So I'm asking the minister to, I guess my question is, will the minister take a look at this exact case, but also take a look at this policy at this point, because this policy is outdated. I understand that there are people who try to cheat the system. I get it. But there are also people who are living on $500 or trying to live on $500 who cannot make it. And I'd like for this person to be able to access income assistance. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for her question and for representing her constituent the best way she knows how. What I would suggest and recommend is, because we can't get into personals or disclose or name people in this chamber, it is extremely important for me to understand the situation of her constituent. Although they are on WCB, there could be a discussion that we could have collectively together that I may be able to help the member go back and help her constituent with just information and resources that I'm aware of. So I'm extremely happy and committed to taking this conversation offline and helping the member. But I also want to let the member know that we are constantly in our department looking at different policies and making changes where we can to benefit our clients. And we'll continue having those discussions and certainly take note of her comments. But again, I highly recommend that we have a discussion with myself or my deputy and see if we can help her constituents somehow to move forward. Because we always have the best interests of people, whether they're our clients or not. We may know of a way to navigate the individual's future. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start with some homelessness and food insecurity questions for the minister. First, how are we addressing food security at the source, not just giving money to food banks who are overwhelmed and over capacity? Does this department have a guiding strategy, and will they table it?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, this government has taken food security very seriously, especially given the challenging and critical times right now that people are facing with much adversity around just being financially stable. We know that there's certainly forces out of our control globally that have impacted us and certainly have hurt the most vulnerable in our province and in Canada, North America. What I would like to allow the member to understand from this perspective over here is that we know that food insecurity is very complex and that it's not just coming from the Department of Community Services. It's not like we're responsible for food insecurity. It is a government responsibility of all levels, but more importantly, within our government, I work with the Minister of Education on food security. I work with the Minister of Agriculture on food security. I work with the Minister of Health on food security. I work with the Minister of Communities, Culture, Heritage on food security. I work with the Minister of Seniors, Health and Wellness. So we all come together and we all have pots of funding that we ensure that we can help all the food banks across here. And look, we realize that much more needs to be done. And we don't have what we call a specific strategy, but we're all doing the very best that we can. And what I can say is that we know that the Department of Agriculture is reviewing and working on a food and beverage strategy and looking to see how can we come together and make this work. I will let the member know, though, that community services, we have decided that we have already invested in a collaborative food network pilot, which is happening actually in Preston and Eskasoni and East Preston, actually. And the collaborative food network, it's propelled basically to create more sustainable wraparound services and to be able to leverage and ensure that all organizations within the community, along with government assets, can work together to address the intersection of food with physical and mental well-being, poverty, social inclusion, and to ensure that their individuals are healthy enough and well enough and we can assist in their skill sets to hopefully try and find employment. We will continue to be culturally responsive as well when we speak of food security, and we want culturally responsive food security services are available for Nova Scotians and individuals and families with children. And just to give an idea of some of the funding, so there was through the Department of Health and Wellness, they provide an annual grant of $750,000 to support health promoting school, as well as an annual grant of $1.7 million for school healthy eating. And we could go on with the number of investments, so we could certainly table those investments or get to the member all those investments that we have made. There certainly has been major increases, millions and millions of dollars more prior to the last government that was in government. So thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. I'm seeing that there seems to be no strategy. It seems that it's still the same thing that under the Liberal government and last year seems to be the same approach, and that is piecemeal, food banks, teachers, that reliance, and I know the minister well, and I know the minister is sincere in her wanting to help, but we need
a food strategy here in Nova Scotia. We have people who are starving. We have food banks that are overwhelmed, over capacity. They can't keep doing the work, and government does have a responsibility, and government does have a role to play, and that is providing people with enough money so that they can go to the grocery store and they can buy the food that they need. And so I do hope that we're going to see something very soon, because we can't keep relying on outside sources. I want to talk about homelessness. I guess my first question is, what is DCS's plan for homelessness? Things are getting worse. There is a lack of housing stock. Rent supplements only work when there's places to rent, and there's the vacancies. There's barely any vacancies left, and anything that's there is well overpriced. We have people who are living in tents, in parks, in the woods. We have people living in their cars. The rural areas, they are definitely in the woods. They are couch surfing. And this is, and I've said this before, this is couch surfing. And this is homelessness, and the lack of housing is actually detrimental to our healthcare system. And we have families, along with the same part of her department, same kind of minister's department is, we have families who are homeless. We have families that are homeless, and they are scared to come forward, terrified, because if they do, there is the potential for DCS, for child welfare, to come in, and they might lose their children. So we have all of these problems with regards to our homeless population. We have seniors who are on the streets. We have families. We have people who are single. Rent supplements only work when there's places to rent, and there's nowhere to rent that is affordable. And so I asked the minister, do we have a homelessness strategy here in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just want to clarify, when the member did ask her question, indicated that it sounded like there was no food strategy, but I want to reaffirm that I indicated that the Department of Agriculture is actually providing and working on a strategy, a food and beverage strategy, and many departments, but I can speak for my department for sure that we're very involved in that network and ensuring we are there at the table to contribute any way that we can, because we know that we have a lot to offer from knowing and witnessing what we see, especially with knowing that we, provide close to 200 different organizations with funding. Plus, knowing what is happening in our own communities and hearing what's in our own community. So I just want to, again, reassure the member that we are on it. There's been major investments, and we'll continue making those investments. Is it, perfect? Absolutely not. But we are definitely committed. So, but moving on to the member's current question, homelessness hasn't just been around since this government formed. And I know everyone in this chamber realizes that homelessness has been around for a long, long time. I sat in opposition for 8 years, and we talked about homelessness and whether or not there was going to be any type of, what were they going to do? What was the Liberal government going to do about the homeless situation? At the time, I had a young gentleman in his 20s. I took him in, and we provided temporary shelter for that individual for about 2 months before we were able to find them a permanent housing solution. And that was back in 2013, I think, or 14. But again, this government has invested $8.8 million more, making the total investment for supportive housing, it's a first in Canada, the models that we're using. And we should be very, very proud. But our total investment is $26 million. So every year we have been making sincere financial contributions that will continue to ensure that we can find individuals temporary shelter, but our main goal is always to find permanent housing. And I know it's a struggle. We all know there's a housing crisis. We all wish we had a magic wand and we could change the situation. Each and every one in this chamber would love to be able to do that. We are working as fast as we can. And I want to say that addressing homelessness we realize the potential that it has to reduce the pressures on our healthcare system. We know that, and hospital beds and emergency rooms, and in particular just on our justice system alone. So we are very committed. Again, in this year's budget, an increase of $8.2 million. And the funding will be used as well for new and continued supportive housing initiatives throughout this whole province, from Yarmouth right to Cape North. We want to continue working with those organizations and service providers, and I thank those that are working in the Department of Community Services that are committed daily to having those conversations with our service providers. I mean, we have a lot of service providers, and I don't know where we would be without them, and without those individuals that are, have a huge, huge heart. Many Nova Scotians, we know, their challenges that they have, their personal challenges, sometimes make it difficult for them to find housing that they feel comfortable in and that they can stay there. These individuals have very often complex needs, but the member is correct. We do see a number of individuals that are hardworking Nova Scotians with children, and they can't afford their rent, and they may not be able to afford their mortgage. But that is when we have to step in and try to help them and say, okay, would you fit under this program? Maybe it's a rental supplement of some sort, or maybe it's making sure that we can supply them with, work with our diversion shelter program. And we want, anytime anyone knows, we do suggest reach out, because we want to be able to have those thoughtful conversations and understand the needs. It worries me when the member talks about, families being scared. I would hope that they would want to come to us so that we can find them a place. We don't want people sleeping in their cars. We want people to be able to be in a secure environment, feeling a sense of belonging, and knowing that they can provide for their family. And, they need a lift. We're the department that can give them a lift and help them through. And we have professionals. We have people that are highly skilled and professional and deal with these situations day in and day out. And they are very caring and are dedicated to helping individuals. And Just before I finish on this, though, I did want to mention that in this past year alone, 61% of supportive housing units, 61% are new within the last year. So we have 521 supportive housing units. That's pretty incredible for our government to have achieved that in the last year. I don't know any other government that's ever been able to do that. It's because of the great workers we have and being innovative, and some working 24/7. We recently, I know the member would know that we just had our supportive housing in the Overlook in Dartmouth, which is, an incredible transformation of a hotel property that has just been made into a permanent housing, supportive housing for 60 individuals. So again, funding was just announced as well for a new property in Cape Breton, which the member would be happy to know about, where it will support 6 men experiencing chronic homelessness. So again, every day we're looking at different organizations and partnerships with people, and we'll keep doing that, Mr. Chair, and I hope that answers some of the questions. Thanks.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, not really, because I'm looking for a plan, a full, detailed plan of how do we get a handle on this situation, and so I'm going to ask the minister this. Has the minister talked with her colleague at Municipal Affairs and Housing about the need that they are seeing in their department, the need for more public housing and more deeply affordable housing? And when I say deeply affordable, I mean that under 30% of your income.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as the member would know, that housing really exists on quite a large spectrum. And we are aware of all those different levels, from homelessness to supportive, making sure that individuals have supportive housing, some in need of help financially to pay their rent, some who may need permanent housing, some who prefer to just have a temporary shelter. Our services are there for anyone, and we're willing to help anyone. But they are, volunteer. We can't make someone come to us, and it's very important that I have these conversations every other day with my ministers with regards to the situation of homelessness and the housing crisis. Those are conversations that are on our table all the time. They're not going away anytime soon. We know that. So that is why we continue to have these discussions and look at it from a holistic view in trying to see where can we reach deeply so that we can be preventative and have that early intervention and in ensuring that we don't have more people that are going to have to depend on resources that the government has there, because everyone wants to live a dignified life. Everyone wants to be able to support themselves and be independent. I know that the roles at DCS with regards to homelessness really intersect with a lot of the policies and role of the responsibility of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. So of course we're constantly talking and collaborating and thinking outside the box and having those thoughtful discussions and really working with all municipalities across the province too that are experiencing in their communities an increase in homelessness. We know it's there. I think that we're moving as fast as we can. We'll continue to be committed. I know that the member would know that, recent announcements that have just been made here in HRM. We'll keep doing our very best. I promise the individual that, and we're having the conversations every other day.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm going to move on to child welfare. Last year at estimates, the minister wasn't indicated to me that they weren't familiar with the contract of $21 million to Arden Professional Client Care to provide places of safety and temporary emergency accommodations, also known as T. I hope, so I'm wondering if the minister is now familiar, as she is now no longer brand new to her role. We are concerned with the lack of regulation of these private for-profit centers, as well as the lack of training staff working with vulnerable children have. Can the minister explain this department practice and the decision to invest in these private companies instead of the public sector?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services with 5 minutes, 10 seconds remaining in this hour.
Thank you. To the member, first of all, I think the member has mischaracterized from last year with regards to not being familiar with temporary arrangements. I'm very familiar. Yes, I'm more knowledgeable this year, as anyone would be in their job. They become more knowledgeable. But definitely I was familiar last year because I remember the briefings and I remember the stories around those briefings, and having much concern around the children going into temporary care. And this, you know, no one likes to see children going into temporary care, but it does happen. It does happen once in a while, and sometimes it's to ensure the safety and protection of the child. Always the child is at our forefront. That is all, not all I should say, but that is always my main concern, is the child. What is best for the child? And the member is correct that some of these organizations that partner with us, some of them are private. Not all, but some of them are private. And again, it mostly happens when we don't have a foster home in place that meets the criteria and the needs of the child. And so, you know, these temporary care placements really serve their purpose. Again, are they perfect? No, absolutely not. But it's again a solution to an issue that has come up very quickly in most cases, where again we can't find a foster care home that's willing to provide you know, a home for them at the moment. What I would say is that, as the member I know knows, we have invested $34 million over 5 years in our Mockingbird redesign of our foster care system, which is called the Mockingbird Family. And we know, I mean, when we look at over the 650 foster caregivers in this province, and we have close maybe to anywhere between 800 to 1,000 children in care at a time, we need more foster caregivers. There's no doubt about it. And we've been out there really promoting that. And with our new foster care design, I believe that we're going to achieve that. We have just recently seen an increase in our numbers for foster caregivers, and we're really proud of that. Right now, I think it's gone up to, we've had just lately 33 more families. So I recommend and suggest to anyone that's in the chamber right now, hopefully hearing my plea, please share. Please share. We need more foster caregivers. And the system that we're going to be putting in place, as many would know, we currently have a pilot in Preston as well as in Cape Breton, and it's going extremely well. We know that this redesign will result definitely in more supports, but not just for the children, but for the foster caregivers. And it will also include recruitment of emergency receiving foster homes for children who are brought into care. It's 66% of these children are, out of the 870, are cared by foster caregivers. And my goal and the department's goal is to have at least 1,000. And that will reduce having to have these temporary placements that the member has brought forward. And again, so currently right now, we have started to move all foster homes to, we will be this fall, beginning to move all foster homes to constellations and applying what we have learned from the 2 that are in the pilot program right now. I know that it's a very exciting time for foster caregivers with these new changes. It's not just going to benefit the children, but the foster caregivers as well. And I'm happy to share more on the Mockingbird design. There's a lot of details around it, but it's all really positive. And we're just excited that we have more foster families joining our team at this point in time.
Order, please. That hour of NDP questioning has lapsed. We'll turn to the Liberal caucus, and I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, hope everyone had a great weekend. I hope nobody ate as much chocolate as I did. I'm scared for the day when I actually have kids in the house to eat their chocolate, so it's coming sooner rather than later. I stopped on a line of questioning right before the weekend, line of questioning with respect to arm's length organizations and funding, but I think I'll stick to children in the care of the minister for a little bit while we're on the same subject matter at this point. So through the chair, I would like to ask the minister how many children are under her roof, so to speak, as a start.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Currently, there's 870 children in the care of the minister.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
And thank you for that response through the chair. How much money does the department budget to look after those children?
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville to restate the question.
To clarify, how much is the departmental budget to look after the children that are within the minister's care? Budgeted for places of safety, if that helps to... Yes, please. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, and mixed chair, and I thank the member for this this question. So. What I would say is, first of all, in this current budget, you would see that there would be $11.8 million around the maintenance of children. But I want the member to understand
again, this would be an uncapped situation. We can't project out if we're going to have, 100 and some children that need to be put into, temporary placements, or if we're going to have 2. Obviously, we would like to have none, but we will always ensure that there's going to be money there for anyone that would need that service. But for the overall budget, that would include like foster parent resources and foster care redesign, everything. It's $104 million. A little over $104 million. So including in that total would be the $11 million that I speak about for temporary placement. And again, though, maintenance of children would be approximately $83 million. And then, as mentioned, we increased the foster care redesign project. As mentioned earlier, it's $34 million over 5 years. So this year there was, in the budget, you would see $8.5 million going towards it, right? And then the foster parent resources would be $960,000. I would say that because our government is extremely focused on prevention and early intervention, you would see that we actually have an increase of $7.8 million into programs to ensure that we are working with, families plus, and early intervention, and there's a number of different programs that we provide throughout communities here in Nova Scotia to ensure that families stay united. It's always our goal to reunite families, and I believe that with these investments that we're making and helping families before things percolate into what some would consider as disaster for them. We want to get in there early, and I think we're doing a good job at that, and increasing investments at those early stages. I know that when I first started, one of the first things that I had mentioned to my deputy and team was that I am very much prevention focused and early intervention. And I think that when we look at the investments again, just alone, an increase this year again at $7.8 million. We have Parenting Journey, which is a goal-based home visitation program, so that we're making sure professionals are getting into the home and with families, and that they help them build their skills to be the best parents that they can, because we ultimately know that they love their children dearly, but they may need a little bit of assistance in parenting skills. I was lucky that I had family close by, but a lot of people don't have the same networks. Again, Families Plus, which is ensuring that registered social workers provide intensive home-based supports for a period of up to 9 months. And this is really exciting news, because we've actually just created 4 more sites because we know that they work so well. And then strengthening fathers, and that was another thing. As soon as I was given the privilege to be in this role, I said, we're not investing enough into our young boys and men. We have to do better. We have to do better and help them. And this is an opportunity to support fathers who have used family violence as a way of, trying to control and not wanting to, but due to their own trauma and history and family background. So this program supports safety and well-being for these fathers and for their children and their partners, and then Fatherhood Matters, and then we have family resource programs and community family peer support and cultural connections and youth outreach. The list goes on, and these programs, I mean, I could get into specifics about them. Certainly
Again, though, I think it's really important for the member to know that in total of all these programs in the province, there's 82 different organizations that are providing these services, and a total funding of $19.9 million. But more importantly, we're servicing, out of those numbers, we're servicing up to 40,000, between 35 and 40,000 youth and children and families. And so we have 82 service providers, but the programs would be 138 total. And again, I'm very proud that we were able to see additional investments, financial investments in this budget of $7.8 million to enhance and expand these programs to new sites and areas across this province. So I hope that helps answer some of the questions the member had. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you for that response through the chair. I assume that we started out with a number of 870 children in the minister's care. She just referenced to thousands. I'm assuming that the number is broader. For what reason? Did I miss? Can I ask the minister to clarify? When I first stood up, I asked how many are in the minister's care. She referenced 870 children in care. She just referenced to tens of thousands being funded by DCS's budget in her last final statement. So I'd just ask the minister to clarify what she meant.
I recognize the honourable minister for community services.
Yes, I'll certainly clarify that. Sorry, I was at the end commenting on all the wonderful early intervention and prevention programs that we have that are benefiting between 35,000 and 40,000 children, families, parents that are not in our care. That's the whole purpose of making sure that we are getting to them before they have to come into the care. Right now, I think I state I have 873 individuals in my care. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you for the minister's patience and that clarification. So what's the average length of stay for children in places of safety? Please and thank you, through the chair.
I recognize the honourable minister for community services.
Thank you, mixed chair. So we would see probably on the average stay would be sometimes up to a year.
Our goal is always to make sure that stay is as short as possible. But again, the real goal, as mentioned earlier, is to make sure that those investments are going into early intervention and prevention programs so that we never have to see children come into temporary care placements. But again, we're faced, and I guess I'll be repeating myself here too, but the challenge to get foster caregivers and to ensure that there's enough families out there to care for some of these children and youth with extreme complex needs. Again, as I said earlier, many times some of these children and youth have very challenging lives, many of them, and they have some really to no fault of their own, but they do have complex needs, and that requires a lot of attention and patience and love and care, of course. But we want to ensure that they have a place where that they will be safe. Again, safe for themselves, and in some cases, safe for their family too. We must ensure that when they do come into care, that there is stability, and that each of them feel that they are being cared for and supported as needed. And again, the complexities of some of these children is really hard. Without getting into specifics, I just can't explain how difficult some of these situations are 24/7. But we need, at the end of the day, we need more foster caregivers, and I will continue to be an advocate out there and try to convince people, to be a foster care parent. I was going to be a foster care parent 20-some years ago, and at the time, we went through the process, and it was great. Although we had a bed and breakfast, and that's what I love about this department. They put the child first, and at the time, my husband and I, we had a bed and breakfast where there would be people in and out all the time, and that wasn't considered safe for the child. And you know what? Rightly so. So again, we want to ensure that the children, their needs are being met. We know that we are committed to fully redesigning the foster care system. That is a commitment of mine, and I want to ensure that I can increase the supports for caregivers as well on all fronts. Yes, that would include financially, but as well as ensuring that they have a network of support of like-minded people. And I think that's what the Mockingbird model really provides, is a good, stable network of individuals that support one another. I think that's, if that answers, I'm willing to take the member's next question.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you, Minister, through the chair. With respect to oversight for these organizations and the job that they're doing with respect to places of safety and children that are temporarily in the minister's care, I'm wondering if the minister could provide the House with some information with respect to how the government ensures that things are in order, that the organizations are doing what they're chartered to do, and that there are obviously checks and balances to ensure not only that the children are getting what they need and the organizations are getting what they need, but to make sure that taxpayers' dollars are being spent efficiently. So through the chair, just looking for some clarification on the oversight mechanisms that the department would have in place with respect to these arrangements with the 82 organizations that you referenced.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. To the member, I want to let them know that at any of these temporary care placements, for each individual, there is always two people ensuring that, that all needs are being met, so that they, again, have the support of one another when they're working, because often these individuals that are in these temporary care placements are, again, very high complex needs, and but all of those that are in these placements would have two staff on at all times, 24/7, and we certainly do our due diligence with any of the providers. Of course, we would have a service level agreement in place with the providers. That's not something that we take lightly. We make sure that we have, dotted all of our I's and crossed our T's, and that there's been a number of set of eyes on these service agreement service level agreements. We want to make sure that any staff that would have any involvement would be aware, and then it goes directly to the deputy minister, and they would go over it with a fine view comb. I can't even think here now. Thank you, and make sure that everything is in place. I think that we have to ensure too that we would all other options would be explored, and that we have a team of staff that would meet weekly too with the service provider, making sure that they have all of everything they need to do their job as well. We want to be in contact, have updates weekly, and ensure that we're all supporting one another. And again too, it's important for us, I often say anyone can be accountable if they know that you're coming. So we do surprise visits, unnoticed. We go in and we make sure that things are running smoothly and within our agreement, service agreement with them. So, thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you. Through the chair, I do agree that the, I guess, unannounced visits and the repetition of meeting with service providers on a weekly basis certainly would lend itself to a situation where accountability is reinforced. But to the minister's comments from earlier, in that the budget is uncapped, it also sounds to me like there's a scenario where, you know, like the service provider potentially could walk away unless they get the money that they're looking for. So what I'm trying to say is that if the budget is uncapped, what is stopping service providers from potentially walking away from these agreements? Like, how do we ensure that they stay doing the job that they signed on to do?
I recognize the honourable minister for community services.
Thank you. So our service providers, are under contract with us, but they're only paid for the service they provide. And so if there's a case that we have to intervene, it's not like they walk away with a bunch of money or anything. So absolutely that does not happen. And you know, we are always there to make sure that the individual has everything they need. But again, if we have to intervene, they are paid for the time that they had the child, and we then will make sure that the child is put into another arrangement and find somewhere where their needs will be met there. Thank you.
Recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you for clarifying. I'm wondering if the minister would table or put together a list of those 82 service providers.
I recognize the honourable minister for community services.
Just would like to ask the member what they're referring to in 82 service providers. I think earlier I mentioned that we had 82 service providers for our early intervention with those are not children that are in my care. Again, that goes back to 82 service providers across the province that provide, you know, Schools Plus and all them. I can't say, I'll have to look it up here. If you're looking for the number of providers for temporary care, I think is maybe what you were asking.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Through the chair, thank you again for your patience, Minister. Yes, so I'll make that clarification on my notes there with respect to those preventative service providers. But yes, I'm looking for the number and details on which organizations the department has contracts with respect to the children in care.
I recognize the honourable minister for community services.
Thank you, and I'd certainly be willing to follow up. I don't have that information here, but it will be no issue to get the member that information. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you kindly. Just for clarification, I'm wondering, I guess, why is it that the department would establish this type of a service arrangement with a private company versus keep it under the roof of government in-house? Through the chair.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
I recognize the honourable minister for community services.
Thank you. To the member, you know, my personal goal would be someday to not have any temporary emergency placements. That would always be my goal, and that's why we keep investing in the early intervention and prevention. However, again, you can't project out, so it personally would make no sense. I mean, we've never had a system where we had government employees for this type of work, because you don't know if you're going to have 5 children that come into your care or 200. And that's why these temporary emergency placements are very flexible in making sure that they're available. Because when an unfortunate situation happens where a child is no longer able to stay with their immediate family, there has to be an available emergency placement somewhere for them to keep them safe. And so we do have these, again, private contractors that or private businesses that provide this service for us, and we will continue using them while I continue to do the best I can with my department to eliminate having to have them at all. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you, through the chair, to the minister. I'm going to go back to the line of questioning that I ended on Thursday with respect to. Sorry, brain fart. We were talking about initially we were talking about the Building Vibrant Communities Fund. That program has had a sunset clause, and it is no longer. And my question starts with, how does the department decide which organizations receive funding from the Department of Community Services if there is no application with criteria to make a case for support funding?
I recognize the honourable member for Community Services.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. So I appreciate the member asking this question, and actually the other day after asking it, I was thinking about it a lot and thinking, okay, there's a lot more to this. And it's somewhat hard to articulate. So wrote down some thoughts and that I want to just sort of read out to the member. And then if there's anything that the member needs for clarity. Oh no, it's not that long, but I just want to make sure I try to get as much information to you, because I don't think I did a good job the other day, so I just want to make sure I get everything answered for you today. So as the member would know, though, so DCS has a number of service providers across this whole province. We have a huge network, and one of our divisions, we have a team who's actually responsible for working with the service providers and having a real deep connection and understanding of what that community's challenges are, what their assets are, what their needs are. Because even though we're a fairly small province, we know geographically that there's different needs, right, across this province in different communities. And when these needs arise at a community level, DCS works with staff and service providers, with, of course, other departments too, but to determine what is the best way and solution to address these challenges, or maybe address their suggestions and how to help and provide support. So, of course, the one-time investments that were made, as the member may remember, made in December. We had, increase in the HARP. We had an increase, a one-time payment to those on income assistance of $250. We had $1,000 go to our foster caregivers. That was a result of government's conversations and desire to, assist with these communities with the pressures that they were facing with regards to inflationary costs. So we continue to combine our efforts with the team that is highly skilled to go in and see what these needs are and bring that knowledge to us. And then we can turn around as quickly as we can once we all sit down at the table to ensure that we not just acknowledge and address the situation, but to see what department is best to be put out there to be supportive and helping. And I think that if we go back and we look at, I think that the other day when the member was questioning me and I had brought up about, again, I always go back to these early interventions and preventions, because that is truly one of the areas that I really believe in making investments and that I'm focused on, and as part of my mandate as well. And you look at the EDGE program, and I told about the story of the young man who was part of the EDGE program that we provided in New Glasgow, and of course different areas, Kentville and Cape Breton, and a few different areas in the province, and where he quickly took on his first job and embraced it and was so excited and was so good at it that the company really embraced equally him. And then the next thing we knew, he was moving up in the company. They were putting him to school. But then he had that influence and impact on his mother, who had not been employed since she was 30-some, and she's now 50-some, and she decided that she too would go back and take the CCA course. So it had a domino effect. And again, so we look at the service providers within a region, within a community, and we say, oh, this is a good program that would really fit with you to implement and put out there. And we'll continue making those investments and doing what we can. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, through the chair, to the minister for that response, and certainly it is our belief in the Liberal caucus that a good early intervention would be an increase to income assistance with respect to alleviating poverty, and we know that that's been frozen for the last 2 years. With respect to the minister's mandate, with respect to the 5-year target for reducing childhood poverty, could the minister speak to any, I guess, any goals or targets that have been set over that 5-year period, how progress is being tracked, and perhaps could she speak to and if possible, table for the House information on the progress with respect to that part of her mandate?
What?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you very much. There has been a lot of work underway in the last 19 months. As the member would know, the budget for 23-24 has increased by $82.3 million. So that's a 6.8% increase. So that's a significant investment, but of course the investment would include over $40 million for the disability support program. And then if we're looking at families and children in poverty, we have the budget also included an $8.2 million increase to support homeless and supportive housing programming. And as referenced earlier by other members asking questions, this includes families experiencing housing difficulty and trying to support their families. I would say that additionally the budget includes an $8 million increase to the Nova Scotia child tax benefit. So we've been able to reduce child poverty, and $7.8 million in new funding to expand prevention and early intervention programming that I mentioned earlier. We know that reducing child poverty and certainly making those investments again into early intervention is going to help them and uplift them to not follow that sort of perpetual systemic poverty that we see sometimes. Financial stabilization payment for families who have lost the CCB, and I know that one of the members from the NDP spoke about this, and we certainly made that change. And so when families are having their children taken from them and put into temporary care, they lose that tax benefit, right? They lose that income. But we've changed that. So normally that would halt them from receiving that income. But we have created a program because we know, as everyone knows in here, that we really work hard and strive. Our main goal is to get families back together. But when they're experiencing poverty and financial difficulties, trying to get the family reunited when they're struggling financially is just almost a recipe for not working out, and we don't want that. So we're really proud that we created this financial stabilization payment, and we'll continue making those investments to help families stay reunited. The other thing that we have done and continued on, really the good work of the Liberal government and creating free childcare or $10 a day childcare. That was work that was started by them, and we continued on with that. And we're happy to say that there's more and more placements coming available. It will take a couple years, but we are seeing an opportunity now for families, and it's really helping them. As you know, I see the member nodding, because we all know, we all struggled, and the member's a lot younger than me, but someday may find it hard to find childcare. You know, I was lucky that I had a lot of family support, but a lot of people don't. And but I will mention as well that I'm excited to see that we also included $3.9 million for a new program that will financially support children leaving care. So we know, and this is the age group. I mean, you care for all of them, no matter what age. But it's really hard for youth that. Well, I always say it's like they have one foot in youth and they have one foot in adulthood, and they're transitioning out of care, and they really don't know where they're going or what they're doing, and they're the ones that are falling between the cracks that I often say no one's paying attention to. And but we created a program in this budget that enables us to help those children that are transitioning out of foster care and wanting to become independent. And so we will help them to reach their goals. We will provide funding to them, and we know that they will have support through youth outreach workers to ensure they have a smooth transition into adulthood, and that they feel supported, and that they still have a place to kind of turn to ask for advice and suggestions. And again, just the budget increase for youth employment programming, and I spoke earlier about the EDGE program, but there's a number of other different programs working with computers, digital skill sets to improve one's digital ability, and so there's a number of different initiatives, and we'll continue making those investments. We all want to break the cycle of poverty, and we know that we have to start. We have to start with our common denominator that we all know is our children, our future, and I'm committed to helping. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hamlin's Plains Lucasville with about 10 minutes on the clock.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and through you, I appreciate the intention behind any number or all of the programs that the minister just listed off, but I'm more concerned with respect to the way in which the reduction of poverty is being measured. And I'm back in school, and I have this professor who's always talking about how important evaluation is. And it's a very important part for us in the opposition to be able to understand the targets that the government is trying to meet, so that we have the opportunity collectively, not just in opposition, but the whole House has the opportunity to understand what the government's driving for, how they measure, in this case, poverty reduction, and if they're meeting those targets. So could the minister please clarify the bars in which she and her department are setting, and if they are meeting those targets? And then my colleague from Clare is going to jump in here as well.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. As the member knows, because I've been talking about a few of them, but we have so many different programs ensuring that we can meet the needs of individuals with different needs, because we know that they don't all need the same thing, right? So the success of these programs is based on the fact that we have already evaluated them and have seen their success, and the outcome plays a positive impact on the community, but more importantly on the actual individual that was able to partake in that program. So like earlier when I mentioned the young gentleman with EDGE. So again, hence why I continue to make investments in intervention and prevention. I think it's really important for us to know that these Family Plus and all these different programs that we invest in are, really start at birth for some of them and work their way up. But a lot of our employment programs that we start with our youth start as early as 12. And we continue on that, and then we will make those investments. I know that for me, that it was really important to understand how these programs are working in communities, and not maybe every community do they work in. And that's why earlier I mentioned about the team that we have that is really connected to our communities and identifying what their needs are. So maybe, the EDGE program really works well in New Glasgow, but maybe, it hasn't been identified as something that's really going to work somewhere else. But so one of our other programs can go there. But we will keep evaluating them and making sure that the outcomes are definitely worthy of taxpayers' investment into helping those most vulnerable in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Hamlin's Plains Lucasville.
So can I get the minister to clarify, there are no overarching metrics in terms of poverty reduction from a provincial perspective that the minister is driving towards that she could present to the House? I appreciate that individuals getting through and benefiting from programs individually is an important piece of it, but in the interest of the title is a 5-year target for the reduction of childhood poverty. So is there an overall metric that the minister can refer to that sets the bar for what they're trying to pursue with respect to that 5-year plan?
I recognize the honourable minister for Community Services.
Thank you. Mixed Chair, I'm on record saying that my goal is to reduce child poverty. And the metrics that I use is clearly seeing successful outcomes in these programs. We will always continue to have discussions. It never stops. We know we have to do more. And again, it comes from almost every department here in government and all levels of government. But I will continue to ensure that every effort is made on my behalf, that I exhaust every level of opportunity and resource out there to ensure that I can do everything to reduce child poverty in the province of Nova Scotia. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Hamlin's Plains Lucasville.
Thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate that, and it's kind of frustrating that we don't have specific tangible numbers with respect to, even a percentage that the minister is driving for, or, though people are successful, perhaps there are instances where they come back into care down the road, and, how many individuals are leaving the system and staying out and continuing on versus coming back into the system. I don't believe that I'm asking for something that is unreasonable. I think it's very reasonable for the minister to have particular targets with something as important as the reduction of poverty. Perhaps I'm not going to get the answer that I was hoping for today, and that's unfortunate, because a lot of what I am hearing right now is fairly subjective. We need to know what our baseline is, what our goal is, if we're talking about achieving it. And yes, there are certainly positive outcomes that can be observed on an individual basis, but it's challenging from a system perspective to know that we're actually, taking a big bite out of and reducing poverty incrementally. Through the chair.
Oh, order. The time allocated for the Liberal caucus has elapsed. I would like to offer the minister a 3-minute break, okay. So, a 3-minute recess.
Order, please. We will reconvene the Committee of the Whole House on Supply, beginning with an NDP hour of questioning. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering, can the minister, we're still on child welfare. So could the minister indicate, she indicated last week in question period that the department has arrived at what was in my mandate letter to come up with a 5-year target to reduce child poverty. This is just a simple question. Can the minister table these targets and any supporting documents?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the member, what I recall from last week is that I indicated that in my mandate letter that I am to work on a 5-year target to reduce child poverty. So we continue to work on that while we still continue to make current investments in reducing child poverty. For example, like the child tax benefit has been increased twice. You know, we could go on with regards to, and I was in my mandate letter to work across government with other ministers. So working with the Minister of Education and ensuring that we are advancing and making sure that the implementation of $10 a day daycare continues and ensuring that that will help reduce poverty. So there's a number of initiatives, that we have taken, but I will continue working on a poverty reduction plan as stated in my mandate letter. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I thank the minister. So from that, I'm going to assume that we do not have these targets as of yet, and that they're being worked on. So I'll ask another question regarding last week when I asked the minister about the delay in implementing the long-awaited Child and Youth Commission, and the minister responded, quote, "This is too important for us to get wrong," and I agree, absolutely 100%. And I would also say, and so my question to the minister is, will we see the creation of this commission in this calendar year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as the member would know, we had discussed that we heavily invested in consultations. We went right across this province. I think we met over 180 different organizations and service providers, as well as we had over 1,000 Nova Scotians engage online, providing suggestions and comments. And we did get a lot of work done. Really proud of the work from the department and
the help from these organizations and partners. But it became clear to us as we continued to move forward. It was brought to our attention, and we know this happens in the House here a lot, where we hear from people, well, you didn't consult with so-and-so, and you didn't consult with so-and-so. And so we did hear from a few other invested organizations and communities that they wanted to consult further. And we agreed that we would continue consulting, and we're going to be very careful. And we don't want to rush. I would love to be able to get this done ASAP, and I think everyone would. But we know that we have to hear all the voices, and we will continue to put time and effort into this, and to ensure that what we bring forward is going to be effective and efficient. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard from, and the Minister and I have actually had this conversation before, we've heard from foster families who've been asked to do visits, which are the responsibility of access facilitators and case aides. Foster families doing supervised visits, some have deemed a conflict of interest and as well as potential interference. We're just wondering, is this practice within the, not policy, but is this practice to ask foster families to facilitate visits?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So absolutely no. That is not something we would ever do, to ask foster families to take on that role. It would be wrong. It would be inappropriate. We value those individuals that represent as case aides. Where would we be without them? They certainly, in my opinion and the department's opinion, are indispensable. They have a tough job, and we rely heavily on them. And but we also know that we're listening to their concerns, and we are working with on several initiatives to help better support staff and ensure that their needs are being met as well. They are helping our most vulnerable Nova Scotians. It's not an easy job. A lot of emotions, a lot of good things shared too. Though they witness a lot of good stories as well, and good moments. But they do have a tough job, and I don't know if the member would be aware, but as of April 1st, the department is focusing on the delivery of access and transportation program, like under the provincial model, because we're listening. There's some concerns, and we certainly, it's the first time I'm hearing about them, but I want to ensure that we're going to be able to receive all the information from them and work on providing the much needed changes that they need. So of course this model is going to include the changes that are needed to ensure a consistent approach is being taken in supporting children, youth and families. And we want to ensure that we're strengthening and doing what we can to make this program and moment that families are coming together, we want to ensure that we're engaging with staff and identifying best practices that can be adapted across the province. And right now, we have a little over 90 full-time case aides who are, again, very much part of our team, and we have approximately 66 casual case aides across the province, and they are certainly as valuable and are meant to fill in during sick time, vacation time, and they do a wonderful job too. And sometimes they are called in as well when we have to accommodate visits that are outside the regular scheduled time. So we want to make sure that we have enough case aides to ensure that we're meeting the needs of families needing to be with one another too. So we'll certainly continue to hear them loud and clear and try to make improvements with regards to the new model. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Then if that is not the practice, then I would ask the minister to go and talk to her district managers, because foster families are being asked to facilitate visits. And I am glad the minister brought up the work of case aides, because there's one thing that case aides did that was very valuable to our child welfare system, and that was provide detailed notes of those visits. And under the Liberal government, that practice changed, which has caused severe problems, which means that these case aides cannot talk about the good things that occur in the visits with the parents, but it can only talk about incidences that occur. So when that child gets that child's an adult and they get their file, they're only going to see the bad and not the good, because the case aides who do the visits cannot actually talk about anything that occurs in the visit. And so I'd hope that the minister can also look at that, considering all the good things that our case aides work on. And with that, I want to talk about, I am aware and I understand that the Public Service Commission has been looking into some of these severe issues that are occurring with the staff in the Department of Child Welfare. And I'm just asking, I just want to know, how is the department addressing these issues to retain staff, specifically around the case aides and access facilitators?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Within our department, we have a labor management committee staffed with incredible people that continuously are working with staff. We have approximately 1,600 employees. and every job is worthy. Every job is important. We continue to work very collaboratively with any department or any different organizations out there, or anyone that wants to, come forward and address concerns around working environment or anything like that. We want to hear them. I want to hear from them, and the Labor Management Committee does a good job. I am currently not aware of any issues that I would say would be arising with our case aids. We don't have any vacancies currently right now are with case aids. We don't have any vacancies. We don't need any because we have currently such a high number of casual. We value the work that they do, and we want them to stay, and that is why we will review their concerns and ensure that we consider suggestions and making sure that the working environment is conducive and safe. But as well as I think it's a good opportunity to mention that we have been working extremely hard in recruiting and retaining social workers. That certainly has been an area that has been of concern, and so I'm proud to say that job vacancies have dropped considerably, and we have definitely been able to manage and hire a number of social workers, but we'll continue working with the Labor Management Committee and doing the best we can to ensure that everyone is feeling safe in their working environment. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, and I know the minister received my letters that I have sent to her on these specific issues that some of them I'm discussing, others are with the committee in those meetings. And so the other question I have for the minister is the minister mentioned casuals, and in one of the letters I sent to the minister, or many, I've talked about this with her in the last budget, is that we have full-time workers who are not given a case. They're sitting in the office when they could be working. We are paying them to sit in an office, these case aides who want to be on the road. That is where they want to be, and yet they are sitting in their offices while casuals take on cases. And so I'm going to ask the minister, and I brought this issue a few times and a couple times here. What is the minister doing to end this practice where it seems that case aides are being punished by sitting in an office while casuals are doing their job?
recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I know the member, has written a number of times and has, concerns with regards to the statement with case aides sitting in an office while casuals, take on cases. So that in itself propelled me to, strike this labor management committee because I want to be able to address concerns and hear about them, and but as well as collectively and collaboratively as possible work together, because I think that creating a new model that is going to be consistent across the province. And I think that's what lacks here, is that it should be consistent across the province. And it's not. So we'll certainly be, changing the access and transportation model to ensure that everyone has the same experience across this province. And that's not just for the clients, but obviously for the case aides. And we will ensure that best practices and provide, a program that they are happy with and that they're comfortable with, and certainly services our clients to ensure that they're receiving the best services as well. And in those conversations and in addressing this with the committee, we know that all have to be at the table to talk, and that certainly would include managers and directors. So again, it was struck because we are listening and we are wanting to make those necessary changes. So I think we're on the right track. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
I want to thank the minister for that question. And before I go on to others, I just want to ask about, and it's a simple question. It might, but I'm hoping that it can be kind of a short answer. But what, if any, FASD, fetal alcohol syndrome supports, do we have in Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you. And yes, to try to answer the question as quickly as possible, first of all, very mindful and concerned about the impacts of fetal alcohol syndrome. It's definitely something that is of great concern. Through our department and through the Department of Health and Wellness too, but we immediately would engage social workers to, if they felt necessary, to engage with the individual to ensure that the appropriate
and skilled professionals that would deal with such a situation would be put in place. And again, you would look at the actual issue of that individual who is, going through this difficult and challenging time. They may need medical assistance. They may need psychological assistance. So we would make sure that their appropriate professionals are in place to provide the resources to do whatever we can to help as much as the individual would allow us. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Minister. Let's go on to some of the budget questions. There was an underspend of nearly $12 million last year and this year, a cut of over $23 million in spending on income assistance payments, which is on page 6.7. And I understand that this was potentially due to a decrease in recipients of income assistance, and that a similar underspend happened last year. Does the department understand the cause of this decrease? Does this lowered budget amount mean that this department is anticipating fewer recipients this year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much. And certainly we do have some ideas around this, and certainly it's not so much that there is a decrease as we're not getting back to the increase as quickly as we thought we would from returning to pre-COVID numbers. We know that the federal investments that were made during COVID helped a lot of individuals, but I also would have to say that we have a very strong labor market currently, and I would say that a number of people have returned to work, and I would. It's happy to know that I'm happy to know that we have that strong labor market. It'll be interesting to, certainly see what the numbers are next year. But again, I want to reaffirm that this isn't underspent money that we took away or anything. As mentioned before, anyone that meets the criteria to be on income assistance will receive income assistance. It's an uncapped program, and I hope that we can continue the good work that we are doing, and that the labor market stays strong. I would love to see a decrease next year, but I can't project out on that. So, but I think that answers the member's question. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just ask the Minister just to take a look, because some of that labor market and some of those jobs are people holding down 2 to 3 jobs. And so, take that into consideration, that is not an appropriate way to live where you're working 2 to 3 jobs either. Because that means you're not spending any time. You don't have any time to yourself. And you have no time for your family. You're just trying to make ends meet. Was increasing ESI rates in the budget discussed in the department? So with this underspend, was there a discussion in the department to increase the overall rates? And did the minister put forward any requests for this type of funding?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the member, and I know the member probably knows this, but budget deliberations and conversations are confidential and can never be shared what those discussions were. But I can assure the member that we continue to work extremely hard in our department as well as with our colleagues to look at the different needs of Nova Scotians that are finding themselves in challenging times. We know that we have invested in a variety of supports. Before Christmas, we made the one-time $250 investment to income assistant clients. We certainly increased the heating rebate, again, the seniors. And I know the member knows that, the list goes on. And this year's budget, with an increase of over $82 million, towards the Department of Community Services, I believe that we sincerely put those investments in the right places, and that we will continue to look at our prevention and early intervention where we really feel that there can be effective and efficient impacts and outcomes for individuals. We'll continue doing that. Again, I suggest to anyone that knows any individual who is finding themselves in, precarious situations and finding that they cannot support themselves and are struggling, and if they are an income assistant client, that the best thing for them is to continue to keep that relationship with their caseworker, to keep them updated on what their needs are. Our lives change daily. Their lives change daily. Do they need assistance with transportation? We'll be there to provide that. Do they need a medical attention? Supports. We'll be there to support them the best way we can. I'm proud to say that we also increased we increased dental. Those numbers hadn't changed since 2014, and we made an increase in changing them for income assistant clients so that they will have better dental, and that decision was made just as, of course, when the federal government came out too. So happy to have, both of those programs implemented. We will continue working with individuals on income assistance. There's a variety of different resources that they can tap into, and again, it's really important for them to reach out to their caseworker and say, I need this right now. I need extra support here. Maybe it's a special diet, and they need extra funding to ensure that they're meeting the needs of their special diet. So we will continue working, and nothing's off the table. And I'm just happy to say that we have a good team that's open to having those conversations weekly. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the minister, but people on income assistance are living in poverty. They live, no matter what patchwork quilt we manage, they're living in poverty. That can be changed with an increase in income assistance with CPI indexed. And so to my next question, and that's people in Nova Scotia receiving income assistance are only able to earn $250 per month before clawback. Individuals on enhanced supports, which is the disability supports, can only, and this is, now I'm just talking about single individuals because it'll take me forever to go through all the different sections, but we'll go with single, can only receive $350 extra, like working in community, $350 a month before their disability is clawbacked. I'm wondering, and this can be a yes or no, is this government finally going to change this policy and legislation of clawing back the supplemental income that people who are already living in poverty have to deal with when they go into the workforce.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we certainly, this, I was actually quite excited when this came in under the Liberal government. It's something I think that, they deserve the credit for coming up with what I consider a very progressive model actually in Canada. And it was ensuring that, earned income exemption and where individuals can keep more of their hard-earned money, actually keep a significant portion of their hard-earned money and what they earn. And as the member would know, under the Liberal government, this change was made so that $250, if they make if they make up to $250, they get to keep 100%, and then $250 to $500. It's basically plus 75% of any money earned over $250. So, and then $500 to $750, they get to keep $437. And well, it's right here under your Liberal government that did it, and so if there was better changes that could have been made, maybe they should have been made by the Liberal government at that time. But I think that this again is one of the most progressive models that is used in Canada, and but it's never off. We're having these discussions all the time and looking at all the different programs we provide and resources, and looking at where we can make changes. And this is one of them that we discuss about a lot.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
I'm not excited. I wasn't excited about it. I find it offensive. It keeps people in poverty, and so I'm not excited about it, Minister. I'm sorry. We have to agree to disagree. And so moving along from that, because it doesn't seem like there's going to be a policy change at this time, could the minister provide the number of how many households on income assistance are receiving an amount equal to or greater than the market basket measure of poverty?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we would have to dig down into a lot of the numbers. We'd be more than happy to try to get those answers to the member in the future very soon. Just keep in contact with us and we'll try to get those. But I did want to acknowledge that this government, through the 2 child tax benefits that we made, lifted 1,600 children out of poverty because of those 2 investments. So yes, nothing to get excited about. I realize that. But for these families, they're pretty happy. And we'll keep making those investments and doing what we can. We have a long way to go. We realize that. And we're trying our very best to meet individual needs. Their needs of poverty are very complex. And families and individuals require different needs. And again, I can't say enough about ensuring that we're making proper investments. That's why you saw in this budget that we're making huge investments into early intervention and prevention. But we still do our very best to help all those in need. And so we'll continue listening and making changes where we can. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair, and to the Minister. According to the CCPA, Nova Scotia, their report says all of them that are in deep poverty. And the other point that the CCPA made was that, in fact, during COVID and all those numbers that we have at the moment, it was the federal benefits that actually was the thing lifting people out of poverty. But moving on. The department claims that income is supplemented by other programs. I think the ministers referred to this as patchwork quilt. Can the minister table the analysis they have done that shows that everyone can cobble together enough funding to afford to live?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you. Again, there are such a number of supports in place and a variety of supports for a variety of individuals that require different supports. We certainly do not take individuals and lump them into the same category. That's why we are very conscientious of having one-on-one conversations and ensuring that caseworkers are working and forming a relationship and clearly understanding what the needs are of the individuals that they are working with. And so again, we have more than any of 19 months have invested more into a variety of different needs for those that are struggling. So if we look at special needs assistance, it provides a coverage for expenses related to health and safety and for work or training. And that could be medical equipment and supplies, telephone allowance, childcare, school supplies, transportation, special diet, personal hygiene, such as haircuts, as an example, tools, footwear, work uniforms, furniture, mattresses, the list goes on. And that's why I always put emphasis on making sure that our responsibility as MLAs and knowing someone is struggling, that we ensure that they know that they can go back to their caseworker and explain what their need is and try to help them get through that. We also, though, have pharmacare and emergency dental benefits, provides prescription drug coverage and access to emergency dental care, bus passes. We have, it really does help. We've heard from a number of people, and I see a Liberal member over there shaking their head no, but it was...
Order, please. Just ask the minister to direct the comments towards the chair, please, and thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
So the bus passes are, we hear a lot of great comments with regards to them, and we even had a pilot program that was in Cape Breton that has worked really well. We have earned income exemption, and it encourages recipients to transition to labor market attachment through a tiered exemption structure. We have poverty reduction credit and provides $500 annually through quarterly payments to Nova Scotians without children who have received income assistance in the last 12 months. And the PRC provides support to Nova Scotians living in poverty who do not have access to the benefits that many families do with children. Employment programming that I've mentioned earlier provides employment services and supports to help clients achieve independence from income assistance through employment and youth-focused programs. Provincial and federal supports have also been available to families and individuals, and such as the heating rebate program. Anyone that has a net income of $85,000 or less received $1,000. Provincial child care subsidies for children 12 years and under. The list goes on. The child disability benefit, a tax-free monthly federal payment to families who care for children 18 and under with severe physical and prolonged impairment in their physical or mental functions. We have the Canada Learning Bond, affordable living tax credit. So it goes on, and what I'll say is, what I always say is that I'm committed to work with my colleagues to work as hard as we can to find other ideas and suggestions and have those conversations. It's not easy. We're doing the best we can. And again, I'm proud that this department has had over an $82 million increase. And we are putting those investments into where we feel will be most effective. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Chair. I asked the Minister for an analysis of whether all of these programs that you talked about has there been an analysis done that shows that everyone could afford enough on these various programs, end up affording enough to live. Just from my office alone, I can tell you the answer is no, just from my office. But I'm going to move along to another question because we only have such a limited time. There are still 900 Nova Scotians with disabilities living in institutions. And please keep in mind, institutions do not need to be large. They can be small. If a person does not have the ability to go into community and be a part of community, they live in an institution. And 300 are living in nursing homes and hospitals. Can the minister confirm if there is funding in the budget to advance the roadmap commitments that are already close to over 10 years behind? And if so, how much?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Disability Support Program has had an 8% financial increase. This budget invested $42.5 million to give us a total of $543 million. It's a huge increase. A huge increase of $42.5 million. Again, an 8% increase. Within that budget, I'm happy to say that we will be moving out in the next 2 years. I think probably within the next two years, we'll be moving young individuals that have been in long-term facilities. We hope to transition out 200. We have already started that, and we're happy to be moving along. We all know that it's a lot more challenging to move individuals that are, facing different challenges. We want to make sure that we have lots of discussions with them about what it is they want in their life. Do they still want to stay in the same community? Do they want to live with someone? Do they want to be on their own? What does a typical day look for them? Do they want to be able to work? Do they want to volunteer? Do they want to take a cooking class? We have implemented a program called My Days, and many of the individuals that will find themselves transitioning out of Harborside will be setting up My Days. And individuals that have been transitioning out of Harborside will be in different locations across this province, because you may have someone that lives in Sydney but is coming able to transition, a young individual transitioning out of a long-term care facility in Sydney, but they may want to be in HRM. And so there's a lot of planning, and that takes time. That takes time to ensure that we're meeting their needs, and we're having conversations with their network of family and friends, and that we get it right. We all want our communities in Nova Scotia to be able to provide opportunity for all without any barriers. And I believe that we are doing that. The total disability support program budget, again, is $543 million. And this investment has invested in the child and youth programs for families, moving participants from large residential settings to community, as well as the health care retention incentive that we provided, and the Flex in Home program. We will definitely be seeing this year more individuals moving out of large institutions, and as well as the other ones that the members spoke about, because this government is actually listening to the needs of these individuals and making sure that they are connected with a caseworker or a social worker that can assist them in making and ensuring that the transition that they want to have, they receive. They deserve it. They deserve it, and we continue to ensure that we make more investments in independent living options, and that all these individuals have the right supports in place to meet their needs, and they get to have choice. They have choice, and they have options. We know that we are successfully meeting with the Disability Rights Coalition, and we are working really well together, and I think that we're making some headway, and I applaud everyone that has been involved in those conversations from all sectors, because that's what it takes. It takes respectful conversations. You can agree to disagree on some things, but
you get through. And I think it's really important to acknowledge those individuals that have been working on this. And I was privileged to meet the two independent experts that were hired, that were, hired collectively. We didn't pick them out ourselves. The Disability Rights Coalition had much input and made the decision. And Eddie Bartneck from Australia and Dr. Tim Stanton from British Columbia, they reviewed the system, and it will be soon coming out. And we certainly will continue to listen to everyone involved. And our goal is to ensure that we move individuals into communities where they want to be and living arrangements where they want to be. The work of these experts is extremely important because they will definitely guide the Human Rights Commissioner in making his ruling around the system changes needed to transform the disability support program. So we are really pleased with the work, and we'll continue doing whatever we can to get it right. Thank you.
Order. The time allocated for the NDP caucus has elapsed. We will return to the Liberal caucus, and I just wanted to remind members that there is no eating in the chambers. So if folks could make sure that if you need a little snack, to take a break, and then come on back. All right. I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a few questions about French language services for the minister. So prior to COVID in Clare, we had a satellite or sub-office that was open on Tuesdays, which DCS provided a bilingual caseworker. We did have a drop box, and you could just drop in if you needed to. So coming out of COVID, it came to our attention and the municipality of Clare's attention that the sub-office would be only open by appointment. The drop box would be gone, but the issue of French language services would be French on-demand services. So that's basically what we've been told. So the municipality wrote a letter to DCS requesting some clarification, and in their response, it was on-demand French services. The municipality wrote a second letter emphasizing the importance of French language services for Clare, especially having a French university with a lot of individuals who don't speak English and being a French community. So I guess the first question I have is, what does French on-demand services look like? Like exactly, can the minister explain how that works, and how would you access those services?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for this important question to his constituency. So we always ensure that if the client needs to be serviced in another language, we do whatever we can to make sure that they have that service provided to them in their language of choice. Sometimes it may have to come from a different office, but definitely a connection is made. But I want to assure the member that we are currently actively looking to provide more services in Argyll and Clare, because we know the importance of being able to be serviced in their first language. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the Minister for her answer. I guess the follow-up question to the Minister would be, how many caseworkers do you have that currently speak French? Because that will decide how easily accessible that service is. So, thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you so much. We will certainly get that number to you. I don't have it on me right now. Okay.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the other issue as well is the sub-office. So because there's no support staff there, from my understanding, it's not possible to do intake services from the satellite office on Tuesday. So that means that clients or people that need the assistance of DCS have to drive to Digby or Yarmouth, which can be between return 1 hour to an hour and a half. So I know that in the municipality's letter, they were quite they were trying to explain how vital that service is to our community. And I'd asked the minister if the minister could explain if there's any plans to expand that service back to what it was pre-pandemic. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you. To the member, so I certainly would understand the frustration of having to drive an hour to an hour and a half to receive services, but for the member, we have a centralized intake system, so they can certainly call and receive assistance in whatever language that they prefer. So I certainly don't see the need for an individual to have to drive. If there is specific needs, or they did have to for some reason, because you never know, had to meet someone face to face, we certainly would do our very best to provide that service and meet them. But again,
we will continue. The satellite office is certainly something that is on our radar. We are aware, and perhaps, in time we'll be able to improve that somehow. But again, please know that our services, the intake line is centralized, and anyone can call at any point in time, and we'll make sure that they receive the language of choice, and if they have to see someone one-on-one, we can arrange something.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the minister for her answer. The only other question I have on this line of questioning is the last letter the municipality of Clare sent was on January 26th, and I had a number of councillors ask me if I'd relay the message that they hadn't yet received a response. So if the minister could provide a response to the letter, that would be greatly appreciated.
I recognize the honourable minister for Community Services. I recognize the honourable minister for Community Services.
Thank you. I recall a response, so I'm not sure if there was just an overlap or someone didn't receive it, so we'll look into it, but we certainly recall responding. Yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. Just another quick question around, I guess, disability supports. So we all know that housing is a challenge for a lot of people, and especially people that are on having to deal with DCS. So the question, I have a number of constituents who had come in hoping that we're on CPP disability, hoping to get a bit of support from DCS to help pay with medication and dental and different things. But when they went through the intake process, they were considered boarders and not renters. So, and it's policy 4.1.1. So from the explanation I've received is that if you're on CPP, you get, well, 780, one of the constituents, 782, 72. If you're considered a renter, you can get up to 950. But if you're boarding, the maximum amount you can get is 608. So in this case, because they don't have a lease or they're considered boarders, they can't access the a little bit of support that they would need to pay for the medications and different. So I don't know if you'd comment around that policy, and seeing as how the housing situation has changed drastically, and anybody, especially those on lower incomes, are fortunate to find housing. I'm questioning if the policy is still relevant today. So maybe the minister could comment on that.
I recognize the honourable minister for Community Services.
I thank the member for the comments, really, not so much a question, but I want to let the member know if he needs to take something offline, we can certainly have a discussion if it's with relation to a specific individual that we can't have, obviously, a conversation on the floor about. But I don't disagree. There's some, concerns, definitely, and I definitely wanted to let the member know that we're always looking at policy changes and where we need to make those, and I would say that this one is an active conversation. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank the minister, and I would appreciate having that conversation if the minister is willing to meet with me. So with that, I'll pass the floor to my member from Cole Harbour.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. So we spoke a lot about a lot of the services, and we always hear about wraparound services. Community services, I asked, trying to sort of define what those services actually are. And it's interesting right now when it comes to homelessness that the use of hotels that are being used for the homelessness. And I just wondered with regards, because I just got an email, it tends to be people at the municipal order of government that gets inquiries about what the plan is. And I just, I get an email, and it's from a councillor, and I say, well, that's not us, that's the province. So there's a lot of this going back and forth as to who is going to address the unhoused. So I just wondered if the minister could speak about what the arrangement is currently with the Doubletree Hotel in Dartmouth, and how that, what are the wraparound services, so we can just see what the plan is. I mean, it's been in the media, of course, quite a bit, but I just wondered just to sort of discuss about the arrangement that's being made, because there is also another email in my inbox asking me about the former Future Inn in Highfield Park, as to what the plan is for that. So they're saying, well, here's one's empty, and here's one that's functioning as a hotel. So which one is which one are you? So I just wanted to know, put it out there in the public so that people actually know that how we're addressing and how you're using the hotels to respond to the homeless situation.
I recognize the honourable minister for community services.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience. There was a lot in that, and I want to be able to make sure I broke it down. So I think I'm going to start with sort of your last question there with regards to our relationship with municipalities and how we work together. Absolutely, homelessness, is definitely under my jurisdiction. But again, it's we work with many municipalities that are trying to address the situation as well, because we know that within the HRM area there is quite a large population of homeless individuals, but we have an outstanding relationship with the HRM Council. In particularly, the mayor and myself speak quite frequently together, and our office and his office speak on a regular basis. I mean, every other day we speak, and the member may be aware that last week we made an announcement collectively together where there was an initiative that was established by HRM to have a 24-hour drop-in center, but they said that they wouldn't do it without, or couldn't do it without the support from the provincial government, so that if we would split the cost. So we announced last week $750,000 to go towards that drop-in center that's open 24/7 with HRM. And we will, make that investment with them to help with their operational costs. There's a number of details yet to have to work out, but we're very proud of that, and we're very proud of the other initiatives that we have collectively worked on together. So we'll continue the great relationship we have. We're proud of the work that we've established together, and we will continue that. With regards to hoteling has been a used practice across Canada in all jurisdictions. It's certainly not something that we prefer, but oftentimes we need to have hoteling. It could be in the case that someone's house flooded, or maybe there's an individual that has to escape domestic violence, weather conditions. And so we have had many relationships and continue to have good relationships with hotels across the province, mostly, of course, with the HRM area, but we use them in extreme weather conditions to ensure that we reach as many homeless individuals as we can to get them out of the cold and be able to put them in a safe environment and ensure that they have a warm meal. If we can't find them emergency shelter or supportive sheltering of any sort, we will put them up in a hotel. I would say that with regards to our model of wraparound services, we can take, of course, if we look at the Overlook that we have partnered with the North End Community Health Center. It's a great relationship, and the province should be very proud of this model. It's the only model east of Quebec, and we hope to be able to implement more if necessary. When we talk about wraparound supports, we're talking about providing individuals with various needs, some very complex. We are providing drug and alcohol reduction counseling individuals. We are also providing financial support and ensuring them and helping them to set up bank accounts and how to budget. We provide them maybe help with skill sets to find employment and help them determine what is it that they would like to do. We provide counseling on all levels. We provide some medical needs as well. And we really, at these wraparound supportive housing initiatives, we really we're tailoring to an audience that is really unique, and they require different needs. But we are making the appropriate investments. And again, we will, I think I answered the members' questions. I know there was quite a few there, but if I missed anything, I'm sure they'll let me know. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Well, specifically, my question was, what is the arrangement with the DoubleTree Hotel? And I didn't get that in the response. And my question is, because this is estimates on the budget, what is the cost and how sustainable will it be year over year? Like, how much did you provide for hoteling last year, and how much are you providing for it this year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you. So, sorry about that. I answered 3 of the 4, I guess, questions, but I did forget the last one there. So, as I mentioned earlier to my other colleagues, we are currently still working out a few things at the DoubleTree. What I did indicate is that anyone that is currently staying there will not be displaced. They will be remaining with us, as well as we are just finishing up some details on that, and hopefully by the end of the week there will be a public announcement. As indicated as well, there is approximately 80 people that are working there, but we certainly, at this point in time, will not disclose the amount that is being discussed. We certainly know that the okay. So again, we will continue discussing that, the lease, what we're going to be doing there, and you'll know more by the end of the week.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Yeah, well, it's always interesting when we talk about the budget and the appropriations, but yet when you're asked a question about what's in the budget, we're told we can't discuss it. So, and then, or just give us an amount, ballpark even, as to what is in the budget that you put in place for hoteling and how much it was more than it was year over year. It's not necessarily have to have a actual, I would just like to know what I'm approving in this budget when it regards to hoteling.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
So in this budget, we have $26 million that is towards shelter supportive housing, and actually there is an increase. 8.2 million was put in this budget to get it to 26 million, and this is the first government that has ever done this. So, you know, we're very proud of the supportive housing model. We're proud to be putting this money into investing and ensuring that we're looking after our homeless individuals and people that need supportive housing. Again, there will be some individuals that may end up exiting and finding more permanent housing, or something changes in their life. But very proud of putting $26 million towards this in this budget.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, and I'm pleased as well because we all know this is a result of the pandemic. Previous governments would not have been having to deal with it and the amount of homelessness that we are faced with, and I'm glad to see that it is being addressed. I'm going to now pass the mic on to my colleague, but I think you might have to change up staff because it's status of women that she wishes to. Okay.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. So we can move on to status of women, no problem, perfect. If I may just start with the budgets, and I see the forecast for 22-23 was 22,232,000, and for this year it has come down about 4 million. So can you explain why is it less than last year, and how many employees are employed at Status of Women now that they are moved into the community services offices? How many were employed previous to this move, and how many do you have now? And is that the cause of this decrease of 4 million? Or if you can just look at the numbers and also give me the numbers of staff that you had prior to moving the department into community services.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you. I'm going to answer one part of the member's question, but I will have to get them to repeat the last part of it. But I want to draw the member's attention to the fact that budget to budget, there was actually a $4 million increase. So you're looking at forecast shows the $8 million. So that $8 million was given to our 9 women's centers and transition centers or homes, and we made that investment because we're acutely aware of the needs of those centers and transition homes in order to fight domestic violence and gender-based violence, and to continue and help them do the great work that they do. So again, with the Nova Scotia Advisory Council, we've increased it by $4 million, and 3.8 of that was implementation of action plans against domestic and gender-based violence, and 0.2 would have been approved just for the cost of living increases that you would see throughout the whole budget under all kinds of departments, right? So for a total of an increase of 4 million exactly. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, and thank you, Mixed Chair. What I'm seeing here in the budget, the forecast, which is what you've spent in 2022, correct? The forecast shows what you spent, which is 22.232, but what we're estimating for 2023-24 budget is 18. So I see a reduction rather than an increase. If you could highlight that, please.
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the Status of Women.
Again, if the member would look at the forecast, there's been an $8 million increase because we made a one-time payment to the women's centers and the transition, right? So you would see it. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. So that was last year you added 8 million, but not this year. You only, 4 million. It was a one-time. Okay, so now we go back to this. How many employees, once you move the department into community services, how many employees you had before the move and how many do you have now? And have we lost any positions?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. I'd like to let the member know that there's been no changes with FTEs. It stays the same.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
I know that there was some retirements. Have those been filled by Stephanie, for example, and others positions? Have they been filled? Every position that we had, has it been filled?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the status of women.
Yes, that position still exists. It's being filled temporarily right now, but we will certainly be filling it permanently in the future. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister. My second question will be about the Standing Together strategy for domestic violence. So our government established in 2018 this strategy for 4 years, and the current government has decided to extend it, which is wonderful. One of the evaluation from the report on the strategy said that they would look at specific cultural issues to understand these issues, what they are going to do to help newcomers. What was one of the things that they were going to work on was the newcomers, and where domestic violence is much more normalized and face cultural barriers in accessing this. Has there been any money put towards that to help newcomers with domestic violence? Is there any increase in the budget for that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Mixed Chair, and I thank the member for this important question. It is definitely on my radar, and as we continue discussions around the National Action Plan, it is part of the conversation, and I want to assure that cultural issues and nuances will be addressed, are being addressed actually as we speak, where it's part of the plan. I wish I could share right now, we've invested in over 80 different projects, And I don't know the details exactly of each of those 80 different projects, but I know that certainly some of them have probably no doubt have been identified or have implemented culturally relevant practices, best practices, I would hope, and that the evaluation that showed us that domestic violence, as we all know, is very complex and very serious. I know that not one organization holds the ability to solve it, and we know that different cultures have. It's hard to explain, but I don't want to say different reasons for domestic violence, but we know that certainly it's more prevalent in other cultures. So we will continue having those discussions with our federal counterparts. Really happy that we continue on making the investment and standing together, and that we know that last fall when the federal minister, Marcy Ian, was able to come to Pictou County and be part of the federal and provincial territorial event, that it was one of the big discussions that we actually had, and we announced the National Action Plan, and we know that right now we're working out what that looks like. And just recently, about a month ago, I was able to briefly discuss with the minister again that we are going to be making headway and ensuring that we tackle this most important issue to ensure that we end gender-based violence.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a lot to go back. I can go back to that, but I have a few other questions that I don't want to miss. So can you give us an update on Domestic Violence Resource Centre and how much is allocated for this in the budget?
I recognize the honourable minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you. I believe that the member is looking for a number for transition houses, 7.1 million.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, and I thank the minister for that. What other supports in this budget to support advocacy to stop violence against women? And also, we're hearing from quite a few organizations across the province that we spoke to that they were concerned the term advocacy itself was being removed in their negotiations for funding. Was that done? Is that accurate? Was that done on purpose? And if you could explain why.
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you very much. Absolutely not accurate. It's absolutely not accurate. Not sure where that's coming from. Could have been something that started by someone, but it's not accurate at all. We fund the women's centers, the transition homes, any of our service providers, that we always ensure that, you know, whether it's directly in their mandate, they know that the funding that we provide them is to continue advocacy. That has not changed for us. And, you know, so again, just to put that one to rest, no, absolutely not. We haven't.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
I know I had a Zoom meeting with this organization, so I'd be happy to clip this and show it to them and make sure and get back to you within an email, if you don't mind. But that was given, I remember it clearly that was said to us that the word advocacy was removed. So I'm happy that it's not, and I will make sure that that was this. Let me just trying to choose. We have 15 minutes, which is good. We had a delay in the campaign school for women wanting to run for office due to COVID. So we are overdue for our next campaign school. Are there funds in this budget to support the campaign school for women wanting to run? I know that Status of Women ran one of the, I think it was 2019, over 100 women attended that event. It was wonderful. Are we doing anything new? Are we doing the same kind of campaign school that we did in 2019? Is there any money in the budget for that?
So we're going to do the... I recognize the Honourable Minister for the responsible for the status of women.
Thank you so much. And campaign schools are fun. I was able to partake in presenting in 2014 or 15, and it was wonderful. At the time, Minister Regan was present as well, and made a presentation, as well as past member Maureen McDonald, who was very, very interesting and had a lot of stories to share. So we certainly, this government continues to invest. We have a permanent and we continue to provide online campaign school. We'll continue doing that. We certainly are, I'm trying to think of different ways that we can expand within rural areas. It's really important for me to look at the rural areas, which I find certainly individuals find it much more difficult to partake or to get involved. So always looking at ways for that, but certainly Funding remains at $100,000. It's in the overall budget of 9.2, I think it is, but certainly available funding is there. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mixed Chair, and thanks to the Minister. And I believe in 2019 we had a lot of women from outside of Halifax who came. They put them in hotels. They helped them. So there was a huge, and I thought that was one of the best campaign schools we've ever had in this province. And it was all organized by Status of Women, and it was very well run. So we can include them as long as we offer them an overnight stay. That's. I hope that we will run that school in person and offer it to all women from other parts of the province. Maybe hold it somewhere else. As long as people have room to stay, they will come. So I'm hoping that the Minister will look into it and repeat it that now that COVID is no longer an issue, or hoping it won't be. My next question, just quickly, if organizations also need support to support women's health, such as abortion and contraceptive appointments, will the department support them? And is that reflected in this budget?
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Maybe my microphone wasn't on. I apologize. So if organizations also need to support women's health, such as abortion and contraceptive appointments, will the department support them? And is that in the budget somewhere?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. And we certainly applaud our transition houses and women's centers across this province. They do very important work. They are there for individuals when some of them are certainly at their lowest and during their darkest days, and we'll continue supporting those organizations. Again, we've made in transition houses 7.1 million, and into women's centers 2.8. We don't dictate to those organizations what exactly they have to do. We trust that we stay in contact, of course, and we're aware of the different services that they provide. But again, we don't exactly mandate what they have to spend their money on. Some may, for operations, may spend it more on counseling. So I hope that answers her question. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
I think it does. I'm not sure actually. If it comes from DCS, I know we help women who are on income assistance to be covered for most of the contraceptives, except the IUD is only the hormonal one, I believe, not the more expensive one. That was the only thing that I know with. Women are on income assistance. They're allowed to get the pill and the hormonal IUDs, which is, I believe, is $200 instead of the more expensive one, which is $300 to $400. So I wasn't sure if that is in the budget to help more women who want the right one. The last question that I have, many organizations we speak to help women and gender diverse folks need sustainable funding and not just a one-time top-up. We know the Minister recently gave some top-up to the important organizations before the budget. Does the budget commit to sustainable funding increased to the organizations?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you. So again, as previously outlined, we have been ensuring that there's ongoing stable funding for these organizations. We have never reduced that. In fact, we've increased them. Because we know that it's challenging times and inflationary costs, and to run these organizations, the overhead costs, we know the struggles that they are facing, and that is why during such challenging times we made that $8 million investment to help them, and we'll continue to make those investments with them and to ensure that they can provide the best services and care to the clients that are seeking help from them.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
I know that I wish I had the name of the organization that I met with 2 or 3 different organizations, but one of them said it is just so difficult to plan, and we won't know until it's, we're budget. They don't get the same amount, and they know for the next 3 years they have this so they can staff it. So this is what I heard. I'm just saying it to you, and I don't need you to answer that. So if I may, for the last 4 minutes that I have, if we can have, I just want to continue the question that my colleague from Cole Harbour, Dartmouth, asked about the hotels. So if we could have this number of people who are in hotels in this last year, how many people we've housed in hotels last year in 2022, and how many we've housed so far in 2023, and what's the budget was for last year compared to this year, and what's the average stay? How many of them? I've heard that one was there for 7 to 8 months. What is the average number of nights that you're housing people in those hotels?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you. So currently right now we have approximately 200 individuals in hotels. Ask tomorrow and it could be 150 or maybe 250. I mean, this is something that is very flexible and nimble, and our goal is always to be there to help and ensure that we're able to temporarily help someone be sheltered. But as mentioned earlier, our goal is always to find permanent housing. Some individuals are, find themselves able to move on within a night or two or a month. Others sometimes have to stay a few more months. But again, we work directly with them. We ensure that they're in contact with a housing support worker to ensure that they can have their long-term goals met. We know that everyone's looking to have a safe, stable, environment to call a permanent home for them, and that they can go home to every night, and a sense of belonging, and ensure that it's their place in a community where they want to be. So we'll continue using hoteling as a method to ensure people will be safe from harm's way. It's certainly not ideal, but I think people feel that this is a new program or something that we've been using. This has been going on for decades and decades, and some years certainly there's an increase, other years not so much. It just depends on the individual needs of the client or the person needing it. And they're not always income assistant clients, as all of us would know in this chamber. There's various reasons why people find themselves homeless. So we'll provide support where we can. Thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
In the last 10 seconds, if I may get the numbers for 2021 and 2022, how many were just the total number?
Order,
and
the time allocated for the Liberal caucus questions have elapsed. I will now recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. I know I'm in a different chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to say first, before I start, I want to thank the department for all their time and effort that they put on the information and working with clients and doing all this work. We know that it's not an easy job, so we thank you for that. And as well for the minister who has been talking for a number of hours. So my first question is, how much funding will be dedicated to the Standing Together, the province's initiative to prevent gender-based violence?
I recognize the honourable minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you, and I thank the member for being patient. I just wanted to make sure that I was given the correct information because it's kind of enrolled into the overall budget, but if you break it down, and Standing Together is 3.5, but you have to remember that currently we're in negotiations with the federal government to leverage more funding, right? So I certainly wouldn't mind following up with the member when we finalize those negotiations, but currently it's 3.5.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham, and I just want to note that we will actually conclude at 3 minutes, so the minister has time to wrap up.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my next question was going to ask about the negotiation, but when you get that information, the negotiated amount with the federal government, I'd love to have that. My next question is, will there be increases, and I know that my colleague already asked similar questions, but will there be increases in core funding to women's organizations? So as was mentioned, there was a lump sum funding. While it is appreciated, it's not the same as sustainable funding, and I know the minister knows that. I'm just wondering, is there increases of core funding to women's organizations in particular to help them be sustainable?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you. And to the member, to confirm that we absolutely support core funding. The transition homes are very stable, but I would like to let the member know that certainly things come up, and we've been responsive when they've needed extra. We've been there, as the member would know, just recently is the $8 million that went between women's centers and transition centers. But as well, since I've become minister, I've actually increased the core funding that goes to our women's centers. So we will continue, being responsive to their needs. We know they do great work. Very proud of the work that they do, and when there's a challenge, though, we are there to meet their needs.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I'm just wondering how much more have you implemented in the core funding over your time here?
I recognize the Honourable Minister responsible for the status of women with 3 minutes to respond and then go into your final remarks.
Oh, yes. Okay. So to the member, I've increased it by 500,000. So, yeah, $500,000 in 19 months. I've increased it. So, I'm okay. Continue. Okay. So I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank all the members for their questions, very thoughtful questions. I appreciate their concern for their constituents, and of course want to take an opportunity to thank my colleagues here with me, and for all the support of all my colleagues that are in the West here gallery. They have been most supportive in the last 19 months, and I can't thank them enough for everything that they do. So I would be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $1,299,913,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Community Services pursuant to the estimate. And I will also okay, and I would ask the clerk if they could provide me with, because, yeah, I think it might be here, this one here. Great. Thank you so much, and be it resolved as well that a sum not exceeding $4,393,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Office of All-New Affairs pursuant to the estimate. Again, Mixed Chair, I'm very pleased that there's been an increase to the community services budget of over $82 million. I realize there's lots of work to be done, and we have a very dedicated and committed team to getting where we have to get. Thank you so very much.
Shall resolutions E4 and E30 stand?
Yes.
Resolutions E4 and 30 stand. That concludes the consideration of estimates. The maximum 40 hours allowed for the consideration of supply has elapsed, and we will take approximately a 10-minute recess to let the others join us, and then we will consider.
Order, please. I recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on Supply.
Mr. Chair, I am pleased to report that the Subcommittee on Supply has met for the time allotted to it and considered the various estimates assigned to it.
Shall the remaining resolutions carry?
Carried.
The resolutions are carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the Committee of the Whole on Supply do rise and that you report these estimates.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report these estimates to the House. We will take less than 1 minute recess. Order, please. The chair of the Committee on the Whole House on Supply reports
that the Committee of the Whole on Supply has met and has come to agreement on 43 estimate resolutions. The chair has been instructed to recommend these estimates to the favorable consideration of the House, each without amendment.
The motion is that the House concurs in the report on the Committee of the Whole House on Supply. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, would you please call the order of business, introduction of bills?
Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for Defraying Certain Charges and Expenses of the Public Service of the Province. And I believe the bill has been printed and distributed by the pages to members.
The Honourable Minister of Finance begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for Defraying Certain Charges and Expenses of the Public Service of the Province.
Bill 316, an act to provide for defraying certain charges and expenses of the public service of the province.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move now that Bill number 316 be read a second time.
The motion is for second reading of Bill number 316. Would all those in favor of the motion please signify by saying aye. There has been a request for a recorded vote. The bells will ring until the chair is satisfied. Order, please. There has been a request for a recorded vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Masland.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Carla McFarland.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Dave Ritzy. Brian Wall.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Yes.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau.
Yes.
Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Patricia Arab.
No.
Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire.
Nope.
Derek Mombercat.
Nope.
Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin.
No.
Claudia Chender. Nope. Sorry. Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa LaChance.
No.
Rafa Di Costanzo.
No.
Tony Ince.
No.
Laura Lee Nickel.
No.
Ben Jessam.
No.
Braden Clark.
No.
Ali Duale. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No. School. Who's that? New school. I'll vote yes for new school. I'll stand back and say
The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 28, nays 18.
The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Bill number 316, the Appropriations Act of 2023, be now read a third time and do pass.
The motion is for third reading of Bill 316. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? There has been a request for recorded vote. The bells shall ring until the whips are satisfied. Order, please. There has been a request for a recorded vote. I recognize the clerk.
Brad Johns.
Yes.
Tori Rushton.
Yes.
Barbara Adams.
Yes.
Kim Masland.
Yes.
Tim Houston. Alan McMaster.
Yes.
Carla McFarland.
Yes.
Michelle Thompson.
Yes.
John Lohr.
Yes.
Pat Dunn.
Yes.
Tim Hallman.
Yes.
Steve Craig.
Yes.
Dave Ritzie.
Yes.
Brian Wong.
Yes.
Susan Corkum Greek.
Yes.
Brian Comer.
Yes.
Colton LeBlanc.
Oui.
Jill Balzer.
Yes.
Trevor Boudreau. Greg Moreau.
Yes.
Becky Druin.
Yes.
Larry Harrison.
Yes.
Chris Palmer.
Yes.
John A. McDonald.
Yes.
Melissa Sheehy Richard.
Yes.
John White.
Yes.
Danielle Barkhouse.
Yes.
Tom Taggart.
Yes.
Nolan Young.
Yes.
Patricia Arab.
No.
Keith Irving. Brendan McGuire.
Nope.
Derek Mombercat.
Nope.
Zach Churchill. Kelly Regan. Ian Rankin.
No.
Susan LeBlanc.
No.
Claudia Chender.
No.
Kendra Coombs.
No.
Susie Hansen.
No.
Gary Burrell.
No.
Lisa LaChance.
No.
Rafa Di Costanzo. Tony Ince.
No.
Laura Lee Nichol.
No.
Ben Jessam.
No.
Braden Clark.
No.
Ali Duale. Elizabeth Smith McCrossan.
No.
Carmen Kerr. Ronnie LeBlanc.
No.
Fred Tilley.
No.
Sorry. The results of the recorded vote are as follows. Yeas 28, nays 17.
The motion is carried.
Bill 316, an act to provide for defraying certain charges and expenses of the public service of the province.
Ordered that this bill do pass. Ordered that the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move pursuant to Rule 5C that the hour of adjournment for tomorrow, April the 12th, be not 5:30 but 11:59.
The motion is the hour of adjournment for tomorrow, April 12th, to be 1 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Contrary-minded. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to move Private and Local Bill 292, an act to incorporate Mount St. Vincent University Student Union Act, to pass Committee of the Whole House directly to third reading.
There has been a request for unanimous consent. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Private and Local Bills?
Private and local bills.
Would you please call Bill number 292, an act to incorporate Mount St. Vincent University Student Union, an act to amend?
Bill number 292. I recognize the Honourable Member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second reading or third reading of Bill 292, an act to incorporate Mount St. Vincent University Student Union Act an act to amend. Very briefly, as I said in second reading, I really appreciate the passage of this particular bill. The Mount means a lot to me, and even though this is a housekeeping bill, to be able to stand here and represent such an esteemed university is a real honor. I hope that the moving of this bill will help the student union move forward and be more reflective of the student body that they represent. And I hope that they know that they always have a friend in me at the Mount. And yeah, with that, I move third reading of Bill 292.
If I am to recognize the member for Fairview Clayton Park, it will be to close third reading of Bill 292.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to close third reading on Bill 292.
The motion is to close third reading of Bill 292. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any contrary-minded? Motion is carried.
Bill 292, an act to amend Chapter 141 of the Acts of 1970, an act to incorporate Mount St. Vincent University Student Union.
Ordered that this bill do pass. Ordered that the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call government bills for third reading?
Government bills for third reading.
Would you please call Bill number 273, Road Trails Act?
Bill number 273, the Road Trails Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill 273, the Road Trails Act, be read a third time and do pass. I want to thank the members opposite for their positive comments during second reading. It gives me great pleasure to know that communities and people across the province are looking forward to the OHV pilot project finally becoming permanent. Mr. Speaker, I grew up riding ATVs with my family. My father still has one, and he absolutely loves going out on the trails. I know firsthand when OHVs are used safely and responsibly, they are a great activity for people to enjoy with their friends and their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, I had the pleasure of discussing this act with a lovely couple from North Queens, a place where I grew up. Recently, they're both retired now, and they bought a side-by-side so they could actually go out on the weekends and ride together. They told me how much they enjoy their drives, getting outdoors, seeing our beautiful province, stopping at local restaurants, meeting people. And they love how this activity helps them connect with their community and each other. And while I'm very glad that the OHV enthusiasts are excited about this act, Mr. Speaker, what makes me truly proud is the emphasis that it does place on safety. There has been some misconceptions that this act gives OHV riders free rein on provincial roads, and that is simply not the case. Mr. Speaker, a great deal of work and effort went into crafting the rules of this pilot, taking safety standards and public feedback into careful consideration. The Act will use the same rules developed for the pilot, which clearly defines the designated routes that allow riders to travel from trailhead to trailhead or from trailhead to services like fuel and food. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I'm also very pleased that municipalities are empowered by this legislation. It helps them shape how OHVs will function in their communities and brings economic benefits. To close, I'd like to thank the members of ATVANS for championing this act and for being such a collaborative partner throughout this process. I'd also like to thank my colleague, the Minister of Department of Natural Resources and Renewables, and his staff for all their support and for allowing access to the beautiful trails that they are responsible for. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to send a huge thank you to all the hardworking and dedicated staff at Public Works. Staff members who put such energy and expertise into this work and to the work they do every day. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my seat and look forward to hearing from my colleagues from across the aisle.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for those comments. I'll be brief as well here on third reading. Happy to see this move forward. I think the pilot project worked really well, obviously, in the 7 sites across the province. Was very useful, was safe. We understand there were no major incidents or accidents, which is, of course, paramount. So I think this is a good example for us not just at Public Works, but at all departments, to see the value of pilot projects and how they can really work to prove a concept that we believe to be true. But the pilot project kind of gives us the real world evidence for that. As we've mentioned in the past, and as the minister mentioned as well, communication will be a huge issue on this, just to avoid misconceptions like the fact that it's just open season for OHVs, which obviously it is not. So communication, whether that's in the form of public education, signage on the roadside, all those things will be critically important. I think particularly in areas where people might not be used to OHV or ATV use, kind of in the suburban areas, kind of in between the urban core and more rural areas where this is more common. But I do think this will unlock some opportunities for tourism, for year-round recreation, for not just Nova Scotians, but for people who are visiting our province as well. I think there's real opportunity there, and so we look forward to that. And again, to echo the minister's comments, just want to thank the staff at Public Works for putting together this pilot project some 5-6 years ago now, and it's great to see that we've gotten to this point where we can now kind of expand this across the province, and also, I think, rightly give municipalities some discretion as to whether or not they want to do this in their particular spheres of jurisdiction. So with those comments, I'll take my seat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There you go.
I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I thank my colleagues. I have a 20-page paper on this that I'd like to deliver. I'm really kidding. Mr. Speaker, because I saw some fear there, and I'm quite capable of doing a 20-pager. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this bill. First off, I want to thank the staff at Public Works and the minister and the previous minister for all their hard work on this. And with regards to the pilot project, it's good to see this bill move forward, and I do appreciate the ability for municipal units to have that enabling power. I think that is a significant part of this bill that is going to be truly important for all units. And the other thing, I want to reiterate what my colleague in the Liberal caucus had to say, and that is the need for sufficient and proper signage, as well as a lot of education is going to be needed here. So I hope the minister and the Public Works Department are prepared to knock out some signs, and I thank you very much.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You were delayed there a little bit. I just want to bring a few words of support for this bill. As Minister of Public Works said, that our two departments have been working very hard since we sat in this, and even before we sat in the chairs. But this was one of our sort of joint projects that we want to see through. And finally, Mr. Speaker, finally, and I know there's a lot of people very happy at this moment taking place all through the whole province, as ATVs are becoming even more popular. And just locally, I'd like to throw in a couple mentions about how important this is to rural economies. When I think about Sarah and Mike Barry and Advocate, their local store down there, when you drive by on the weekend, whether it's ATV season or snowmobile season, that's what makes the rural economy in Advocate in the weekend. When you see 60 to 70 machines parked in their back area, or I think locally in my own hometown of the Parkview Motel, where there might not be anybody parked out front utilizing the hotel, but when you look out back in the parking lot, it's full with ATVs, Mr. Speaker, right off the trail. And this will allow the municipality of Oxford, who is one of the very first municipalities to step up and show interest that they wanted to utilize this program. And I know they're working actively right now to see what this will shape and look like. And I think about Spring Hill as well at Sociables restaurant. When you look across the parking lot from Sociables, it's a huge driver of economy. This is going to allow the rural network to even be more connected and allow more tourists and even Nova Scotians to come in. A little bit of a highlight that there's been a few questions pop up. What role do our conservation officers take in? There's still an enforcement process for this, similar to municipal and RCMP police officers as well. We've been getting a lot of positive feedback and look forward to seeing this bill finalized and more trails becoming reality in the next year to come. Thank you.
If I am to recognize the Honourable Minister of Public Works, it will be to close third reading on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank you to my colleagues in the House for their comments about this great bill. I can assure the members across the aisle that certainly there will be a significant public awareness campaign and adequate signage will make sure that that's taken care of. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I advise to close third reading on Bill 273.
The motion is for third reading of Bill 273. Would all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye? Aye. Any contrary-minded? The motion is carried.
Bill 273, an act respecting the operation of off-highway vehicles on designated highways.
Ordered this bill do pass. Ordered that the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call Bill number 262, Interim Residential Rent Increase Cap Act?
Bill 262, the Interim Residential Rent Cap Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that Bill number 262, an act to amend Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2021, 1989, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act, be now read for a third time and do pass. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by thanking the members for the debate on this bill, an act that will impact more than 300,000 Nova Scotians. I appreciate hearing their perspectives, Mr. Speaker, and listening to the issues that they brought forward. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to thank those who appeared before Law Amendments Committee last week to share their experiences as well as their suggestions about Bill number 262. I took the time to listen to each presenter, and I appreciate it and I recognize the impact this bill is having on so many Nova Scotians, both those who rent and those who have invested in residential properties, Mr. Speaker. What we have heard will continue to factor into our decision-making, into balancing the needs of and rights of both tenants and landlords. Mr. Speaker, we have said it all along that our priority with any change we make to the Residential Tenancies Act and to the Residential Tenancy Program is to balance the rights and the needs of both tenants and landlords. I say this often, Mr. Speaker, but I'm now starting to hear it from others as well. The presenters at Law Amendments, Mr. Speaker, helped to illustrate how challenging that can be. Tenants bring one perspective to the table. Landlords bring another. And our job with the decisions we make is to get the right balance. Landlords spoke at Law Amendments about how difficult it has been since the rent cap was first introduced. The cap has limited the rent they can collect, while costs associated with utilities, for example, and ongoing maintenance have increased. The cap limits how much they can make and how much they can reinvest in their properties, and it's a challenge, Mr. Speaker. On the other hand, we hear from renters and some of our most vulnerable citizens who can't afford high increases in rent. Mr. Speaker, there are two distinct arguments for and against extending the rent cap and for changing the rate percentage. We debate it on the floor of the legislature. We hear it in great detail, the challenges associated with it during law amendments. Our job is to find that right balance, and it's not easy. We're not going to please everyone, and our job is to try to get the right balance again, Mr. Speaker, to meet with both landlord and tenant groups and organizations to hear their ideas and learn about their challenges, then we make an informed decision. Mr. Speaker, with the current rental market and high inflation, we've seen challenges for both groups, and that's why we have taken the approach we have, and I'm confident that this is the right decision. Extending the rent cap until December 31st, 2025 is necessary to protect renters from high rent increases. With the high cost of living, we know many can't afford increases like this, especially when we are in the midst of working to increase housing availability. Mr. Speaker, while recognizing the rent cap is challenging for landlords, we increased it to align it more with the cost of inflation. Mr. Speaker, fixed-term leases was also a topic that was raised during law amendments on a couple of occasions by both tenants and landlords. Again, we heard varying views, and I said it all along that fixed-term leases have a role. They work in situations where tenant needs need a short-term lease, and in some instances, landlords are using them for what they are not intended for. We'll be watching to see if the increased cap will help address the misuse of the fixed-term leases, and if they continue to be an issue, we will work with both tenant and landlord organizations to see what can be done. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude my remarks, I also want to express my appreciation, my gratitude to my team at Service Nova Scotia Internal Services and those within the Residential Tenancies Program for their hard work and dedication on this very complex file every single day. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to comments from the members opposite.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the minister for his comments here, and it's a good opportunity to speak again at third reading on this bill. There's a few issues that I see, and the minister has talked a lot on this issue with balance and the need for balance, and I think that the balance is not there on this bill in particular, and there's a few issues. One, as I've discussed, to leave the calculation of the rental cap in the hands of cabinet through regulation, I think is an oversight. All other provinces that have any type of rent control system in place, which is about half the country, tend to give that power to an independent body, whether it's a UARB equivalent or some third party that has expertise on housing. And I think that's a smarter option. But again, I think this reinforces what we've seen from this government in particular, which is to consolidate power and think that cabinet knows best, which I think is a mistake on this. The date is another issue that is a problem for me. December 31st, 2025, as the minister mentioned. As I've said before, it's an election year, as we all know. It has no connection at all to the housing market. It's just a date. So who's to say that the housing market, the rental market, will be any better at the end of December in 2025? It could be worse. And so I think that is a bit of a punt, to be honest, to do that. I would argue that a much better option would be to tie any removal of the rent cap to indicators of health or a lack of health in the rental market. So the vacancy rate, for example, we all know that 3% or so is considered a healthy vacancy rate, and we are far from that in most of the province, around 1%. In some areas here in the city, under 1%. And we all hope that that will be closer to 3% by the end of 2025, but it might not be. And I think to set that date to coincide with a few months after an election and some government to deal with it at that time, I think is an abdication on this important issue. So that's certainly not something that we support. And the other point is what the minister talked about on fixed-term leases. And I was at Law Amendments for a good chunk of the debate on this bill, and many presenters came forward with issues around fixed-term leases and, unfortunately, the abuse of fixed-term leases. And if I could summarize the minister's argument on this point, it seems to be that there are some bad apples in the landlord community who are abusing fixed-term leases. And that might be true. And the minister says, you know, the vast majority of landlords are following the rules and doing the right things. And I can accept that argument, but the logic doesn't hold, because we all know that the vast majority of drivers on our roads are good drivers. But we still have speed limits. We still make people wear seatbelts. We still do all of these things. All of us in this chamber and the vast majority of Nova Scotians are law-abiding citizens, but we still have laws. We still have a criminal code. We still recognize that just because the vast majority of actors are doing the right thing, we can't just throw up our hands and say, well, there's nothing we can do about the few that are breaking the rules. That doesn't make any sense. And the minister's argument on this as well has been, well, if we go from 2%, which is what the cap is this year, and we go to 5% next year, that will disincentivize landlords. They won't abuse the fixed-term leases if they can get an extra $50 a month in rent or $45 a month in rent. But we've seen situations over and over again where the increases in rent at the end of a fixed-term lease are in the hundreds and hundreds of dollars. $500, $600, $700, $800, $900 in some cases, we heard at Law Amendments. So to suggest that a landlord is going to not touch a fixed-term lease or not do anything wrong or unethical, perhaps, on a fixed-term lease because they can get an extra $45 a month under the 5% cap as opposed to $700 from getting a new tenant, I just think doesn't hold. So we know that the housing situation in this province is desperate. It doesn't appear to be improving significantly. The number of people experiencing homelessness in this province is going up, close to 1,000 people across the province at least, although we don't have great numbers on that. We know that the rental market is as tight as it has ever been. The vacancy rate is stubbornly low, and there are people all across the income spectrum and all across this city and all across this province who are desperate for housing. And I think this bill, while it does extend the rent cap, is a halfway measure, and it doesn't do enough to deal with a pressing issue for the 300,000 people in Nova Scotia who are renters. It passes the buck down the road, and it doesn't close an obvious opportunity for abuse that is leaving some people either homeless, insecurely housed, or looking for a place that they can't afford, but they are forced to afford, and they're forced to make some really, really difficult decisions that people in this province shouldn't have to make. So with those comments, Mr. Speaker, I'll take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say first that we in the NDP are in favour of this bill, the Interim Residential Rental Tenancies Cap Act. We are very pleased that the rent cap is going to be extended through 24 and 25. And I want to commend the government for understanding the level of intensified hardship and chaos that would have ensued if the unregulated housing market had been allowed to determine rents beyond this December. I also want to appreciatively acknowledge that the government has done this in the face of an intensely powerful, well-founded, and often vitriolic landlord lobby who are in favor strongly of the path of deregulation which would have led directly to the hardship and the chaos that I speak of. I want to say that first. I want to say, however, secondly, as I've said before, and as others have said as well, that this temporary rent cap for 24 and 25 is not the needed answer. What is really needed, rather, is a comprehensive, effective, permanent system of rent control, which is better than the present cap, not just because it's long-term, not just because it would be predictable, but also because, in its form in our party's Rental Fairness and Accessibility Act, because it applies the regulation to the rental unit rather than to the tenancy. And because it applies the regulation to the unit rather than the tenancy, it removes any vestige of a financial incentive to any landlord to remove and replace their tenants. I don't think that everyone here would be aware that this actually was the form in which the current rent cap came to the province. That is to say, rent control by unit rather than by tenancy. In November 2020, when the then Liberal government introduced the first rent cap, that rent cap was a cap on units, not on tenancies. It has caused no end of problems since that time, that about a week after the rent control by unit rent cap was introduced by the Liberals in November 20, the Liberal cabinet, by order in council, reversed that decision and established the current rent control not by unit, but rent control by tenancy system, which would never have become known by the public at all, except for the work of an enterprising digging journalist who found that that decision was taken by the cabinet some very short few days after the implementation of the rent cap in November 2020. And that change, a few days after the first establishment of the rent cap in November 20, set the stage for so much of the hardship that's being experienced today by the thing that happens when you have rent cap by the tenancy rather than by the unit, the undercutting of the rent cap by the proliferation of fixed-term leases. So I do want to say a few words more on this subject of fixed-term leases as they relate to the efficacy, usefulness of the rent cap. And I want to say it this way. No rent cap, not this rent cap, not any other rent cap, that is based on the regulation of tenancies rather than the regulation of units. No rent cap can achieve the protections for tenants that it is intended to achieve, that it is designed for, unless limitations are brought in and placed on landlords' ability to undercut and skirt the protections the rent cap provides by the use of fixed-term leases. So a constituent of Halifax Chebucto, his name is Jonathan Hurd, has written to me recently of his experience with a fixed-term lease as it relates to the rent cap. He's given me permission to quote from what he had written to me. I think that what he says deserves to be heard. He writes, I feel the rug has been pulled out from under me by my current landlord. I foolishly signed a fixed-term lease last August, not realizing that renewal may be denied by the landlord to skirt around the 2% rent cap. I'm well aware that the rental company is simply swapping me out for another tenant so they may raise rent by hundreds of dollars rather than the legal 2% increase if I stay. I feel I've been taken advantage of, and I'm staring down the barrel of a $400 plus increase in my rent when I move that I will simply be unable to pay. Fixed-term leases feel as if they completely nullify the rent cap and also apply the pressure on tenants to move every single year into perpetually increasing rent prices. My current options now feel as if I have to move out of Nova Scotia or simply live in my car, and it's incredibly scary that this has all been done legally with the current system, unquote. Now, throughout the debate that we've been having over these last couple of weeks about this piece of legislation, the minister has been called on many times to respond to the point that Mr. Hurd is making in this email. And when he does that, the minister almost always begins with an acknowledgement that that kind of misuse of fixed-term leases that this tenant is describing, that this does happen. Sometimes the words the minister uses, this was the words that were in the paper the weekend before last, is to say that this happens, quote, on occasion. But I think this is not an accurate characterization of the situation we find ourselves in. Another Halifax resident named Jameson Gillis has recently written to the minister, I think a most thoughtful letter countering this opinion of the minister's. He has also given me permission to quote his correspondence. And Mr. Gillis writes to tell the minister this, quote, many friends who have signed leases in the last few years have had to sign fixed-term leases. I have recently been looking for new housing, and all the apartments I have viewed or inquired about are a 12-month fixed-term lease. Major Halifax landlords who used to sign regular periodic leases are now only offering fixed-term leases, unquote. Joanne Hussey from Dalhousie Legal Aid, when asked in the media lately what percentage of the leases that come before them there now are fixed-term leases, and she said simply, almost all. So no wonder that the minister doesn't even acknowledge the reality of the proliferation of fixed-term leases, because if he did, he would have to explain where this proliferation of fixed-term leases came from, what has brought it about, and thus he would have to recognize that it hasn't come about because of Santa Claus. It's come about, it has intensified through these last 30 months of the rent cap period because landlords have discovered in the fixed-term lease. In terminating tenancies and beginning new uncapped tenancies, landlords have discovered a dodge and a shift and a bypass and a loophole and a circumvention around the protections which this bill, this act, this law are designed to provide for tenants. I would also like to comment briefly, as my Liberal colleague just has, on another central part of the minister's response to the arguments that have been increasingly brought forward for permanently rent control, namely that unlike some others, as the minister sometimes alleges, he is one who bases his thinking about this subject on the principle of balance. Now, Mr. Speaker, if I may say so, I find it inadequately humble of the minister to suggest that his understanding of this important principle is superior to that of those he disagrees with. And I want to suggest there's room for improvement in how the minister thinks balance works in the residential tenancies world. Somebody famously said once that the law in its majesty forbids the rich and the poor equally from sleeping under bridges. In other words, in order for the principle of balance to be properly honored, a person must take into account the totally unequal situations of the parties whose interests are being balanced.
Yes.
So that if an elephant and a mouse were going to have a wrestling match, we would not want to hear the referee say that the referee's priority was going to be to arbitrate this match with balance. So the government in residential tenancies is the referee. It has the responsibility to fairly arbitrate the competing interests of the elephants and the mice. Landlords, much of whose experience turns on an axis of return on investment, of which they often have plenty, and tenants, many of whose household lives will be crushed if the cruel market logic of supply and demand is allowed to determine what they have to pay for rent. So I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, as does our party. But it would be better, in my view, if the bill were put forward with fewer platitudes and more protections for the mice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to speak briefly tonight on this bill. This is a very important issue, obviously. Rent in HRM in particular is out of control. People are paying 50%. 50%. A lot of people are paying 50% of their total income, if not more. And this is all a connection. This budget, this bill, people's lives, it's all connected. We have a government that's about to spend $14 billion. And there is nothing in there to protect renters. There's nothing in there to protect the most vulnerable people in our society. And I agree with the member from Chiboucto about this unbalanced approach. You know, I've heard the minister say, well, if they have an issue, they can go to the tenancy board. And you speak to anyone that's in that precarious position where they're going to lose their home, where they have to figure out where their kids go next. Their kids are going to be torn out of their schools. And they've got to go to a tenancy board and face off against somebody that has exponentially more experience than them and sometimes has a lawyer. So I would agree and disagree with the member from Chiboucto because it's not an elephant versus a mouse. It's more like an elephant versus an ant. Because there is no avenues. And the minister continues to fall back on the same talking points. We're listening. This is what this government says. We're listening. Balanced approach. We care. Well, if they cared, they wouldn't have made the change to the rent subsidies that now say 50% of what you take home has to go to your rent. 50% instead of 30. So that 20% that, went to You know, things that aren't important, like feeding yourself, paying your power bill, which is going up 14% after they said they would protect. The cost of inflation last year was 8%. The cost of food inflation is even higher. And this, I would argue, is not a 5% increase. This is a minimum of a 15% increase. This is another 5. You can guarantee it's coming down the pipeline. Yet there was a 0% increase to income assistance. There was a 0% increase for our seniors. There was a 0% increase to our most vulnerable. There was, what, a 20% raise in minimum wage. There was a 0% reduction in taxes, even though we, on this side of the House, both parties, have put forward alternatives and bills that will help everybody. It won't just help the people that are represented by the NDP or the people that are represented by the Liberals and the people that, it's going to help everybody. Because you know what? When you're in poverty, when you can't pay your rent, you don't care about political parties. And I would say something, Mr. Speaker. I've heard this over and over and over from ministers over there about poverty is complicated. No, it's not. Poverty is literally defined as not being able to pay your bills. There's nothing complicated about that. That's what poverty is. And I dare say if people had more experience, more life experiences, they wouldn't so easily dismiss that of the people that come to law amendments, the people that were standing outside and not a single member of the government went over and visited them or talked to them. If they were so concerned about the loopholes and the rent increases, they would have stood on that street and spoken to those people. Or when those people came into the legislature, not in a confrontational way, not in a provoking way. They came in here to watch, to listen, and hopefully talk to the minister. They didn't even get a smile. They didn't get a second of the time just to say, listen, this is what we're going through. This is how desperate our situation is. To say that only a few landlords are using fixed-term leases shows the lack of depth of understanding of this situation. The number one issue in the community I represent right now is housing. The number one issue. And there is, you want to hear another statistic, or you want to hear another number? $0 from this government for public housing. $0 for new builds. The people that need it the most, the people that need help the most, are being forgotten. All in the name of balance and all in the name of we understand and we care, but we can't do too much. Because if we help you too much, you might get ahead. The amount of people that are going to be driven into poverty, which I will explain again, is not complicated. Poverty is, Webster's defines it as the inability to pay your bills. Things, and it literally says things like housing, food, utilities. The amount of people that are going to be driven into poverty because the lack of inaction of this government. In the name of balance and bills like this. We have been in here for 3 weeks, Mr. Speaker. We're about a day away from being out of here, and there has not been a substantial bill to help low-income, working class, and middle-class folks in this province. We have individuals that are about to go out on strike, some of the lowest paid and most important people in the province, that this bill impacts. Is this government going to give them 5% increases? Or just the landlords? So I'm sure there'll be all kinds of reasoning and excuses and you know,
we see it time and time again from that side where their lack of ideas, the negative and the destructive, I would argue, legislation and policies that are put forward are followed by a cringeworthy, we care. This is very simple. We heard from not just the minister was a bit dismissive of it. He said a few people talked about this loophole. Just a few people. As if to say 1 or 2 people are being impacted by this loophole. That's simply not true. And again, I would say if it takes courage to stand up and listen to people that have a difference of opinion. People that will they'll fight you on your legislation. They'll contradict what you believe. But that's how you learn and you grow. And there was a great opportunity for this government, that minister, and those members to learn and grow, and that was outside across the street. That was up in the gallery. And they didn't take a single second. Today we watched and counted as that government introduced probably 30 people and gave them all a standing ovation. But nobody from that side of the government spoke to the people that were impacted. And I would argue that shows their real priorities. Because I think this is less about helping and about who votes for them. I think they've made a calculated decision, and they're calculating people's worth based on votes, not on what truly needs to be done. And the dismissive attitude toward people that need it the most, to stand in this legislature and pull things out of the sky and say, we are helping them. This bill is helping them. Every bill they've put forward, they said, we'll help, we'll make things better, just wait and see. And every bill they reject, well, we have to take a balanced approach. Well, clearly their balanced approach doesn't include balancing your bills, balancing taking time off to go to the food bank, because this is what this government says. If you can't afford food, go to the food bank. It doesn't include single parents balancing their time, trying to find a new place, and those kids being ripped out of their schools, and people who work 40, 50, 60, 70 hours a day being told that you're in a fixed-term lease. Beat it, buddy. Go find a new place to live. So the only balance we have on that side is self-preservation. And the lack of understanding on what this does to people, what their policies and lack of ideas are doing to people, is stunning. And I will finish it with the facts are the facts are the facts. Every single person in this room is going to get a 14% increase in their power. If you're renting, you're going to get a 15% minimum. Because we know that some landlords are slipping things through, but you're going to get a 15% increase in your rent. So there's 14% on your power, 15% on that. We've now heard that Halifax Water is applying for a raise on their water rates. There goes another one. Who needs water power and a place to live? The cost of food is going up 7, 8, 9, 10%. The cost of gas, we stood here in this legislature and begged you to do something about it, is now at almost $1.70 a barrel.
And the Minister of Finance once said, people will just drive less. Well, the price keeps going up and up and up. And this government keeps spending more and more and more, and people are being driven further and further and further into poverty. And I will repeat for the last time, poverty is not complicated. It's the inability to pay your mortgage, your rent, your food, and your utilities, so stop using that as an excuse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to stand here and I'm going to talk about why it's important to have housing and why housing is very important. I mean, this bill, as we are in favor of the rent cap, absolutely, and we're pleased to see that it will be extended, I just need to paint you a picture on the importance of housing. Too many people are struggling to find and keep and secure an affordable place to live in Nova Scotia, and we hear this all too often. Families who rent across the province are facing an extreme shortage of housing, and rents are climbing. The number of people unhoused and forced to sleep outside has exploded, and as my colleague said, all because of poverty, or all because they can't afford, all because of the cost of living. And as housing prices and mortgage rates rise, home ownership is further and further out of reach for a growing number of Nova Scotians. But housing is more than just the roof over your head. It's healthcare, it's community, it's economic security, it's your home. And housing is healthcare and mental health care. So we know when someone is unhoused or worried about losing their homes, they deal with additional stress and don't necessarily have time to take care of their physical or mental health. It can be hard for some folks to grasp, and in turn, it takes a toll on their health. Housing is economic development. In communities and towns across our province, people are stuck with nowhere to live, leaving businesses without workers for the tourism season and beyond. We see now even the struggle to recruit folks to work in different parts of the province because housing is non-existent in areas in need of our workers. Housing is community. In communities like CBRM, folks can't afford to pay the taxes on their homes, and young people can't afford to buy their first home. When people can't afford to live in communities that they've grown up in or established their lives in, we lose important social connections and opportunities. Every day, we all speak to folks about how heartbreaking it is to leave their community from where they know, and they have no other options but to move elsewhere because they're being priced out of housing. That's for sure. Housing is education. We talked about this earlier today. In university towns and communities across the province, even here in Halifax, students are struggling to find housing, to find a place to rent that they can afford to live in. That leads to stress, and in some cases, people aren't able to finish their degrees because of the cost to live here in Nova Scotia. Housing is climate action, and we know, as we talk about here all the time, we need to do more to address the climate emergency. But we know we need to build greener, more efficient housing that helps people to be able to afford their homes and power bills. We say it all the time here on this side. Housing is a human right. And for far too many of us, our friends and neighbors, it's no longer that guarantee. More and more we hear from our seniors, parents, students, and everyone in between that they aren't able to find a place to live or afford the home that they have. This is impacting people in communities across the province, rural and urban alike. This government, and we've said it, is leaving way too many people to figure this out on their own. We know that Nova Scotians need to see real action on affordable housing and the skyrocketing cost of living. That means building new housing and protecting those who already have a home from losing it, especially when it's almost 20% of Nova Scotian households that have to spend 50% or more of their monthly income on rent or their mortgage. So for now, we know that there's a 2% cap, which means people have had the predictability that comes with rent control. Just a few years ago, people were getting rent increases of $200 or $300 a month, which they couldn't afford and would force them to move. So while we are pleased that the rent cap is extended, we need permanent rent control. This government is standing by while landlords use loopholes and other tactics to evict people, threaten their tenants, or get around the rent cap. We hear this every single day in our offices. Our CAs hear it. We get it in emails. This is a problem.
That's for sure.
And the balance is definitely not struck by this piece of legislation. People are getting evicted with nowhere to go. While rents for existing tenants are capped, huge increases to rent continues for new tenants. With a vacancy rate at 1% in Halifax and lower, or even worse rates in the rest of the province, if someone has to move for work, or because of a fire, or because their lease is up, there are very few affordable options for people to move to. People are struggling to pay their mortgage, or they can't even find an affordable home to buy. Fixed-term leases, as we've heard on all aspects over here, are being used to restrict people from staying in their homes. There are loopholes in this legislation that we've talked about many times that makes it possible for fixed-term leases to be used this way. And we know that other provinces don't use them that way. So why are we still doing that? And why are we harming folks by allowing this loophole to continue? We need to close this loophole. We brought forward legislation to address that issue. There's been amendments across the floor to talk about how we can make this piece of legislation better. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Our suggestions, our feedback, law amendments feedback, folks that are actually experiencing these issues, folks that are servicing people that are experiencing these issues have told us time and time again that there is an issue. There is an actual imbalance to this whole system. And I've been here since 2021, and this problem is still happening. When we were here with my first sitting in 2021, we talked about something that had to do with opening up the Residential Tenancies Act. And we said, how about we open it up and take a look at it in its entirety and actually go piece by piece to figure out what actually works for people, which means getting feedback from folks, having consultation, having communities input. And I know that we are all saying these things, but it seems, and I don't mean to say this in a disrespectful way, but it seems like it's very one-sided. And I say that because someone who's trying to mitigate and navigate the system for folks that are experiencing eviction and the abuse of fixed-term leases, there doesn't seem to be very much protections for those folks that are actually going to be evicted next week, next month, in 14 days. It's actually very troubling to see that we have a piece of legislation here that is put forward. There are amendments. There were actually suggestions that were easy suggestions that could have easily been put forward in this legislation, and yet this government continues to ignore that this is not a fix. This is a Band-Aid fix. So I want to say the legislation put forward by this government is really just a Band-Aid. Once again, leaving the percent rate to the regulator is not a good idea. I mean, we as a government, we want to be able to believe in a lot of things that are being put forward. It's hard to listen to we have a plan, we have a strategy, we're consulting, we're talking to people, but then you're not talking to the people that you should be talking to that are a part of the government. I just don't understand the whole concept of we're working together. This is great, we're collaborating, and yet none of us know what's going on this side. Maybe we're missing something. Maybe something is just a rye. But it's really challenging when we hear some amazing ideas, some great feedback from folks that are experiencing things, and yet this government looks at them, smiles on their face. Good, yeah, well, thank you so much for that. And then what do? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So it's very disheartening when I hear that there's a piece of legislation put forward that says we will do a rent cap. Amazing, because it's something people can depend on. It's predictable, right? But then they say, the piece of legislation doesn't have the percentage in it. Not like the last piece of legislation that's had the 2% in it, that was in the words, like completely in the act. But this government chooses not to put the percentage in, so it's hard for us over on this side to believe that that is your intention if it is not in legislation. And as I've been told from the time that I got elected, that if it's not in legislation, it's not accountable. Like we can't debate it. It doesn't come to the floor. We don't get to discuss it. Even though this government has a majority, we still don't get to see the information that's going to be put forward. So it's kind of challenging to really believe and wholeheartedly go with this process when we don't actually have anything physical or anything with any bills, any pieces of legislation with any plans or strategies. So I say that because we've seen on many occasions that there have been backdoor decisions happening, and we have no option to debate the change. So if this government really wants to strike a balance, they should just legislate the percentage. I mean, it's an easy thing. It's only changing of a few words. And they should just legislate the percent so that there is no question, none whatsoever, about what the government intends to do. So the minister is very aware of this, and closing the loophole is the answer. And permanent rent control is the answer. If we keep skirting around it, it's only gonna get worse. And we've seen that the first time around, the second time around. How about we get it right the third time and do it the right way? So the extension is nice, but as we all know, this is an imbalance with a date that coincidentally coincides with an election, which for me, once again, is mind-blowing. And as my colleague has said here and spoke about so eloquently about the balance, let's balance the bill and legislate at least the percentage so that folks can actually have a predictability and have an understanding and a peace of mind of knowing that this government actually cares about folks in Nova Scotia, that this government wants to do the right thing. We hear it all the time. This government doesn't want to do the doom and gloom, because that's what this is going to be, a doom and gloom situation. And I say this not lightly, because it will happen if we continue to put Band-Aids on gushing, open wounds that are literally infected. We need to actually start doing the right thing and fix the problem. And so I say this because, you know, we need to invest in people, not in the businesses and the other people that are coming at them lobbying for things that right now people should be coming first. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to add a couple of comments. I feel like tonight's discussion around this bill has been, you know, frankly, some of the best debate that I have witnessed in this House. I mean, there's been some excellent offerings, I think, about this piece of legislation, and I want to add just a couple of things. I want to say yes and to most of the things I've heard tonight. In particular, this idea of balance. You know, we've heard the minister talk about the balance between the landlords and the tenants. And I've heard this idea of striking a balance from many ministers, by the way, not just this current minister, but many ministers and many in two different governments. So this is a rhetoric that is used, and we've heard tonight some of the reasons why it doesn't hold water, and that is because there is an inherent imbalance between renters and landlords. It's simple. It's simple. And yes, and I want to say, you know, there are not all landlords are bad landlords. We know that. Everyone knows that. Yeah. There's great landlords in Dartmouth North, but there's also some not so great landlords in Dartmouth North, and I'm sure that's the same in every district and every riding in this province. But you know, it is our duty as lawmakers and legislators to make sure that laws actually protect the people that they are being written to protect. The act is called the Residential Tenancies Act, which suggests that we're talking about residential tenants. Yes. And so we need to make sure that the act supports tenants in a real way. And this issue of fixed-term leases is really at the heart of what's wrong with this bill in terms of it not being addressed. I want to say one thing that we haven't really heard in the House tonight on this bill, and that is over the last couple of weeks when we've been in for this session, we've talked a lot about housing. But we know that housing is a massive kind of ecosystem in a way. And so sometimes when we talk about housing, we're talking about the homeless issue. And we're talking to the Minister of Community Services, and we're saying, why are you closing the shelters, and why are you why are you taking over a hotel, and where are you putting the people who are homeless, and how come, why don't we invest in housing for those folks so that they don't need to live in hotels and all that? So that's one conversation. And then there's a conversation around public housing, and we talked to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and how come you're not investing? And these are real questions. I'm not like making fun of these conversations, but we're talking about, you know, how come we don't see any investment in public housing, where the rent is geared to income at 30%, and how come the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing is making is allowing a change in the rent supplement program, which is actually protecting many renters, but also is incongruent with the way that public housing is run, which is 30% rent geared to income. And so there's that conversation. And then there's this third conversation with the Minister of Service Nova Scotia, who's in charge of the residential tenancies, which is this rent control, rent cap, fixed term lease issue. And the thing that I don't think is coming clear to the government is that if we don't fix that situation, and we don't fix the situation with Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, then we get to the Minister of Community Services. It goes all the way down the line. And if you want to take that even further, then we get to the Minister of Health. Because people who are unhoused or in housing insecurity or housing precarity are going to be less healthy. It's as simple as that. Because housing is health. And if this government is so set, which I have no problem with this, but set on fixing the healthcare problems in this province, then they absolutely need to address the housing problems. And if they're going to fix the housing problems, then they have to make sure that this bill does what it needs to do, and that is protect people from becoming homeless because their rents get too high. And until we have, you know, labor skills and immigration, making sure that everyone's got really great jobs, and until we have the Minister of Economic Development making sure that, you know, there's all kinds of, you know, opportunities for people to make their way in the world, these are the things we need to concentrate on. And this is not happening with this bill. The other thing I want to say is that we keep talking about a rent cap. In the legislation that we, and the work that we have done on this issue for many years, for many years, our bill contemplates rent control, not a rent cap. If you think about a rent cap, and I've been trying to like go with this a bit of an analogy here, just trying to explain. Like, when I think of a rent cap, I think of it like something under pressure and capping it, right? And just like stopping the pressure. Perhaps it is a bottle of, you know, fizzy water or a bottle of pop that you put the cap on and you shake it, and you know it's everything comes out like that. But you take the cap off and it explodes. Right? That is what would happen if we didn't continue this, if this bill wasn't happening right now. Take that cap off and everything goes crazy. Now, the analogy doesn't go very far. Actually, this analogy is not that good. But if you had a controlled, a controlled controlled opening of the pop. This is where it all falls apart. But anyway, you would not. Right. No, what I'm trying to say is this: that a controlled managing of the residential tenancies is a much more appropriate way to handle it, and the reason is because it contemplates help for the landlords. Whereas a rent cap does nothing for the landlords, and thus makes them resort to fixed-term leases and rent evictions. If we had rent control, there would be an ability for a landlord to go to the Residential Tenancies Board and apply for a higher rent increase. I have to fix the roof on my building. I need a 6% increase. This time only. Okay, that makes sense. These are the bills. I can show you my contractor saying it's going to cost. A flood, because the Coastal Protection Act wasn't proclaimed, a flood happened, and my building got wiped out. It's totally flooded, or I built on, land that was close to the water because the Coastal Protection Act wasn't proclaimed. And so I got a flood in my building. I need to raise the rent by more than 3% or more than 5%. Can I please do that? Oh, yes. Well, we're reasonable people. We can see that that is necessary, and that will happen for you this time. None of that can happen with a rent cap, or at least not in this bill. Maybe it's just semantics, but in what we're talking about with the rent cap, none of that helps the landlords. And believe me, there have been landlords that have come to me over the last several years, and especially when we were talking about rent control before COVID, before any of this happened, and I would say yes, but I hear you, but the legislation that we want to see in Nova Scotia contemplates your side of the story. And most of the time, the landlords that I spoke to, who are reasonable people, were very happy to hear that. And in this bill, it doesn't happen. And so, even if it's 5%, if it's 3%, it's 3%, it's 5%, it's 5%, it doesn't matter. The fact is that if anything is fixed like that with a hard fix, it is good for the tenants, and this is why we will support this bill, because the fact is it will mean the difference between housing and homelessness for many, many people across the province. But the landlords will continue to resort to fixed-term leases if that loophole is not corrected. So those are the kind of things I just wanted to add those contributions to the conversation. But I also, before I sit down, I want to read, and I will table this, Mr. Speaker, I want to read a little bit of the open letter to the Government of Nova Scotia on behalf of the following associations: Acorn, Canada; Acorn, Nova Scotia; the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, Nova Scotia; Dalhousie University Social Work Clinic; the Ecology Action Centre; Halifax Refugee Clinic; the North End Community Health Centre; Ding Ding Health, also refugees, also social workers; the North Grove, Dartmouth North; No One Is Illegal, Jabuktuk; PADS Network, which is the Permanent, Accessible, Dignified, Safe Housing for All; the Spring Socialist Network; and Welcome Housing and Support Services, who, by the way, do excellent work in my constituency and probably all over. But this is what they say, an open letter: Nova Scotia needs decent housing for all. To the Government of Nova Scotia, the housing crisis is at a record high in the province. Due to the extremely high cost of rent and a shortage of housing, a growing number of Nova Scotians are now facing homelessness for the very first time. I just want to point out that some of that homelessness is happening in Dartmouth East. And I think that the member for Dartmouth East ought to be paying attention to this letter. Pardon me? Oh, I'm not allowed to hold my pen? Oh, excuse me. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I'll drop my pen.
Order, please.
No. Is that what you were
It's
saying?
not a question of holding your pen. It's the manner in which you're holding your pen. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Theatrical person, Mr. Speaker. The very first time, according to the point-in-time count, the PIT count, in Halifax Regional Municipality, between 2018 and 2022, there has been a 500% increase in the number of people sleeping outside. Homelessness overall has more than doubled. In the rare instance that a bed is available, many people feel unsafe in shelters. Not since the Halifax explosion has such a high number of people been in dire need of housing or sleeping outside.
That is shameful.
Today, the housing crisis has become a humanitarian disaster. Rather than address this disaster, the government's response to the housing crisis has been to exploit it. I'm just reading a letter here. This is not totally, I'm putting in the record. Has been to exploit it, empowering landlords and enriching property investors at everyone else's expense. The government continues to deregulate private development and make it easier for landlords to evict tenants, all while forcing people to over-rely on emergency services like shelter beds, hotel stays, and eventually health care and law enforcement. So, Mr. Speaker, that's some pretty serious words right there, and I'm going to table that. I'll table that right now. I want to add that into the conversation. So just to summarize my points, I want to remind folks that there's an inherent imbalance between tenants and landlords. I want to remind folks that rent caps are not rent control, and that we need a permanent form of rent control for all of the reasons my honourable colleague from Halifax-Chebucto laid out, but also for the reason that a rent control, or at least a good rent control, would actually address some of the concerns of landlords, which would mean they would not have to resort to fixed-term leases. I also want to say, the connection between homelessness, this government's decisions and homelessness. So the connection between the Minister of Service Nova Scotia, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and the Minister of Community Services and the Minister of Health. There is a definite connection between those four ministers. And I would say that the other real issue with this bill is the transparency factor, which we talk about a lot in this House. It is amazing to me that this cabinet, who are all honourable people, Mr. Speaker, and have excellent reasons for being here, not the least of which is that their communities asked them to come here, put them in these seats, that they could regulate healthcare, they can regulate residential tenancies rates or rent cap rates. They have a lot of responsibilities, Mr. Speaker, and they don't have to actually answer to anyone about them. That is a real issue. So I really hope that, that the minister will take a look at this bill, that the minister will add the 5% into the wording of the bill, and the minister will take the next 2 years and work toward a permanent form of rent control, so that when this cap comes off in 2025, that the bottle of pop does not explode all over the place. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer a few remarks on this bill. And before I do, I guess I want to address a couple of things. First, this bill actually doesn't say anything. So it says we're going to do a thing and we'll tell you what it is later. So I think that's important to acknowledge. The way that this bill is promoted is as putting forward a 5% rent cap, but that is not, in fact, what the legislation says. The legislation says we're going to do a thing and we'll tell you what it is later. And I want to address another elephant in the room. It's 10:30 at night. Every bill this session has been passed in the dark, literally. We spent some time voting on the budget. Could have been 8:45 in the dark. And the people affected by these bills are putting their kids to bed, are watching TV, are doing the things that they want to do at the end of the night, which is 100% not watch what's happening in this chamber, and that's okay. But
yes, there are some.
I mean, there's a couple people. Sorry. Those of you watching Ledge TV, thank you. But I will say that it's worth noticing this, that we pass our bills in the dark. And a reminder that the rules, which have been brought up a few times, if we want to look at the text of the rules, they will say that this House sits during daylight. And yet we do not. So here we are at 10:31, about to pass a bill over the objections of the opposition that will have a material impact on the lives of 300,000 Nova Scotians. And what I want to say about this is that I agree with my colleague for Dartmouth North. I think this has been an excellent debate. I think we've heard very cogent arguments about the lack of sufficient action on this file and the deficiencies of this bill in particular. And those have rightly focused on the most vulnerable people impacted by this legislation. But we have 300,000 renters in this province. And so I think the point that I've heard, but I haven't heard articulated explicitly, which I want to say, is that it is making people vulnerable. When we started to talk about this work, we had a press conference with Elizabeth O'Hanley. And Elizabeth O'Hanley makes a good living. And she said, I expected to be in a position to own a house. And I can barely stay in this province because I can't find a place to rent. And in fact, she had decided before she found an apartment at the last minute after being evicted at the expiry of her fixed-term lease from an apartment that she'd lived in for a very long time, she was going to move to rural PEI because she had a friend who had a farmhouse and she worked remotely. And she said, I didn't want to go there, but that was my only option. Her rent, when she was evicted, was $950. And I think or maybe it was a bit higher, but at any rate, the differential between her rent when she left her apartment and the rent advertised a few days later was in the order of $700 or $800, as I recall. And this happens every day. This doesn't happen occasionally, and I appreciate the member for Bedford South talking about the ways in which we regulate things. Even if most people are law-abiding citizens or most people will follow a rule. And, you know, this is a very selective situation in this chamber. So we often hear the government stand up and say, we don't think that fixed-term leases should be abused. And then the quiet part is, but we're not going to do anything about it. Or we don't think NDAs should be misused, but we're not going to do anything about it. Or we think our coastline should be protected, but we're not going to proclaim the bill. And so I think it's imperative to point out that if the government thinks something, they have the power to do something about it. And this is the latest example where the government has chosen not to. And so to come back to Elizabeth O'Hanley, people like Elizabeth O'Hanley are the people that this government has explicitly said they want to attract. We want to grow, apparently, the population of this province to 2 million people. So what's the profile of those folks? Probably a little bit younger, probably folks who are eager for work, wanting to contribute. We can't even keep them here. We can't even keep them here. And then when they come, they can't find a doctor. And their kids go to school in modulars. And they don't have the infrastructure and the support that they need to make a life here. And this is the latest example of a bill that is showing the disconnect between what the government says its goals are and the way it's working towards those goals. People who move to this province, unless they have a lot of money, cannot find a place to live. We've said this 100 times, and it feels like we have to say it 100 times more. We have a rent cap of 2%, and we have the highest rising rates of rent increase in the country. I'm going to say that again. Our rent increase is capped at 2%, and our rents are rising by 9%. That is not a few bad apples. That's a system that doesn't work. And so, as my colleagues have said, and as we have put forward in legislation, and as we have talked about somewhat ad nauseum, the answer, and this is the answer put forward by people as diverse, really, although they might think that I'm mischaracterizing them, from all sides. We've heard lots of landlords groups say, well, they should just raise the rent cap a little bit every year. That's the off-ramp. That's the pressure release that my colleague was pointing to. Well, that's rent control. Yeah. Raising it a little bit each year, that's rent control. Yeah. That gives people clarity. That gives landlords and tenants clarity about what's coming. As was pointed out, that allows for a landlord to cover an extraordinary expense. And we're not here to cast aspersions on individuals. I had a conversation with someone I know who is a landlord who owns several properties, who called me very upset and said, you can't you can't outlaw fixed-term leases. And I said, well, why? And they said, because it's the only insurance we have. If we have a bad tenant, if we have an unexpected cost, the only insurance we have that we're not going to be underwater is a fixed-term lease. And I can see that perspective, but what I said to them is, if we had a system of rent control, if we had an enforcement branch of residential tenancies, talk about balance. Every single party involved in this conversation wants an enforcement branch at residential tenancies. This government had an extra $1 billion. They could have set up an enforcement branch, but they didn't. So I question the commitment to balance. So to get back to it, so my conversation was, if we had an enforcement branch, if we had allowable rent increases every year, if you could apply to the Residential Tenancy Board to cover your extraordinary costs. And they said, oh yeah, but that'll never happen. And that's where we are. We're in a cynical space where we know that the system is broken. We know that it needs to be fixed. Everybody knows it needs to be fixed. Tenants know it needs to be fixed, and more than anyone, landlords understand that it needs to be fixed. And yet this government refuses to fix it. And so we see this bill, and this bill is a Band-Aid, and it's not really working. I want to talk again about balance, which a few of my colleagues have brought up. And balance in the way that we have talked about it again, not just in this legislation, but in the Coastal Protection Act, where we need to balance the future of our province and our coastlines against the interests of some property owners along those coastlines. The NDA bill that we brought forward, where we need to balance I don't know what with the rights of victims of abuse and harassment not to be silenced. That's not balance. That's steamrolling. The Premier has said many times that nothing good happens here. He has made his disdain for this House and this chamber very clear. When he passed the health bill, he said, oh, well, you know, we're going to put it in, I think it was the health bill, I may be misquoting, but, you know, the Premier has said, well, we're going to put this in regulations because otherwise we'd have to come back to the legislature every time we want to make
Order,
this
please.
change.
Please table the documents that you're referring to, the citations that you're making. The member just used the word, I may be misquoting. I'd like to ask the member to table whatever the member is referring to at this time. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
I'm characterizing his comments. I am not quoting him. I am saying that the Premier has oftentimes expressed a disdain for the work that happens in this House. I can try to find a tabling document.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone would disagree with me.
No, you can pull in.
Order, please. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. I disagree. Of course I disagree, because I am in the opposition and I get approximately 26 days a year to represent the people who put me in this House. And this government was in the same place not so long ago and was making all these same arguments. And the change I have seen is nothing, no change. So it's deeply disappointing. And I don't know about the people in this House, but I have been unable to turn away from what's been happening in Tennessee the last few days. And in Tennessee, a newly famous legislator, Justin Jones, who was ejected from that chamber, made this incredibly moving speech. And in that speech, he said, this is the place where we wrestle with ideas. This isn't the place, you know, he was referring to a comment someone had made about the legislative chamber being sacred and being offended by something that the opposition had brought up. And he said, quite the contrary, we can offend each other. This is a place where we wrestle with ideas. But what we have seen in the last year and a half, in this session, in this bill, is that this government doesn't want to wrestle with ideas. They want to dictate their agenda. Or failing that, they want to avoid fixes, which, as my colleague, the member for Halifax Atlantic, pointed out, or maybe Bedford South, I can't remember, means pushing this bill to 2025, the magical date at which it may or may not be their problem anymore. And in closing, I want to say that I see this chamber as a place of opportunity. Yes. Every bill that comes forward, we have the opportunity to make people's lives better. We have the opportunity to ensure that everyone in this province has the ability to thrive. We have the opportunity to bring people's voices into this chamber. And this is a government that talks a lot about listening to the people on the front lines, having listening tours. But the way that that works is sort of invitation only. Yeah. We have town halls where you only know about it if you get a robocall. We have, conversations with frontline workers, but most people never hear that they're happening. Yeah. And as was pointed out, when we have things like law amendments, where you have people who have put a great deal of thought in a very short period of time into legislation that will impact their lives, that will impact the lives of their members, we see no engagement. And that's incredibly, incredibly disappointing. Yes. We are supporting this bill. We are voting for this bill in all of its inadequacy, in all of its inability to address the core issue. Because to not vote for this bill would be literally to make hundreds of people homeless and to drive hundreds more out of this province. And so I implore this government to do better and to take this opportunity, what you've heard tonight, what you heard from law amendments, and fix this. Implement rent control, implement an enforcement branch of residential tenancies, close the fixed-term leasehold, build public housing, and make sure that everyone has a home they can afford. Thank you.
If I am to recognize the minister, it will be to close third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I was hoping to have a few more minutes than 16 minutes on the clock, but no, I digress. Mr. Speaker, I certainly appreciate the comments from the members opposite, and there's lots to digest and absorb, of course, through the varying opinions and perspectives that have been shared, not only through third reading, but all along through since the introduction of this bill. One thing that I want to be on the record stating very clearly is that this side of the House, our government, cares for Nova Scotians. And any argument otherwise is the first thing from the truth, Mr. Speaker. Every single day, I think that's what motivates each and every one of us as elected officials, as MLAs, regardless of our political party, is the betterment of our province, the betterment of our respective constituencies. So I'm not shying away from addressing that argument that we're a party that does not care for Nova Scotians. Quite contrary, we stand alongside Nova Scotians and supporting Nova Scotians from one end of the province to the other. And I'd go even a little bit further, Mr. Speaker, and encountering the argument that has been made many times before, all along through budget estimates, and again this evening, is not investing in Nova Scotians, Mr. Speaker. The budget that my honourable colleague, the Minister of Finance, tabled a couple weeks ago, and that we debated, that members of opposition had the opportunity to question our respective ministers regarding, is not our budget, it's Nova Scotians' budget. It's investing in Nova Scotians' needs. Number one priority is, of course, health. Mr. Speaker, that is a clear indication of our commitment to Nova Scotians on fulfilling our mandate. And we still have, more time on the horizon, Mr. Speaker. I'm very confident that we'll have much more time beyond the end of our mandate. 2025 has been listed a number of times, Mr. Speaker, but that's not going to be the end of PC government in Nova Scotia. We have many more years on the horizon, Mr. Speaker. With respect to consultations, Mr. Speaker, I hear one side, not enough consultations, too much consultations. But which one is it, Mr. Speaker? It sort of comes back to mind the comment that the Minister of Finance made in question period in respect to questioning government spending. You know, we have been hearing members of the opposition saying, you know, we need to invest in Nova Scotians, we need to invest in education, we need to invest in healthcare, we need to invest in HARP, we need to invest in seniors care grant. Yeah, and I could go on.
Order, please. The end is nigh. Let's play nice. I recognize the Honourable Minister.
But these are all very important sectors in our province, Mr. Speaker. These are priorities for Nova Scotians. These are priorities for our government. To again imply that we're not investing in Nova Scotians. We're not consulting with Nova Scotians. On one hand, we're consulting too much. We're taking our time. Again, Mr. Speaker, that goes to I guess a difference of opinion. It's subjective, and I guess I'd dovetail that into the definition of balance. I've spoke at length regarding balance. I've heard it being used a number of times. I lost count of the number of times, Mr. Speaker. I will continue to use the lens, the word balance. I'll continue to look through the lens of balance when it comes to this file. It's my predecessors have used it. I'm sure that if one day an NDP government was in power, that they too would be saying, I hope, looking through the lens of balance, Mr. Speaker, because I do not have the luxury of picking one side, Mr. Speaker. You know, there's a difference of opinion whether it's balanced or not. I think that comes down to perspective. It comes down to opinion. It comes down to experience. It comes down clearly to political views, Mr. Speaker. But as I've said a number of times, Mr. Speaker, this is not a closed book. The first piece of legislation that I brought forward as Minister of Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services was in respect to the Residential Tenancies Act. And here we are again talking about more matters regarding to that act, Mr. Speaker. As I've indicated previously in this House, we commissioned, we worked with a consultant to help us help inform our government, help inform my department on what does a compliance and enforcement branch can look like in Nova Scotia. That is a big lift to the residential tenancy program, one that cannot happen overnight. And we want to make sure that we're getting it right because this impacts, again, as it's been noted, more than 300,000 Nova Scotians who are tenants. These are Nova Scotians. More than 6,000 landlords, Mr. Speaker. These are Nova Scotians. We want to make sure that we're getting it right. We don't want to rush into this, Mr. Speaker. So we're going to, once we're done in the legislature, I look forward to having a more fulsome discussion with my staff to learn what we've been presented and what can be done to better support and modernize and transform the residential tenancy program in Nova Scotia, Mr. Speaker. What I'd say, and I think most people, at least on this side that know me, Mr. Speaker, know that I'm not too much of a negative person. I try to be optimistic most times, Mr. Speaker, but you know what's been troublesome is sometimes the negativity in this legislature. And as it's been pointed out by the leader of the NDP, you know, this should be an area where we can wrestle the ideas. I'll wrestle ideas any day, Mr. Speaker. This is the place of democracy. We have differing opinions. I will wrestle ideas any day. But when we start moving beyond breaking down policy and start criticizing policy, and we're starting to break down individuals, Mr. Speaker, and start to smear people's character and smear people's integrity, that's not talking about the heart of this legislation. This is not talking about what matters most to Nova Scotians. This is not a fundamental part of our democracy, Mr. Speaker. And furthermore, on the negativity, Mr. Speaker, there are difficult tenants in this province. There are difficult landlords in this province, Mr. Speaker. But to hear a narrative that, whether it's from members of the opposition or if it's from community groups or wherever, that one party's all bad or the other party's all bad, that's not true, Mr. Speaker. These are Nova Scotians. These are our friends. These are our families. These are our neighbors. These are our constituents, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to try to ground people and bring people back to the fact that these are Nova Scotians, and that's what's the driving force, at least for me, when I'm looking through this lens of balance and continuing to do so every single day. This is an evolving file, Mr. Speaker. As I've said many times, the book's not closed. I'm sure after this session's done, it's still going to remain open on my desk. We'll continue to talk about this frequently, engage with our partners, engage with our stakeholders, both from tenant and landlord organizations, to see what we have to do things right, to make things right, to move the needle, to address the needs of both tenants and landlords, Mr. Speaker. This is an office I have a high respect for as MLA and both as Minister, and I take this job very seriously. And every single single day. I know that the decisions that we're making as a government are not always easy ones. They're tough ones, Mr. Speaker. But at the end of the day, we aspire that we're making a true difference for the betterment of our fellow Nova Scotians, and I'm confident that we are as we move forward in our mandate. Thank you very much, and as I move forward, I move to close third reading on Bill 262.
The motion is for third reading of the bill. Would all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye? Aye. Contrary-minded? The motion is carried.
Bill 262, an act to amend Chapter 22 of the Acts of 2021, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act.
Ordered that the bill do pass. Ordered that the title be as read by the clerk. Ordered that the bill be engrossed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That concludes government business for the day. Tomorrow is Opposition Day, so I will turn it over to my honourable colleague. But before I do that, I would advise government business will also include third reading of Bill 279.
I recognize the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So for opposition business tomorrow, we'll be calling three pieces. Bill 284, the School Lunch Program Act, Bill number 306, the Serious Illness Leave Act, and Resolution 622, MLA Expulsion Resolution Need to Repeal.
Motion to adjourn is carried. We stand adjourned until tomorrow. All those in favor of adjournment? Aye. Any contrary-minded? The motion carries. We stand adjourned until tomorrow at 1 p.m.